Καλημέρα. Να περάσουμε στις θέσεις μας για σιγά παρακαλώ.
Good morning. Let's take our seats, please.
Είμαστε όλοι μέσα. Βλέπω κάποιοι τελευταίοι μπαίνουν, εντάξει. Κλείσαμε και τη μουσική.
There's no music. Okay. Silence.
Later devices, so you can get prepared, whoever wants to.
Good morning. Regional Governor, Mr. Mayor, MPs, speakers, dear guests, dear participants. My name is Xenofodas Kappas from the Kapetán and Carmen Constantakopoulos Foundation. I know most of you, and it's a great joy to see faces that I don't know. I will have the pleasure to welcome you to Tomorrow Taste Mediterranean 2025, the first that is being held in Greece here in Messenia. It is an honor to host all these distinguished scientists, professionals, the knowledge and the experience of whom will enrich the dialogue and the exchange of ideas regarding Mediterranean diet. Without further ado, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Michael Bakker, President of the Culinary Institute of America, for a short address. Mr. Bakker.
Good morning. Kalamata. Thank you, Savan, and welcome all. We're truly delighted to have you all here this morning at the edge of the Mediterranean Sea, in this wonderful Greek region of Messina, and being surrounded by so much history and culture, and obviously millions of olive trees loaded with fruit, nearly ready for harvest. When we created the Torribera Mediterranean Center and launched our very first Tomorrow Taste Mediterranean Conference in Barcelona several years ago, in partnership with the University of Barcelona, 3 questions truly informed our path forward. First, what if? What if we could inspire the food, restaurant, food service and hospitality sectors to move towards culinary concepts and business models that better secure our health and the health of our planet? Second, what if such models and concepts have already existed for centuries, rooted in cultural traditions, and we only have to adopt and adapt them, guided by science, to the times in which we now live? And finally, what if nutrition and environmental experts, chefs, growers, food entrepreneurs and business leaders, cultural authorities and policymakers could find shared vision around their dinner table that brings the possibilities of food transformations to life in a delicious way? The traditional plant-forward Mediterranean diet, rich in flavor, supported by an abundance of scientific evidence, and varying by cultures across the whole of the Mediterranean, is not just a UNESCO World Heritage, but also a powerful reference for today and tomorrow, as we work together to develop better pathways to secure our personal and planetary health. This will give us a very compelling point of departure for our conversations over the next 2 days. At the outset of the conference today, I would like to thank our colleagues at the University of Barcelona for their partnership in these vital initiatives, as well as our colleagues at the Captain Vassilis and Carmen Constantakopoulos, try to say that fast, Foundation, for their partnership in bringing the Tomorrow Taste Mediterranean to Greece. With our plan now to alternate the annual conference between the regions of Catalonia in Spain and Messenia in Greece over the years to come. We've been working very closely with the Foundation on this program for nearly 2 years, and we very much appreciate their shared vision, their thoughtful collaboration, and their presenting sponsorship of this year's conference, which is underwriting the academic portions of the program. Thank you as well for our 3 collaborating institutions, which are also lending their support for this year's conference. The Academy of Athens Center for Public Health Research and Education, the EAT Foundation based in Norway, who co-developed the recently released 2025 EAT Lancet Commission report, which you'll hear more about during this conference, and our longtime partner, the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, Department of Nutrition. Thank you as well for all of our presenters from near and far who have traveled and given up their time to be with us for the next 2 days. I also want to recognize and thank all of our top other sponsors who have also joined us to make this gathering possible, including our premium gold sponsors, the Spanish Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food, and the Agricultural Bank of Piraeus. Our gold sponsors, the Catalan government, Costa Navarina, the Mastilla Shop Olive Oils from Spain, and the North American Olive Oil Association, as well as all other sponsors and collaborators. For several decades, the CIA community has very much enjoyed collaborating with a wide range of experts and partners here in the Mediterranean, from scholars, chefs, and food producers to business, NGO, and government leaders. We will continue to nurture those relationships in the future and are committed to increasing our presence here in the Mediterranean region over the years to come. And finally, I'll leave you with this. As a global culinary college, we often speak of the unapologetic elevation of deliciousness as a public health imperative. As far as I know, bad meals don't really drive a lot of motivation for change. I'll have a strong feeling we're in for some delicious flavors over the next couple of days to complement our discussions around the science, history, culture, culinary art and craft, business and innovation. Thank you for joining us.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Many thanks to Mr. Baker. I would now like to invite to the floor Ms. Rosa Maria de la Morella Ravendos, the Director of the Institute of Research and Diet from the University of Barcelona, for a brief address.
Good morning to everyone. Well, thank you for coming. I am really impressed that the room is totally full. Well, thank you all of us for staying here. Well, today it's a privilege to address you on behalf of Professor Joan Guardia, that is the rector of University of Barcelona, who unfortunately could not join us due to schedule commitments, because University of Barcelona is really a very big university with 7,000 students, so 70,000 students, so he's really full. And he has asked me to represent him on this special occasion. For the University of Barcelona to organize the 6th meeting, this meeting, the Tomorrow Taste Mediterranean, is really an honor. With the Culinary Institute of America, I think we have been being successful, but I think this time is still more successful, and we hope that it continues by this way. And we would like also to be grateful to the collaboration of Kапitán Vassilis and Carmen, I don't know if I will pronounce correctly, Constantakopoulos, Foundation, the Hellenic Foundation, it and the Harvard School of Public Health, the Department of Nutrition. Well, this is the first time this event takes place in this marvelous city in Kalamata. Before, it has always been in Barcelona, or it has been online during the pandemics. So it's a great honor that it takes place in Greece, were very close to the origin of the concept of the Mediterranean diet starts, in Crete. For more than 10 years, Culinary Institute of America, the CIA, and UB, the University of Barcelona, have been collaborated through the Torribera Mediterranean Center, trying to promote research, education, innovation around the Mediterranean pattern and lifestyle of living. And in this case, we are looking forward to all the speakers, that I think will be very interesting sessions. And again, all of you, thank you for coming.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ την κυρία Λαμουέλα Ραβεντό.
Thank you, Ms. Lamuela Ravendos. I will now invite to the floor Mr. Achilleas Constantakopoulos, President of the Foundation of Captain Vassilis and Carmen Constantakopoulos. Good morning. Mr. Deputy Prefect, Mr. Mayor of Kalamata, Mr. Mayor of the City of Pylos, Nestor and Koroni, Mr. Madas, Deputy, dear friends, it is with great pleasure and honor that we welcome you to Kalamata, to the heart of Messinia, for the 6th Tomorrow Taste Mediterranean. I would like to warmly thank the Culinary Institute of America, and especially my old friend Michael Baker for their collaboration. Many thanks to himself, to his associates. We have been trying to develop several projects in Greece, and I would like to thank them for this 2-year collaboration and research aimed at highlighting not just Messinia, but Greece as international examples to be studied and to provide inspiration. We are happy to see you, all the specialists of health, gastronomy, to see you here. This shows that the Mediterranean diet is not just a cultural heritage, it is a living force that inspires and unites kitchens and civilizations. Study and knowledge about how we will achieve the correct, adequate, and sustainable production and consumption is very important for the protection of the crops of the earth from the challenges that we are faced with today. Messinia and Koroni, as one of the 8 emblematic capitals of intangible heritage of Mediterranean diet, we uphold this tradition, we keep it alive. It is part of our lives, of our homes, of our restaurants. We share it with our friends, with our visitors, with never forgetting what it is all about. I would like to thank all the speakers, all the sponsors who assist us in this effort, the Ministry of Agricultural Development and Foods, the region of Peloponnese, and the city of Kalamata. I wish the best of success to this conference, and I am certain that it will be the starting point of new ideas that will keep Mediterranean up to date, Mediterranean diet. Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ τον κύριο Κωνσταντακόπουλο. Θα ήθελα να καλέσω τον κύριο...
I would like to thank Mr. Constantakopoulos, and now the Deputy Regional Governor, Mr. Stathopoulos, for a short address.
Good morning to everybody. I would like to welcome you, all of you, in Kalamata, and I'm wishing from the very first minute to enjoy your staying around in this town and in Messinia also. Κυρίες και κύριοι,
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished scientists, representatives of bodies, dear friends. First of all, I would like to thank the president of the Captain Vassilis and Carmen Constantakopoulos Foundation for organizing this very important conference here in Kalamata. As Deputy Regional Governor of Messinia, but also on behalf of the Regional Governor Dimitris Ptochos, who today is in Brussels, I would like to warmly welcome you to Kalamata and to the 6th Tomorrow Taste Mediterranean Conference. Here, in the land of olive, tradition meets science, and taste serves health and sustainability. I would like to thank the organizers and all the academic partners for the honor they have made me and for all the cooperation they have shown. This international conference showcases the role of Mediterranean diet as a cultural and developmental resource, but also as a factor that promotes better quality of life. The region of Messinia is committed to serve three priorities. First, quality of products and services. Second, prevention. Third, promotion of health through education and through the daily choice we make. Partnerships between producers and restaurant owners, tourism sector, education and research is imperative and should be intensified. I invite you to get to know Messinia, to exchange ideas and to create networks, and networks that will last. All the success to your conference. Welcome to our city.
Enjoy your staying around. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον κύριο Αντιπεριφερειάρχη.
I would like to thank the Deputy Regional Governor, and now for a short address, the Mayor of Kalamata, who is hosting the conference.
Dear Deputy, Mr. Mandas, dear Deputy Governor, dear Mayor of Pylos Nestor, dear President of the Chamber of Messinia, Mr. President of the Foundation of Vassilis and Carmen Constantakopoulos, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of organizations, welcome to Kalamata, to the capital of Messinia, to the launch of this international event on the tomorrow of Mediterranean diet. It is a great honor and pleasure for us to host this event in our town for the first time in Greece. This is a very important conference that brings together people from gastronomy, from politics, from civilization. Your presence here proves that we also have faith in the Mediterranean diet, a diet which is not just connected to tastes, but also to our way of life, our civilization. Agro-food, gastronomy, diet are without question the main pillars of our strategic design planning for our city. They are connected with our local products, which are the best ambassadors of Mediterranean diet. It is with these thoughts that I would like to thank you, to thank the organizers, to thank the Foundation, Captain Vassilis and Carmen Constantakopoulos, the President of the Foundation for the excellent collaboration, Achilleas Constantakopoulos, who continues in the footpath of his father. He's a benefactor of Messinia and Peloponnese. He's the worthy son of a great father. It is with these thoughts that I welcome you to Kalamata and wish you the best in this conference.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ, κύριε Δήμαρχε.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have the pleasure of being joined by the Mayor of Pylos Nestor. The city of Pylos Nestor is the city where Koron is, which is one of the emblematic communities of intangible heritage of the Mediterranean diet. I would like to invite him to the floor for a short address. Good morning, everyone. Have a nice week. It is indeed an excellent week because it begins with a very important event for Messinia. And I'm referring to Messinia in particular because Mediterranean diet is without borders. The whole Mediterranean basin is one and indivisible. And it is one and indivisible because it is not just about diet. It is also about civilization, way of thinking, characteristics, the characteristics of the life itself that are different than any other place in the world. It is indeed a great opportunity that you are giving to our homeland. And this is thanks to the Captain Vassilis and Carmen Constantakopoulos Foundation and to our dear friend and collaborator and benefactor and partner in this difficult course, Achilles Constantakopoulos. I will just say that if it weren't for all this investment, all these efforts that were made, I would never have been able to come so quickly from my area to Kalamata. And I was able to be here so quickly thanks to the projects that are taking place. But what is important is that we are all together, united, that we move forward so that the Mediterranean diet becomes the way of life for everyone. And we should work together to be able to rise to the challenges of the future and to allow all the people living in this Mediterranean to continue to be people who help and who create and who form cultures for the humanity. It is with these thoughts that I, as mayor of Koroni, which is the capital of the intangible heritage for Mediterranean diet, along with another 7 cities of the Mediterranean, I will not say years, I will not name the countries, I will just say of the Mediterranean. This is important to us. So we are a rather small town, but we have found people to rely on. It is you, it is the foundation, it is the academic community, it is the producers. All of you are with us and help us shape our vision for a better future. Thank you very much for inviting me, Mr. Constantakopoulos. Many thanks to all the participants. I am convinced, I am certain that you will assist us in the best possible way. You will assist Messinia to continue on the right track. Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ, κύριε Δήμαρχε.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So now we can proceed to the first session. Thank you all, by the way, for the addresses. The first session is entitled The Healthy Sustainable Mediterranean Diet, at the leading edge of science translating from modern appetites and lifestyles. I would like to invite on stage the moderator, Greg Drescher, Senior Advisor for Strategic Partnerships, Industry Leadership and Impact, Culinary Institute of America, as well as the presenters, Frank Hu, Professor of Nutrition and Epidemiology, Chair of the Department of Nutrition at Harvard Chan School of Public Health, Walter Willett, Professor of Epidemiology and Nutrition at Harvard Chan School of Public Health, Ms. Antonia Trichopoulou, Member of the Academy of Athens, Head of the Center for Public Health Research and Education of the Academy of Athens, Mr. Miguel Martinez Gonzalez, Professor of Preventive Medicine and Public Health and Professor of Internal Medicine, and Raymond Estrich, Senior Consultant, Internal Medicine Department, Professor of Medicine, University of Barcelona, and the Chair of the Scientific Advisory Council.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Kalamata, good morning. Welcome to all of you. So it's my pleasure to moderate this first plenary session, which we're calling the Healthy, Sustainable Mediterranean diet at the leading edge of science, translating for modern appetites and lifestyles. And we're very, it's a great honor to have 5 of the world's leading researchers on the Mediterranean diet with us, all at the same time, all on the same stage. So you're really in for a great treat here this morning. So I want to just start, before we do a deep dive into the science, I want to kind of go to the end in mind and talk a little bit about translation. Or simply, we might say, what's for dinner? This is our campus, the Culinary Institute of America. We're sort of the what's for dinner people, right? And so we're going to connect this all the way from the science to the translation and many other areas throughout this conference. For more than 20 years, we've collaborated very closely with the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, Department of Nutrition, and done a number of, I think, very impactful initiatives together. One of them is called Menus of Change, and the tagline is the business of healthy, sustainable, delicious food choices, right? It's got to be delicious, and for those of us that are, involved with business and organizations, if it doesn't make sense from a business perspective, it won't work. We've developed 24 principles of healthy, sustainable menu development. This is for chefs and restaurants that want to do an audit of what they're doing, looking at their different practices, both in terms of operations and ingredients to feature more of or feature less of. And so that's a lot to take in. And so we have sort of created a shorthand for how to think about all of those elements of health and sustainability, which we call plant-forward or plant-rich. And that's simply a style of cooking and eating that celebrates but is not limited to plant-sourced foods and that reflects the evidence-based principles of health and sustainability. My colleague Walter Willett always reminds me that chips and soda are also plant-based, and so we have to somewhat specify what we're talking about. And plant-rich is exactly where the 2025 Eat Lancet Commission on Healthy, Sustainable, and Just Food Systems landed in the report that they released at the Stockholm Food Forum last weekend, really looking at global dietary guidance in the run-up to 2050, when we'll have 10 billion people on the planet. We'll be talking more about the Eat Lancet report a little bit in this session, and then we have a whole session dedicated to that a little bit later on. So if you think about, sort of that framing of what is optimally healthy, what is sustainable, staying within planetary boundaries, you could imagine that this would be something we have to invent, that the world hasn't seen it. We have to invent this, right? But in fact, as President Bakker was saying, we can look to our cultural heritage. We can look for existing models for healthy, sustainable, plant-forward dietary patterns. And if you're thinking, where might that be, the branch of olives gives us a good clue here. That's why we, several years ago, created the Torribera Mediterranean Center with our colleagues at the University of Barcelona to have a footprint in the Mediterranean, to have a place where we can bring our students and we can conduct conferences and we can really do a deep dive. A friend of mine who's an author in the United States, cookbook author, Paula Wolfert, described the Mediterranean food and culture as like an onion. And you think you know something, you peel one layer and there's another layer below it. And then you peel another layer and there's another layer below it. And there's so much food heritage here that it takes a lifetime to learn it all. So to support the launch of the Eat Lancet report, we created something that we call Our Cultures, Our Meals, Cooking for Planetary Health, which is a photo documentary that we've created in 2 countries, in Greece and also in Vietnam, which I'll talk about in a minute. And this is a joint project of EAT, the EAT Foundation in Norway, the Culinary Institute of America, and the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health. Aglaia Kremezi, who's a cookbook author and Greek food expert, was our culinary director for this report. And unfortunately, she was not able to join us for this conference. But I really encourage you to spend some time looking at this. I'll tell you where this is posted online a little bit later. But it was all photographed here in Messenia. And so for those of you that live in the area, you'll recognize some of these scenes. This is the plant-rich Greek kitchen, all of the various ingredients that make up this wonderful cuisine. And we wanted to demonstrate what healthy meal patterns look like, right? It's not enough to talk about individual dishes. So what does a meal pattern look like? So this might be something with some fabulous chickpeas, some small fried fish, some eggplant, some pita, some fruit, and a little bit of yogurt. And we documented several of these meal patterns, which you can see. This was one that was photographed up in the mountains here. Some of you, I'm sure, have eaten at this restaurant. Just delicious vegetable preparations coming out of a wood-fired oven. Horta in many different forms. And then a local bakery that's participating with long fermentation, whole grain bread. Absolutely delicious. And as I said, we also did a similar photo documentary project on Vietnam, which you can see on the site. So you can view both of these, the 2025 Eat Lancet Commission report and also our Culture, Our Meals for Planetary Health at the eatforum.org website /Eat Lancet, or also at the menusofchange.org website. And then just before we pivot to science, I also want to mention, I think Frank Hu is going to mention this as well, another really great resource for you is, this was published in May, 3 Decades of the Mediterranean Diet Pyramid, a narrative review of history, evolution, and advancement, published in the American Journal of Nutrition. All of the co-authors of this article are here on stage. So that's a very good resource for you as well. And with that, it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Willett, who's going to address you first. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you, everyone who made it possible for us to come together in this wonderful setting today, this week. I'm going to give a brief overview, and I think my slides should be moving forward. Great. Okay, thank you. This session is, again, Healthy, Sustainable Mediterranean Diet at the Leading Edge of Science, Translating for Modern Appetites and Lifestyles. I'm going to focus in my brief presentation what might be called the modern scientific era of investigation of the Mediterranean diet. I've been fortunate to actually have seen the Mediterranean diet food system before the huge changes that occurred. I took this picture in the early 1970s. This is Santorini before it became overrun by tourists. And at that time, people were living pretty much like they had been for a few thousand years. And Professor Torribera will talk about not just this last half century, but 8,000 years before today. But at this time, our statistics were showing that men in Greece were living 4 years longer than Americans were, even though they had a simple lifestyle and a simple health system. And that did make us think that there was something to learn that we didn't know that was really important. Next slide, please. Guess I'm not advancing here. Okay, thank you. As we heard last night, the Mediterranean diet and lifestyle is, maybe the batteries or something, need some life there, need some olive oil, that fixes everything. The Mediterranean diet and lifestyle is about place, it's about food, but it's also about people. And I did want to briefly mention so much I've learned has come from my Greek colleagues, Professor Dimitri Trikopoulos, who was chair of our Department of Epidemiology at Harvard and taught us so much, and also introduced me to Antonia Trikopoulos, his wife, who taught me a whole lot more about the Mediterranean diet. Next slide, please. One of the seminal studies that got us off our thinking about the Mediterranean diet was the influential 7-country study led by Dr. Ansel Keys and included his colleagues here and around the Mediterranean region. In this study, they investigated about 1,000 men in 14 different settings, populations in 7 different countries around the world, including Japan at the far left there. And then they tracked the incidence of heart disease and mortality from heart disease over a decade. And this is what they found. The highest rates were in Finland at that time, and low in Japan and in the Mediterranean. But people paid most attention to those really high rates in Finland. And their diets were high in saturated fat at that time. And so the interpretation was, let's lower all kinds of fat because that will reduce saturated fat. But people didn't really pay much attention to that point down in the lower right-hand corner there, which actually had the lowest rates of heart disease. And it happens that was in Crete. Next slide, please. At the same time, other scientists around the world were looking at cancers in relation to diet. And there was a very strong relation between the national intake of total fat in the diet and breast cancer incidence. And a similar picture was seen for other cancers, colon cancer, endometrial cancer. And this combination of evidence, next slide please, led to the concept of main nutritional guidance that we should get rid of all fat in the diet. So this is the American Dietary Guidelines Pyramid of about 1990. And right up at the top, it says fats, oils, and sweets used sparingly. That included olive oil. We were supposed to get all types of fat out of the diet. And in turn, what are you going to eat? It has to be large amounts of carbohydrate. So that was the base of the food guide pyramid, that all kinds of carbohydrate without paying much attention to the quality of the carbohydrate was the really global recommendation. This was US, but this was repeated throughout the world. But next slide, please. What we were looking at did not really fit with that recommendation. These are the 3 large studies our group at Harvard has established. I'm going to focus on them a little bit because you'll hear quite a bit during the next 2 days of studies coming out of these large cohort studies. The first was the Nurses' Health Study, and in 1980, the red triangles there indicated when we started to collect diet using standardized methods. And this is over 100,000 women being followed across the United States. And we're tracking both their diets over time, and we're tracking incidence of all major diseases and overall mortality as well. We added 52,000 men in 1986 and another 116,000 women in 1989. So these studies are really unique in their comprehensive assessment of diet and outcomes over decades now. Next slide, please. So this is what we found when we looked at breast cancer. It was just flat, and this includes other studies that replicated that really non-existence of a strong association between fat in the diet and breast cancer. So this really was very contrary to what the national and global guidelines were at that time. So we thought it would really be good to bring this, the awareness of this to the public and to other scientists. So next slide, please. So in 1993, we held the first international conference on the Mediterranean diet. And this is actually Dr. Keyes on the left there. He's now, at that time in 1993, was in his early 90s, and this is one of our colleagues who founded our Department of Nutrition at Harvard, Dr. Hegsted. But what was unique about this conference was it wasn't just a bunch of scientists. We invited food writers, we invited chefs, we invited food producers, the food service industry, to look in a very broad way at the evidence that we had in hand about diet and health and how that might be represented by the Mediterranean diet. And I should mention that Greg Drescher was one of the people who made this happen. He was there at that time working for Old Ways Trust, and he brought along Antonio, Professor Torribera at that time, and scientists from other countries around the world. So this was a unique gathering. It was not just strictly a scientific conference. And I must say, everyone learned a lot there. I had food there that I never experienced before. It's just unimaginable that some of these things could be so good that were coming from the Mediterranean kitchens. Next slide, please. Out of that conference, we developed a food guide pyramid that was maybe you might say a competitor of the official food guide pyramid, and it looked very different because it had at the base whole grains. We were careful about the types of carbohydrates, fruits, legumes, vegetables, and olive oil right there at the middle, holding everything together, and then more and smaller amounts meat and other animal source products there. So this was very different. It was initially condemned by the nutrition community, but we persisted, and you'll hear a lot more about this during the subsequent presentations. Next slide, please. Our work, our investigations and our cohort studies continued on into the future, and during the 1990s here, Frank Hu published this really seminal paper in the New England Journal of Medicine looking at different types of dietary fat and risk of heart disease, and the basic point being that not all fats are the same. And some of them, there at the top, if you look at saturated fat moving to carbohydrate, it doesn't do much to heart disease risk. But if you replace healthy fats, unsaturated fats, mono and polyunsaturates with carbohydrate, heart disease risk actually goes up, which is the opposite of what the pyramid, the official pyramid, was saying. But if you replace saturated fat with unsaturated fats or trans fats with unsaturated fats, and all of those situations, replacing healthy fats for unhealthy fats, heart disease risk goes down in a big way. Next slide. So that was, again, somewhat controversial at the beginning, but it's really accepted throughout the nutrition community at this point in time. Another seminal paper came along, this one led by Professor Torribera, looking at the whole Mediterranean dietary pattern and survival in a cohort that they had established in Greece. Next slide, please. This assessed the diets of individuals and then tracked them over time and scored each person's diet according to a really simple scoring method that beneficial foods got 1 point and detrimental foods got a negative point. There was a total score of 0 to 9. Next slide, please. And then when they looked at the relation between the score and mortality rates over the next coming years, they found important reductions in death from any cause, death from heart disease, death from cancer, with better score on this Mediterranean Dietary Pattern Index. Next slide, please. So I'm going to end there. You'll hear a lot more from Dr. Hu and Professor Torribera and from our colleagues in Spain as well. But we have, sometimes we think we haven't done much, but actually we have transformed thinking about healthy diets from that time when all fat was evil and load up on carbohydrate. Dietary guidelines around almost every country in the world have shifted in a very important way, and the Mediterranean diet was the major driver, the example we could hold up to say that this, over thousands of years, has supported the healthiest populations in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Willett. And now it's my great pleasure and honor to introduce Professor Antonia Trikopoulou, who is with the Academy of Athens. And if you don't know her or know of her, she is truly a national treasure of Greece, and it's a great honor to have you with us today.
Καλημέρα σε όλους σας.
Good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure to be here today in Messinia with such a distinguished panel and with such a distinguished audience among you, friends and partners, on this difficult path for the international recognition of Mediterranean diet. Given that we don't have much time, I will be rather brief in this introduction And I will give this speech in Greek because the organizers told me that the presentation of the topic should be in English. Actually, the organizers told me to speak in English. So I will follow their instructions, and instead of speaking in Greek, I will speak in English.
It's really a pleasure and a privilege to be here and to address such a distinguished audience. And thank you for all of you for being here, and I thank the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to be here and to discuss you about Mediterranean diet. But before proceeding, επόμενη παρακαλώ. Okay, so thank you. Before proceeding in the presentation of of analyzing my topic, I wish to tell you that the Mediterranean diet term has been more than often misused, either intentionally or unintentionally. Thus, there is a need to at least to tell you what in this presentation, when we are talking about Mediterranean diet, what we mean. We mean that Mediterranean diet is a dietary pattern found in the olive-grown areas of the Mediterranean region in the late 50s and early 60s. And some of you, I think nobody actually, but I have to tell you that, if you ask why in the olive-grown areas of the Mediterranean region, because Mediterranean diet without olive oil does not exist. We might speak about Mediterranean type diet, but not about Mediterranean diet. Olive oil is central to the Mediterranean diet. And why before the 50s and 60s? Because as you know, several of you, because some of us will have a certain age, after the 50s and 60s, dramatic changes happened socioeconomic all over the world. And the world changed a lot, and also the dietary habits. So, having said that, την επόμενη παρακαλώ. Having said that, I was asked by my friend and colleague, Dr. Dresser, Greg, to make a review of the evolution of the Mediterranean diet. Mediterranean diet is deeply rooted in history. And then even from the prehistoric, in the prehistoric period, we know that about 7,000 years before Christ, in the so-called prehistoric era, because our history is divided, as everywhere, or the history in the world, in prehistoric and historic. The historic start by the time we have written texts. If we have only information from excavation, it's prehistoric. So the excavation, they demonstrated that here in Greece, the agriculture, the dawn of agriculture started in the 7,000 before Christ. 7,000 before Christ. And slowly this was followed, next please, by the domestication of animals and plants. And at that time, the prehistoric era, they were eating olives, they were eating lentils, they were eating grains, because that's what they start cultivating. And here, μήπως την προηγούμενη δείξετε. So, yes, the next one, okay. And the next one, please. Την επόμενη. I don't know what's happening. So here, for example, we have evidence from the excavation of what they were eating. And this goes back to 3,000 years, to 1,600 years from the catastrophe which happened in Santorini and so on. But, next please. Την επόμενη, παρακαλώ. So, and then after the year 1000 before Christ, we start having our alphabet and writing, and we have text. So we're talking about the historical period, what happened in this historical period, how Mediterranean diet evolved. because they have a lot of trade, many new products they enter, and it was more diversified. In constructs, in the prehistoric period, the food was mainly for survival, but in the historical period, food was not only for survival, because it has several social and religious aspects. And this is a very, very important turning point. Next, please. Then the Romans, they came here, and the Romans, the Roman diet was richer and more varied because Roman was an empire, and then the spices, for example, they came here, oranges, lemons from Persia, and so on. And all these foods, they were adapted, and they became an integral part of the Mediterranean diet, as well as later on, all the foods which they were imported from the America. But yet, in this Roman-Greek period, the Greek food remains simpler and more philosophical in nature. Remember the symposium, which means that I am eating, I am drinking togetherness. Even Plato was saying that, you cannot be a educated human being if you eat alone. You eat together, we share ideas. So it was closely related to social aspects, the food, as well as we see later on in the Byzantine era, when the Greek, they became mostly Greek Orthodox. And the Greek Orthodox religion, we have to fast half of the days of the year. Half of the days of the year, more than 150 days per year, we have to avoid food of animal origin, and every Wednesday and Friday. Next, please. So the America was discovered, and many foods, they enter all over the world, including Greece, like tomatoes, potatoes, corn, beef, peppers. But again, the Mediterranean, anything new is coming. No matter if it is food, if it is ideas, if it is the people, we absorb them. And they are becoming Greeks, our Greek way of life. And that's after all this, when the introduction of all these foods, the Mediterranean character was kept. Next, please. Next, την επόμενη παρακαλώ. So we're going to in 1837, because all these years, it was a common thread. The basic was the Mediterranean triad: olives, grain, and wine. Wine is an integral part of the Mediterranean diet, but this is another story. Then in 1837, a British scholar, Partley, went to Crete, and he spent several months in Crete, and he wrote a book of 500 pages, in which is mentioned the evening meal was a dish of wild greens. In our national guidelines, which they are based on the Mediterranean diet pyramid developed in 1993, in the Greek version we see under the term of vegetables, don't forget the wild greens. So, Parsley wrote that the evening meal was a dish of wild greens, which seems to be their main diet. They boil them and add olive oil, and lemon, of course, but bread, olives, and sometimes cheese complement their meals. A mother will rarely give bread to her child without putting oil on a plate to soak in this liquid of life. I have never seen in the literature a better description for olive oil than these 3 words: liquid of life. Next, please. Then the Rockefeller study, following the demand of our president, asked the Rockefeller Foundation to come to Greece and to help us describe the problem the problem which we have, because Greece in 1948 was a damaged country, followed because, as you may know, after the Second World War, we have a detrimental civil war. And Greece really was in a very difficult situation. So our Prime Minister asked the Rockefeller Foundation to come and to investigate food practices and dietary patterns in Crete and examine the feasibility of raising the standard of living in an underdeveloped area. I have to make a correction. Crete was not an underdeveloped area, it was an economically underdeveloped area. And we'll see why I'm saying that. Next slide, please. After saying several months in Greece, this Rockefeller Foundation, they did an excellent report for every aspect of life. But again, somewhere they mentioned the food consumption level were surprisingly good. On the whole, their food pattern and food habits were extremely well adapted to their natural and economic resources as well as their needs. That means that their dietary habits, they were both healthy and sustainable. It's very well described. And then you see these people, they are not underdeveloped. They are economically underdeveloped. These pictures are from this period by Nellis. Την επόμενη παρακαλώ. And then as Professor Willett, my very good friend, and my husband friends also, Walter, mentioned the 7 country studies. Here, I have to stop for a moment, and I don't know, maybe I exceed the 10 minutes we gave me, Greg, to tell you that in these original 7 country studies, never Ansel Keys, he mentioned about the beneficial effects of olive oil. He was saying that it was neutral. But what he said clearly, he said that the Mediterranean diet is very good as a low-saturated lipid diet. Why I'm mentioning that? Because at that time in Finland, they have a very high incidence of coronary disease. And because it's a very well-organized society and they take under consideration what the scientists, they say, they develop an intervention. And they say, we have to reduce saturated fat. How? No, don't eat butter. Don't eat meat, don't eat lard, but then we need some lipids. What do we have available? Seed oils, perfect solution. And then the whole Finnish population and other, subsequently other Northern European countries, they turn to seed oils. This didn't mean that we in Greece, we have to change our dietary habits, turn and replace olive oil with seed oils and margarines. Subsequently, it was a huge, I was then a very young doctor, it was a huge intervention in Greece. Even the cardiologists, they were supporting the consumption of seed oils. We start cutting the trees, the olive trees. The same happened in Israel and in Cyprus and in Palestine. And then one day here, in the palace of Nestor, a peasant approached me and he said to me, I know you appear in television and you speak about nutrition. Tell me, I cannot eat this seed oil. I have my oil, my Kalamata oil, but they tell me that I have to throw away it and to cook in seed oils. This is impossible for me. Really, I was angry, and then it started my career and my interest for the Mediterranean diet and olive oil. Next, please. Then it was not so easy. And for the very first time I need to persuade everybody in Greece that we have to continue in olive oil, so I needed support. And then you see on the left, Grande Govian, the Spanish colleague, I'm sure that you know him. He was an eminent scientist from Spain, and he was a collaborator also of Vassilis in Minnesota. So when, I don't know how I found him, and he accepted to come. And then it's me, of course, 40, and I don't know how many years ago, 40 years, probably, ago. And then on the right is my husband, who at that time he was, as Walter mentioned, he has close contact with, at Harvard. And then he asked his mentor, Brian McMahon, which was holding, let's say, the position which Frank almost has now in Boston. And we did the very first meeting, olive oil and health. And then we did, next please. And then we needed support, and we tried to also to persuade the foreigners that it was impossible what WHO, World Health Organization, was saying, reduce fat intake to 25%. This was the catastrophe for the Mediterranean diet. And thanks to the work of the Harvard University, which they have proven that fat is not so important for obesity, as it's the type of fat which counts. But then, nothing of that existed. And then we have the very first conference, international conference on Mediterranean diet, and indicatively, the title of the conference was Why, When, and What. We were swimming in unknown waters. Well, next, please. And then it came in 91, finally. The international community started being interested. And you know who was the key factor for this symposium? It was Greg Drescher. And Greg, he came to my office in Athens. At that time, he was a very young, let's say, boy. And then we started a collaboration and friendship till today, and it was created this legendary symposium in 91 in Porto Caras. Next, please. Then you know the story. Then when we try to persuade the international colleagues that, you know, what you are doing, I mean, you have different, you do not take under account our tradition, that we are healthy, what we are eating. You do not know everything, nothing about Greece. And then you decide for us without knowing what we are. And this is a lesson. We have to be very careful. We have to have our own data. And we have to participate in the international committees and when decisions are taken. Nevertheless, I was asked data, you know, in the 80s, in the 90s, in Greece, to provide data for the international scientific evidence. It was very hard, but we succeeded. And it was the very first paper in 1995, and in which we demonstrated that adherence to Mediterranean diet, it was associated with lower mortality. Next, please. And then you have seen the pyramid and this great conference in '93 happened in Boston. Dr. Willett, Dr. Drescher, and many others, they were there, and we developed this pyramid. Next, please. Here is, in this international conference on the diets of the Mediterranean diet, and it's Ansel Key was speaking, and you know, I'm watching him very carefully. Next, please. And then Greece was the very first country all over the world who adopted the Mediterranean diet as our national guidelines. The Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the Ministry of Education, and the Ministry, I think, also of Culture, they adopted, they printed, they distributed everywhere this pyramid, in which also you see that under vegetables is written clearly, don't forget the wild greens. Next, please. Then I want to tell you that in Europe, all many colleagues, and from Spain it was Luis Serra-Mayem, who was very, very active in the decade of the 2000 and in the 90s. And here you see a picture with Anselkis again in one of his several meetings he organized all over Europe, Serra-Mayem, and Denis Fidanza, which was one of the collaborators of Anselkis in the 7-country studies, and my colleague on the right, Anna Ferrolucci, from Istituto Nazionale in Rome, della Nutrizione. Next, please. And then we, the European groups, we developed, not develop, in a way we adapted, we evolved the original 93 Mediterranean diet to this one, which was approved by many scientific institutions all around Europe. And I wish to show you something which you will taste today. In this, besides the wild greens, which is mentioned in the Greek version, in here we added also herbal infusions, not only water. It's something, there are elements, there are characteristics of Mediterranean diet which we, the scientists, we do not take under account. We do not take into account in any of the biological studies the role of wild greens, the fact that we consume a lot of herbal infusion. Next, please. But at the end, and this is the end of the story, the Mediterranean diet has been named the best overall diets for 2025 by the United States News and World Report. Not only because it's healthy, but because it's tasty. Because nutrition is not only calories and nutrients. It's an art, it's a culture, an expression of culture. It's an expression of togetherness. It's an expression of tradition, and it's a pleasure. Should be tasty. And Mediterranean diet has been approved as a tasty diet. Next, please. Oh. I have another one. I don't know, maybe this is the previous version, the one which I added. And then we say there is huge work which has been done in the Mediterranean diet. Then every year, I mean, if you open the PubMed, when you find the new publication, you will see an article on Mediterranean diet. Of course, on this, the group of Dr. Willett was pioneering and instrumental in improving the value of Mediterranean diet. But now there are not hundreds, thousands of, but still we do not know the mechanism. We know to proceed and give emphasis more on genetics and metabolomics. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Antonio. So there we just got several thousand years of the history of the Mediterranean diet in just a few minutes, but it's so important to understand that foundation and some of those major milestones. So at this point, I'd like to introduce Dr. Frank Hu, who is the chairman of the Department of Nutrition at the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health.
Okay, just want to make sure this works. All right, good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure and honor for me to be here. I want to thank the organizers for organizing such a magnificent conference. And what I'm going to do in the next 10, 15 minutes is to talk about the mechanisms that Antonia just mentioned. So how many of you here believe that Mediterranean diet is good for you? Everyone, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't come here. How many of you know why Mediterranean diet is good for you? Some. So the modern nutrition sciences have been very powerful in terms of unlocking the secrets behind the traditional Mediterranean diet. So today I'm going to give you a quick overview about the work we have done in the last 20 to 30 years. Thanks to the pioneering work of Antonia, Walter, and others, nutrition epidemiology has shifted its focus from single nutrient and the single food analysis to dietary patterns like the Mediterranean diet. This was not the case 20 or 30 years ago. At that time, dietary pattern analysis was considered as a new direction in nutrition epidemiology. In our cohorts, we analyzed the association between adherence to Mediterranean diet and a wide range of health outcomes. What we found is that adherence to Mediterranean style diet in the US populations is beneficial for the prevention of diabetes, cardiovascular disease, some cancers, and premature deaths. And then in 2002, Mark McCallum, a doctoral student in our department who was working with water, developed this new diet quality index called Alternative Healthy Eating Index, or AHEI. AHEI has become one of the most extensive studied diet quality index and has also been widely used to evaluate compliance with dietary guidelines and also overall diet quality. And subsequently, many of our studies have looked at whether improvement in diet quality based on AHEI or other diet quality indices is beneficial for the prevention of chronic disease and premature deaths. In our cohorts, we found that a variety of diet quality indices, including AHEI, Alternative Mediterranean Diet Index, Healthy Plant-Based Diet Index, they're all associated with lower risk of cardiovascular disease and mortality, underscoring that there is no one-size-fits-all diet. Healthy dietary patterns like Mediterranean diet can be adapted to different cultures and different backgrounds and different populations. Even though olive oil consumption in the US is much lower than the Mediterranean countries, because of very large sample size and long duration follow-up of our cohorts, we were able to evaluate the associations between olive oil consumption and a variety of health outcomes. And we found that higher consumption of olive oil, according to American standards, not the Mediterranean standard, here we're talking about only 3 to 4 tablespoons of olive oil per week, not per day. It was beneficial for the prevention of diabetes, cardiovascular disease, premature deaths, and even dementia. And another important finding is that increasing consumption of olive oil, even though it's very high in calories, high in fat, is not associated with increased obesity risk. In fact, increasing consumption of olive oil is associated with lower obesity risk in our cohorts. Because of the advances in omics technologies and big data analytics and AI, nutrition research has shifted from traditional black box epidemiology to a systems epidemiology. So using modern technologies like genomics and metabolomics, we can gain deeper understanding of the biological mechanisms, such as your gut microbiome, your genetics, and also your metabolomics. In the past 15 to 20 years, we have been working very closely with our colleagues in Spain, especially Dr. Miguel Angel Gonzalez. We have obtained several NIH grants to incorporate metabolomics and precision nutrition into the PREDIMED trial. This is a review paper we published recently summarizing recent advances in precision nutrition and the cardiometabolic disease. Using the modern technologies, we have been able to identify novel small molecule metabolites in the blood and the urine samples that predict future risk of cardiovascular disease. And we found Mediterranean dietary interventions significantly improved those metabolites, and also Mediterranean diet can mitigate the harmful effects of those metabolites that you can measure in blood samples or urine samples. using the metabolomics data, we were able to develop metabolic signatures of adherence to the traditional Mediterranean diet, first in the PREDIMED trial, and then replicated the signature in the Harvard cohort. And then we analyzed both the metabolomics data and also genetics data. We provided further evidence that adherence to Mediterranean diet is beneficial for the prevention of cardiovascular disease. So this is, I think, a very good example of how we can integrate modern technologies like genomics, metabolomics into large epidemiological studies and also clinical trials to improve our understanding of the mechanisms underlying the beneficial effects of Mediterranean diet on cardiovascular disease. We know that Mediterranean diet is very rich in polyphenols. Most of the polyphenols are not absorbed in the small intestine, but instead are metabolized by gut bacteria, and those bacteria actually can produce bioactive compounds called small molecule metabolites. So you can actually measure those polyphenol metabolites in either blood samples or urine samples. So in this study, we measured several dozens of urinary polyphenol metabolites in Rosa Namula's lab at the University of Barcelona. And we identified several novel polyphenol metabolites that predict lower risk of cardiovascular disease in the PREDIMED trial. So most of this gut bacteria-derived metabolites actually come from traditional Mediterranean foods. They are rich in polyphenols such as extra virgin olive oil and fruits and vegetables, nuts, and also red wine. So this study, I think, provides very strong evidence that polyphenol-rich foods, which are very high in traditional Mediterranean diet, are beneficial for the prevention of cardiovascular disease. And now there is increasing evidence that adherence to Mediterranean diet can also improve our gut microbiome. So there are trillions of bacteria in our gut. They play a very important role in our immune function, in insulin resistance, in energy metabolism, and so on and so forth. So in this study, we found that plant-rich food in the Mediterranean diet can promote healthy bacteria in our gut. And also, eating a variety of plant-based foods can increase the diversity of gut microbiome. And we also found that our gut microbiome, or the bacteria in our gut, can influence how we respond to dietary interventions. So in this study, we found that certain gut bacteria species can improve our response to Mediterranean diet. So it means that there is an interaction or interplay between our diet and our gut microbiome. So we are what we eat, but we are also are what our bacteria eat. So you really have to treat your gut bacteria very well by feeding them healthy foods. And we know that genetics play a very important role in the development of chronic diseases, including dementia. But there is also increasing evidence that our diet can influence your genetic susceptibility to certain diseases. And in this analysis, we found adherence to Mediterranean diet overall reduce the risk of dementia, improve cognitive function. But people who benefit most from the Mediterranean diet are those who carry two ApoE genetic variants. So people who carry those genetic variants at a very high risk of developing dementia, they're 10 times more likely to develop dementia compared to lung carriers. What we found is that those high-risk individuals benefit even more from adherence to Mediterranean diet. So this means that, again, genetics is important, but genetics is not our destiny. We can eat a healthy diet and to be more physically active to reduce or mitigate potential adverse effects of our genes on our health outcomes. Some of you may have heard that this claim that all seed oils are toxic. We should go back to beef tallow or butter. But this is not supported by scientific evidence. And in our cohorts, consuming all plant-based oils is not associated with increased risk of mortality. In fact, consuming olive oil, of course, is the most beneficial in terms of reducing mortality. Even some of the so-called seed oils, like soybean oil or canola oil, actually are associated with lower risk of mortality. And there is no evidence that any of these so-called seed oils is bad for health. On the other hand, higher consumption of butter is associated with mortality. And if you replace butter with those oils, especially olive oil, is beneficial for the prevention of cardiovascular disease. And this was confirmed in the recent analysis by incorporating lipidomics into our large cohort studies. So we found that replacement of saturated fat with unsaturated fat is associated with beneficial effects on your lipidomics, small molecule metabolites, small RCT, and these changes in lipidomics can actually predict lower risk of type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease in large cohort studies. So this is a complex study design. First, we derive a lipidomics score based on a small clinical trial where saturated fat was replaced with unsaturated fat. And then we applied this score to several large cohort studies, including the EPIC Potsdam cohort, the health study, and the PREDIMED. We found that this score, which reflects the beneficial effects of replacing saturated fat with unsaturated fat, actually predict low risk of type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease 10 or 20 years down the road. So this example, I think, provide very strong evidence that replacing saturated fat with unsaturated fat is beneficial for the prevention of cardiometabolic diseases. This is a paper that Greg just mentioned earlier, and this was published in AJCN several months ago, and it's actually free to everyone who wants to download it. So this paper was based on our presentations at the International Olive Oil Council conference last year in Madrid. And I think this is really useful resources for those who are interested in history, evolution, and the scientific advances in the Mediterranean diet. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Hu. And now we're going to go to our next speaker, Miguel Angel Martinez-Gonzalez, who's joining us from the University of Navarra and is also an adjunct professor at Harvard. Miguel?
Okay, thank you very much. It is a great pleasure for me. Sorry, my voice is not in its best shape, but I'll try to do my best for this presentation. It is a great honor and a pleasure for me to be here today. I want to thank the organizers of this interesting conference. I'm so excited for all the meeting with my friends and colleagues. We have been working for a long time. So I will focus just in two aspects of the Mediterranean diet, olive oil and wine. So because Ramon Struck, we have agreed that he will deal with the overall picture of the Mediterranean diet in our studies. So olive oil, do we have randomized controlled trial evidence supporting the role of olive oil? This is the main question, because we cannot go beyond an RCT, a randomized controlled trial. So in randomization, as Rory Collins established here, we overcome potential biases inherent in observational studies. So perhaps when the effects are not very strong, when we have a control group and we assign at random participants, we get rid of many potential problems because in medicine, randomized controlled trials of adequate size are generally required to ensure that we have reached the top of scientific evidence, especially when the effects are not very strong and large observational studies may yield misleading associations. So we need to do something like this. And this is what we done in Predimed, to do a randomized trial. So I will not stop here, but you know, we were we were shipping olive oil for free, like 1 liter a week to 2,500 participants every week. This is meaning 2.5 tons per week during several years. So thanks to the Patrimonio Comunal Olivarero, who provided for free the olive oil. And after 5 years, we were able to assess the risk of hard clinical events. This is unique. And what we found, I am pretty sure that you know very well this slide, was a strong reduction, clinically very meaningful, in the risk of major cardiovascular disease in the group allocated at random to olive oil. So, but perhaps you don't know so well this study by Miguel Ruiz Canela in JAMA. So when we assess the risk of peripheral artery disease, the relative risk reduction was very impressive with olive oil, 68%. Also with nuts, because in another group we provided nuts, the comparator was always the low-fat diet that we were recommending. And also for atrial fibrillation. Atrial fibrillation is an arrhythmia that will develop in 1 out of every 4 persons after 40 years. And only with olive oil we were able to see a reduction in the risk of new cases of arrhythmia of atrial fibrillation. We have conducted another trial, Predimar, and we are very close now to publish the results with patients already with arrhythmia at baseline. And already Frank mentioned this paper by Marta Wash in 2 large cohorts. So the Predimed is the nurses' health study and the health professional follow-up study are the largest studies looking at observational studies looking at olive oil. So Marta Wash here was able to assess the effect of the olive oil in cardiovascular disease. So Predimed is not in isolation. It is also supported by the largest observational study showing that olive oil was associated with a 14% lower risk of cardiovascular disease and an 18% lower risk of coronary heart disease. And also in isocaloric substitution models, olive oil was better than other fats or other culinary fats. And the same can be said about total mortality, with relative reductions on 90% for all-cause and cardiovascular death, 17% lower risk of cancer mortality, 29% lower risk of neurodegenerative mortality, and 18% lower risk of respiratory mortality. We conducted a meta-analysis recently of olive oil consumption and outcome-wide meta-analysis looking at total mortality, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and cancer. And we found a protective association against cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, and all-cause mortality. After assessing 27 studies, and this was for every 25 grams a day of olive oil, we found a 16% reduced risk of cardiovascular disease, 22% lower risk of diabetes, and 11% reduction in all-cause death. Fortunately, almost at the same time that we published this meta-analysis, there was another meta-analysis looking at two of these outcomes, cardiovascular disease and all-cause mortality, and the results were fairly consistent with only small differences. So they were comparing in this meta-analysis the higher versus the lower consumption. So this is for olive oil. What about wine? So, you know, more than 100 observational studies. Wine is highly controversial now, especially. So more than 100 conventional epidemiologic studies have found this. So this is a J-shaped risk pattern in association with the consumption of alcohol, abstention, higher risk than moderation, and the highest risk for heavy consumption of any alcoholic beverage. So Antonia, my good friend, Antonia Tricopolo, did this splendid study of the anatomy of the health effects of the Mediterranean diet. When you remove, what happens if you remove wine in the definition of the Mediterranean diet, you lose a lot of the beneficial effect of the Mediterranean diet. 23.5% of the protection is lost if you remove moderate ethanol consumption from the definition of the Mediterranean diet. We found with the Inés Domínguez, who was a postdoc working with Rosa Lamuela. She also came to Harvard, and with Ramon Struck also, we found using an objective biomarker of wine consumption, all kinds of wine, not only red wine, we found a 50% relative reduction in the risk of major cardiovascular disease. In this case cohort study published this year in the European Heart Journal, you see for a consumption of around 12 to 35 glasses of wine per month that was measured just by the urinary biomarker, we were able to find a 50% relative reduction in the risk of major cardiovascular disease. So this is not related to self-reported consumption, but to objectively measure in biomarker. But very recently, last May, this vignette in the New England Journal of Medicine said that new evidence suggested that any alcohol use can adversely affect health. So they were quoting their reference number 9 was this global burden of disease study published in Lancet 2018, and this was 7 years later. This was the paper published in Lancet, and the comment that no level of alcohol consumption improves health, that was an added commentary in Lancet. So the healthiest level is 0 for everyone. But they forgot that 4 years later, the same group in the same journal published that small amounts of alcohol consumption are associated with improved health outcomes in population that predominantly face a higher burden of CVD. So you need to give a very nuanced message, very specific for age ranges, and also taking into account the drinking pattern. So even within the same group, there is a controversy. So they received, the authors of the vignette received a letter quoting that there was more recent evidence in 2020. So who were the authors of the letter? You can suspect we were the authors of the letter, telling them also that the drinking pattern, so drinking wine, drinking with meals, spreading the consumption all throughout the week was perhaps more important than the absolute amount of ethanol. So even in the in the United States, at the beginning of this year, 2 reports were apparently contradictory. The Surgeon General Advisory Board said no alcohol at all in order to prevent cancer, whereas the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine said that drinking in moderation, that is 2 drinks or fewer in a day for men and 1 for women, have moderate evidence that it lowers all-cause mortality. So again, we have a strong controversy here, but both of them were in agreement that we needed further studies, more research is needed, especially there are no published clinical trials. So also the American Heart Association in this statement said randomized controlled trials are needed in order to solve this controversy. So this is a scandal, you know. These are the largest clinical trials on alcohol, on health effects. They are very well conducted, but they are very small in size and only looking at intermediate markers of disease. So we were fortunate to receive this grant from the European Research Council at the end of 2023. That is called UNATI, University of Navarra Alumni Trialist Initiative. There is a non-inferiority randomized trial testing advice, 2 different advices, one for moderate drinking and another for abstention in current drinkers. Current drinkers from 50 to 75 years old, and everything is done online, remotely. So we are comparing like 2 options. One is to recommend abstention, and the other is to recommend drinking not more than 1 drink per day for women and not more than 2 for men, always with meals, preferring red wine spread all over the week and avoiding binge drinking. So, and the outcome, the trial will last 4 years, and the outcome is a composite of all these diseases associated with alcohol consumption. So we started this, well, the PowerPoint spoiled this, this slide. So we started the recruitment at the middle of 24, and this is the current status of our recruitment. We aim to reach 10,000 people, and the future will say what we find. We are completely agnostic regarding the outcome, but we are doing our best to conduct this trial. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miguel. And now our final speaker is joining us from Barcelona. Professor Ramon Estruch is Professor of Medicine at the University of Barcelona. He's also the chair of our Scientific Advisory Council for the Torribera Mediterranean. Professor Estruch.
Thank you, Greg, for the introduction, and thank you for the audience to be here listening and learning on Mediterranean diet as the healthiest diet. My talk is the last, so I have to complement the information given by especially by Miguel Angel and Franju. So we want to look for the best diet we can recommend to our colleagues, to our patients, to the society. So I want to analyze what could be the pillars of a healthy diet, and the conclusion that the Mediterranean diet is the best. So this is a very important study performed in Harvard, looking for the main lifestyle factors that determine the longevity, so the mortality. And this is do not smoke, to maintain an adequate body mass index, to practice exercise, to drink a moderate amount of alcohol, mainly wine, and also to follow a healthy diet. The problem is what could be the healthiest diet we can recommend to our colleagues, and what could be the basis of this diet. But diet has to be included in a lifestyle, so we look for could be the best lifestyle, but we believe that diet is the best component of the lifestyle. So we have to look for a balanced, nutrient-rich diet, to practice exercise regularly, to maintain and maintain an emotional well-being. This is important to adequate the quality of sleep, to weight management, to avoid harmful substance, to preventive health care, and also it's important sustainability and life purpose in this basis. But as I told you, we believe that diet is really the key of all the lifestyle. And in this sense, there are several studies, this is one of these, that tried to could be the most factors, the burden of disease. In this study was hypertension, but dietary habits is in the second position in this. In other studies was the best. So we have to look for the best dietary habits in order to reduce the burden or kind of burden of disease. This is the American Heart Association recommendations, and also diet is one of the main life essential 8 components for a healthy life. But the problem of diet, I told you, is so many diets, so many foods, so many nutrients that sometimes it's difficult to look for the best that we can use. In this sense, we know that the main components of the healthy diet could be fruit, vegetables, whole grains, proteins, healthy fats, including olive oil, dairies, and alternative. Also, we believe that little amounts of alcohol, especially in wine, is also important components of a healthy diet. And also, we have to limit some components like added sugars, refined grains, etc. But when we look for this, how you combine these components, you look for a dietary pattern. We believe the dietary pattern has a more effect than only to have olive oil in your meals or to drink wine or water. So dietary pattern has a mix of the synergistic effects, all of these in these kinds. So when you look for the characteristics of an ideal diet, we'll have looked for nutrition adequacy, has to be effective in prevention, has to be sustained by high-quality scientific evidence, has to be easy to follow, this is important, has to be affordable, sustainable, and without major commercial interest. In this sense, it's a lot of healthy dietary patterns that we could find: Mediterranean diet, Nordic diet, Dutch diet, Maine diet, vegetarian diet, Okinawa diet, vegetarian diet. So we have a lot of to choose, but we will leave what to do. But you can see here that Mediterranean diet has ranked the first in several rankings, like this of the US News rankings, that Mediterranean is better than Dutch diet and Maine diet. And this is the pyramid, has been already explained, but we have to look for a very well-designed studies to be sure that our recommendations are the truth, and we have to look for randomized clinical trials. One was that performed by the group of Cordoba in Spain, analyzing the effects of a Mediterranean diet, plenty of olive oil, in patients that has had a myocardial infarction, and they found after 7 years of follow-up that the Mediterranean diet, plenty of olive oil, compared to a low-fat diet, decreased in 28% in overall cohort, and 30% the risk of reinfarction or death in these groups. This is a huge effect of protection against cardiovascular disease. In the Predimed has been shown that has been explained very well by Miguel Angel. We saw that in the group of Mediterranean diet, and this was a randomized clinical trial, was a 31% reduction of a composite of cardiovascular outcomes like myocardial infarction, stroke, and cardiovascular death. It was demonstrated with the highest level of scientific evidence that Mediterranean diet, plenty of olive oil and nuts, protects effectively against cardiovascular disease. When you look for a stroke, the results were even bigger. And you can see that in the group of Mediterranean plus nuts was a 50% reduction in the risk of stroke. This is a very big protection against this disease. And we have tried also comparing different types of diets. We are planning to publish it nearly, that Mediterranean diet was also the best to protect against stroke, better than DICE diet, and also than the MIND diet. So, and also in stroke, I think that Mediterranean diet is really the best choice you can recommend. Or DICE diet is also good because reduce hypertension and reduce hemorrhagic stroke. But when you look for a stroke, as overall, Mediterranean diet was better. But we want to know what's happened with mortality. Mortality is the most important variable we can measure in the studies, and we saw in the Predinet that was, after only 5 years, was near 20% reduction of mortality in the group of olive oil. But when you join the both groups of Mediterranean diet plus virgin olive oil and nuts, and we look for protocols, so the people who truly follow the Mediterranean diet versus the people who truly follow the low-fat diet, we found near a 60% reduction of cardiovascular outcomes. This is a terrible number of protection, more than any drug that you can use in these patients. But we are looking for longevity, but we are also very interested in quality of life. In quality of life depend absolutely of your brain function, and we measure from psychological test and functional brain test, the brain function, and we saw that in the group of the hospital clinic that was really a protection against frontal cognition. Frontal cognition is the most important brain function for humans. And you can see that the group of olive oil was a reversion of this disease compared to low-fat diet that was a regression of this function. This could be an anti-aging effect of the group of olive oil, especially in brain function. So we want to maintain your brain functioning quite well. You have to follow Mediterranean diet, plenty of olive oil. We have looked also what happened with cancer, and we saw that was also a very high protection against brain cancer in the group of Mediterranean diet plus olive oil. And when we look for another studies, like the SUN studies performed by Miguel Ángel Martínez in Navarra, and we can see that the people who follow the Mediterranean diet, who truly follow Mediterranean, was a reduction of 30% of all-cause mortality. And again, a very huge study. In this study was in Italy. The group of Giovanni De Gaetano was a 30% reduction in mortality also in the group who truly follow Mediterranean diet. And this is one of the last studies, was only in the States, was a 30% reduction. So Mediterranean diet works in protecting against cardiovascular disease. And another characteristic is the best adequacy for micronutrients. So this is also important. It's a very complete, from the nutritional point of view, diet. And when there is also room to study, because in some studies like this, you can see the small molecules, citrate, creatinine, homocysteine, alanine, also triglycerides, and also amino acids. So there is room on research how to improve the traditional Mediterranean diet. Mediterranean diet is the best, but we can even improve the healthier effects of Mediterranean diet, maybe complementing with some small molecules or changing the proportion of the different of these foods and so on. Mediterranean diet is criticized because it could be expensive, but not always is so expensive if you choose local foods, seasonal foods, etc. You can be sure that you can reduce the price and also be so expensive. And also important is sustainability, and also there are several studies concluding that Mediterranean diet is sustainable for the planet, so we have to look for this. So when you look for what could be the best characteristic of diet, nutrition adequacy, effective of prevention, safe, easy to follow, etc., Mediterranean diet complying with all these items. So the conclusion is that Mediterranean diet should be regarded as the healthiest and most scientific supported dietary plan, promoting longevity, cardiovascular disease, and overall well-being. However, we think that we can improve the quality of and the effect of Mediterranean diet if you include other ingredients for our culture, like berries, cocoa, so foods, tea, and coffee. We share similar antioxidants and inflammatory properties. So we have the best diet, but we have to improve it in the next years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Struck. So we're running a little bit behind, so we're not going to take questions, but our scientists will be here with us for the whole of the conference. You can ask them your questions, and they'll also be leading other workshops and so forth. So we're now going to go to a coffee break, but I want to just give a final round of applause for this wonderful session on the Mediterranean diet. So you'll find the coffee break out the door to the left, and let's be back here promptly at 11:30. Thank you.
Χαίρετε και πάλι.
Hello again, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your coffee and all the Mediterranean delicacies, and I hope that you feel fresher and following this very interesting first session with all the wealth of the scientific knowledge. Now we will proceed to the policy level pertaining to Mediterranean diet. And now we are ready to proceed to the second session entitled Renewing the World Heritage of the Mediterranean Diet, from Government and Academia to Agriculture and the Industry. The speakers are Mr. Kostas Tsiaras, Minister of Rural Development and Food, Stefanos Fotiou, Director of the Office of Sustainable Development Goals at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations and leader of the UN Food Systems Coordination Hub, and Mr. Diego Cangafano, Acting Deputy Director General at DG Agri, European Commission. The moderator will be Mr. Yorgos Tsiros, Managing Editor of Magazines and Special Publications at Kathimerini newspaper. Thank you all very much.
Καλημέρα σας.
Good morning. Esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. In my turn, I would like to warmly thank the Captain Vassilis and Carmen Constantakopoulos Foundation and congratulate all those who worked endlessly on months to organize this important conference. In the next hour, we will talk about the future of Mediterranean diet, but you will allow me to start with a short overview. I belong to a generation that was raised even before the concept Mediterranean diet was introduced in our daily vocabulary. Still, I believe that back then we were eating more like Mediterraneans. Olive, honey, all of these were coming from the villages to our cities. The legumes were prevailing in our daily meals. Fish was not that expensive, and that is why we could eat it at least twice a week, and red meat was reserved only for special occasions. The processed food and the delivery of fast-made meals was not the solution. Ever since, our nutritional habits have dramatically changed. So maybe now is the time to redefine our relation with Mediterranean diet, to remember that it is an investment in our health and at the same time a huge and untapped capital for the sustainable development of our countries. We should realize that the revival and the renewal of the cultural heritage of the Mediterranean diet goes through its values and the protection of these values. There's no Mediterranean diet without the wealth of the local seasonal products. Still, the primary sector is called upon to deal with major challenges and to face the forces of the market that abides by its own rules. Through our publications in Kathimerini newspaper, we showcase excellent efforts of young people that create high-quality products and excel at a global level. The public is thirsty for this type of stories, but I'm afraid that these stories are not the main narrative yet. The future of the Mediterranean diet requires new energy, new vitality, and new knowledge in production. It requires the new generation of producers and the flexible, friendly policies that will support them. It also needs a restaurant sector that serves Mediterranean diet, chefs that are inspired by its culture, professionals that respect price and quality relation. It also needs a new generation of consumers, children who at school will learn experientially what it means to eat with respect to the different seasons. In 20, 30, or 50 years from now, the Mediterranean diet can contribute even more to the prosperity of the next generations, as long as we sow the right seeds today. It is not an easy task. Climate change destroys arable lands, it causes extreme phenomena, and destroys crops. The cost of nutrition keeps on rising, whereas the nutritional culture loses ground in the fast pace of a daily life and the bombardment of information on social media. So what we need is not just to promote a success story, but a true narrative, a common vision that will bring together producers, chefs, educators, citizens, and politicians. I'm sure that what we are going to hear today and tomorrow will enlighten us and inspire us in order to keep alive this unique heritage. I would like to conclude with these thoughts, and I would like to invite to the podium the first speaker who has the political responsibility of the agricultural sector. I would kindly ask the Minister of Rural Development and Food, Mr. Kostas, to come to the podium. Good morning. Dear colleagues in the Parliament, regional governor, mayors, distinguished panelists, I'm delighted that I have the opportunity to take part in a conference on a topic that is a main characteristic of the policy that I have been implementing ever since the first moment I took over the Ministry of Rural Development and Food. And of course, I need to praise the initiative taken by the Captain Vassilis Foundation, because if we truly want to approach the effort that is being made lately, especially in the primary sector of our country, we will realize that we need to associate it with our comparative advantages. It is well known that the discussion on healthy diet is a discussion that during the last few years becomes all the more important, since it has been proven that health depends on the right nutrition. And we know also that lately the Mediterranean diet has become a nutrition model that contributes to the health of humans. And this has been proven by science. Science has assisted us to understand that when we eat properly, when we have all the necessary nutritional ingredients, we will be healthier. Thanks to all this, we promote Mediterranean diet, but at the same time, we need to acknowledge the Mediterranean diet is inextricably linked with what is produced in our country, in Greece. So no matter what approach we follow, the conclusion is that the Mediterranean diet is the suggested nutrition model for today and for tomorrow. And another conclusion is that the Mediterranean diet is not just a nutritional model that includes a series of ingredients that promote human health, but it is a nutritional model that it is linked with tradition. It is a nutritional model that includes some cultural aspects in it, and it is a nutritional model which, to a great extent, is inextricably linked with our country, with our identity. And I believe that very soon, through specific policies that are implemented by the Ministry of Rural Development and Food and by the government in general, we will create friendlier conditions for the production of food that constitute the identity of the Mediterranean diet. There are the proposals and the assistance given by the funding tools of the European Commission, and we're going to use them in order to implement real policies that will strengthen the production of these specific products. And if we had to take a look at the wider picture, the wider framework, we need to acknowledge that Greece needs to showcase its comparative advantages. And in a globalized market where there is something contradictory taking place with what we are doing in the primary sector, we now have the possibility to make this bold step and turn the production towards products that are part of the Mediterranean diet. This is the comparative advantage of Greece. And if we take a look at the Greek primary sector, we will recognize how important it is to link this sector with the production of products that constitute the basic elements of the Mediterranean diet. In the Ministry of Rural Development, we implement a series of policies, like, for example, the call that has been launched for the greenhouses. This is just an example. And in reality, the ministry paves the way. In the past years, we had seen that the greenhouse production and its products maximize exports, especially when this production is linked with basic ingredients of the Mediterranean diet. So we all understand how important it is to maximize this effort in our country. For that reason, and following this call that we have launched, we hope to increase the greenhouse production by 50% in our country, aiming in that way, first, to strengthen the income of Greek producers, Greek farmers, and to create added value for their production, and on the other hand, to strengthen this pillar, which, as I said previously, is a pillar that I deeply believe in, since I believe that it is very important for the Greek primary sector, and this is the turn towards the production of products of the Mediterranean diet. Lately, we have taken a series of initiatives in order to strengthen the oil production bodies, the manufacturing in the primary sector, and to create the necessary conditions that will make the Greek products competitive. But in the globalized market and the globalized reality that we live in, competitiveness is, I would say, a controversial concept, and we know that very well. When there is the possibility to import products from third countries, basically, the competitiveness at European level has to operate under very strict conditions and rules. Competitiveness for Greece should not pertain to the production of mass products of the primary sector, but to the production of quality products. And the quality products are identified with Mediterranean diet. So, to put it differently, the primary sector should operate in a well-organized and well-designed manner so as to produce unique products, to produce quality products, products that can ensure added value. And I believe that we should focus on that exactly in the future if we truly want to create, in this difficult conjuncture that we live in, a primary sector that will be resilient and sustainable. We should not hide behind our figure. We should acknowledge the fact that it is a very difficult time for the European primary sector because the climate change has enormous consequences, that are issues pertaining to the use of irrigation water. There are several different issues that put at risk the production of the primary sector, and that is why we are obligated to turn all our policies to addressing these problems and challenges. For that reason, in the Ministry of Rural Development and Food, we have prioritized the use of the European resources so as to build large-scale irrigation projects around Greece and therefore ensure the resilience of the primary sector. Already at the level of regions, there is the call pertaining to the big irrigation projects. In the beginning of the year, we will have the call for the land improvement projects, and the beneficiaries will be the municipalities, dear mayors. So you understand that we do have a strategic planning in order to deal with the several challenges that we are faced with, challenges that have shown how important it is to set priorities in the Ministry of Rural Development and Food. Still, I would like to tell you that the Mediterranean diet is a basic pillar that will ensure resilience for the Greek primary sector. Anything that is produced in Greece, we know that very well, is part of the Mediterranean diet, and the truth is that strengthening or giving the possibility to that specific sector, that is the production of unique products that are leading the global market to grow further, then we ensure resilience of the Greek primary sector. At the same time, we maximize the income of the Greek producers, and in that way, we manage to implement a comprehensive policy, which to a great extent will be the response to all those major challenges that have emerged, especially lately, and that have to do with the primary sector here in Greece, but also in Europe. From the very first moment, and setting a framework of political priorities, as I said earlier, and apart from the fact that we want to ensure the optimal use of European resources through organizations like OPECP, the agriculture organization, we want to create the conditions that will allow us to take the next steps and keep the Greek primary sector alive. And we will focus on those directions that will give the primary sector all it needs in order to be resilient and sustainable. And Mediterranean diet, through the production of the products of the Mediterranean diet, plays a very important role in this prioritization of policies. I would like to congratulate you on taking this initiative. I hope that this conference and this exchange of ideas will impact the policies that we will implement, but most of all, I hope that we will all be able to create the conditions that will ensure the resilience and sustainability of the Greek and European primary sector.
Many thanks to the Minister, and I'm very happy to give the floor to Mr. Stefanos Fotiou, Director of the Bureau for Sustainable Development Objectives at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations and Head of the Food Systems Coordination Hub of the UN. He will share his thoughts about how Mediterranean traditions can lead to sustainable and resilient diet system. Thank you, Mr. Chiros. You will allow me to speak in Greek, saying that I'm truly happy and proud to be here today. I have been serving the United Nations for 20 years, and it's only the third time that I'm in a Greek conference. Mr. Minister, dear deputies, dear members of the organization of Captain Constantakopoulos and Carmen Constantakopoulos, thank you. I would like to share with you a short story about the way in which we deal with food systems. What we have learned in the past few years from out of the way these systems develop, and of course how they're connected to Mediterranean diet. I would like to finish my story by saying that for me, Mediterranean diet is more than just a diet. It is perhaps a development model and a political model, and I will try through this story that I will share with you to explain why I believe this. Agri-food systems nowadays are not just systems that deal with agriculture and diet. Those are systems of such complexity, documented complexity, that they affect all aspects of our lives. Connecting the agri-food sectors to the environment, to biodiversity, to climate change, this connection is without question. But we have witnessed that the more the complexity of the food system increases, and it does increase because of the attention on them, the more the effect of those systems is on issues such as social protection, dealing with exclusion and poverty, and nowadays I would also say it has an impact on safety, on security systems, on safety systems. Bad food systems that are not able to nourish their people lead to migration, lead to crisis. The revolution, the so-called Arab Spring, was because people protested for the prices of bread. In other words, food systems nowadays are not just a technicality. They are connected to all aspects of human life. And in my mind, this is where the Mediterranean comes in, as it has been established not just as a series of products, but as a system pertaining to culture, to dietary habits, to ways of life. And this comes to show that the Mediterranean diet is the one that could provide a new model of global development that would lead to sustainability. But there is one core problem here. We've heard about it in the speeches this morning. I learned a lot, by the way, but I would like to sort of challenge these thoughts, and it has to do with the cost of what we call healthy dietary habits. In fact, we have seen that this cost keeps increasing. And the paradox is that when it comes to Europe, Southern Europe, so countries such as Greece, Italy, Spain, Portugal, have 50% higher cost in their healthy diets than in the rest of Europe for the same basket of food products. This is something that economic science explains, but I must say that in Southern Europe nowadays, for a four-member family to have healthy diet, it needs to spend 520 euros per month. You can imagine what that means in terms to their income. So what we are calling Mediterranean diet models are not as affordable as they used to for the main population. Why is that? Because agri-food systems and in the way in which they function nowadays, and we are talking about the large-scale productions, not about the small countries of the South, they create immense external costs. In fact, we made research about the hidden costs of agri-food systems. Dear Minister, what would you understand? What would you say if I could demonstrate that in Greece? Every year in your ministry, you would have 6 billion euros more only by dealing with the pollution due to fertilizers, the nitrates, as you know, and the climate change. If we were to address this, you would have 6 billion more. How much do you get from the European Union each year? 3 billion. So you would have double the figures simply by dealing with what kills the soil and ultimately creates adverse effects for people. So the total costs, if you are interested, of bad habits, nutrition habits, in Greece, combined with the environmental medical costs, is about 22 billion euros. It is a huge number. But I am optimist by nature because we see that solutions do exist. Those solutions are to do, first of all, with properly addressing nutrition cost. We need to place the price that includes all those external factors to the diet. We need to take them into account. There are products nowadays, food products, that are too expensive for the calorie value they add. For example, fruits and vegetables are very expensive if we compare this to their calorie input. And there are other materials that are very cheap, and they are not the ones that account for a healthy diet. We need to look at this very carefully. I do understand that pricing of agricultural products and food products is a free market issue, but we know that there can be policies, and there are policies, for example, on the labeling of products. There are many methods, such as the NOVA method, where we have the 4 points, and other methods that could promote healthy products. Agroecology is a very important aspect that is very suitable to small production, to small countries such as Greece, and it could offer small and medium-sized producers, help them have a better response to markets that demand this. We also observe around the world, and I'm very happy to have witnessed it here in Greece in a workshop that I was attending yesterday, that the younger generation, the new generation, does tend to move towards agriculture as a profession. Because this is a problem around the world. They used to think that agriculture is not a lifestyle profession and they shouldn't go there. I'm happy to see this change. So there are solutions. And those solutions can demonstrate that the Mediterranean diet is a place that encompasses every aspect. For me, the true power of the Mediterranean diet and of this idea is that it is not about some small parts, but it is a systemic approach that deals with cost of nutrition, social protection that are very serious issues, healthy diet, and it looks at them as a system. It addresses them as a system. There are three risks in the way in which we can try to approach this system and create this system. One is that we have sort of lost contact of politics and science. I've heard very interesting things this morning, but I would like to know how many of those studies have, at the end, constituted the basis of policies, of laws. And unfortunately, this disconnection between science and politics becomes even worse through the social media, where some people, some self-proclaimed specialists say things that, as the professors this morning said, are not valid. The second danger that I see is the highly processed foods, because the highly processed foods are not just connected with the dietary problems, but they are also within a logic that would like to delete Mediterranean diet, because it only looks at short-term profit, while Mediterranean diet is not about the short-term profit, it's about long-term development. So we need to understand that financial profit is one thing, financial development and development is another. The third risk that I see is that in many many aspects of decision making on agri-food, we lack democracy in certain ways. We'll see that small-sized producers do not have a voice in these processes. And it's very important that when we're talking about Mediterranean diet, about communities, we need to alleviate, to remove these obstacles. I believe that this effort that you're making today is commendable. And all I can say on my end is that the messages that I will take with me today will not remain here in the 500 people who are here and in my head, but that I will spread the word to anyone who is involved in policy making. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fotiu. You gave us lots of food for thought, and now it is an honor to welcome Mr. Diego Cangafano, Acting Deputy Director General, DG Agri European Commission. He will share with us his own view about the way that the agri-food sector can enhance and ensure competitiveness.
Kalimera. I would like to first of all thank the organizing team for inviting me to be here. I also want to organize the Greek authorities in the panel and in the meeting room. I am delighted to be here in Kalamata. I myself, I am a lawyer. I spend my days with lawyers and people from political science, economists, and here is full of doctors. I am so happy to share some time with doctors finally. So thank you for that. I tell you who I am because it's my first time. I've never been in your previous meetings in Barcelona. And I work in the European Commission for 34 years now. And I do basically three things. We finance agricultural research. We finance promotion of exports. And we also approve geographical indications. I have a team of 100 people working for me, and my budget is roughly 700 million per year. So we spend 500 million on agricultural research and 200 million in promoting European exports. I spend my days traveling all around the planet to promote European food. And the good news is that European food exports are going really well, really well. We are exporting more than ever. So we Europeans, we have a trade surplus of several billion euros. That's the line in blue. And we're exporting basically wines, cheese, olive oil, chocolates, processed food. And we import what we don't have in Europe. We import coffee, tea, ananas, papayas, mangoes, and soya, basically. But the trade surplus is very, very positive. And I always ask myself, why are we so successful in the European Union exporting food? And I'll be blunt, because we are the best of the planet making food and drink. I do believe, let me be very clear, we are not the best of the planet on many other things. On many other things, some other continents are much better than us. But making food and drink, I do believe that we are the best of the planet. And normally I use three arguments in support of my pleading. First of all, we are the old continent. We've been producing food since centuries. Even here, I'm happy to say that here in Greece, I mean, when you talk about wine, even the Greeks had some god of wine, Dionysius, and the Romans had Bacchus. So we've been producing food for ages, for the kings, for the queens, for the emperors in the monasteries. And so being the old continent gives us this huge advantage compared to other places. Second, we have good weather. We have good weather in Europe. And look at what we have in Kalamata. And the third great advantage is that we take seriously public health. In Europe, you can eat in the street, you can drink in the street. I don't know you, but I go to some places and I like to drink water in a bottle, and I don't eat in the food because you could be poisoned. We take seriously public health, and as a consequence, more and more non-Europeans want to eat and drink like we eat in Europe. I'm going to use now a fourth argument, which is what I'm learning today. We are the owners of the Mediterranean diet, and therefore I think we also have to export this fantastic food that we produce here. Now, what I see in my traveling is that we do have a Mediterranean diet, very popular, but there is a globalization of food going on, more and more globalization of food. I always say the same example. When I was a kid, there was no sushi in my hometown in Spain. And now you have sushi everywhere. The first time I went to Japan, after 3 days eating Japanese food, I was so desperate that I wanted a pizza. There were no pizzas in Japan. If you go now to Japan, you find pizzas everywhere and Greek wines in all the supermarkets. There's a certain globalization of food, which doesn't mean that it's enough to be proud of ourselves. I like very much what Professor Struck said this morning about we don't have the monopoly of all the good things. We don't. There are very nice things outside Europe as well. And I think we have to also combine this fantastic Mediterranean diet with some other ingredients which happen to be outside the European Union to be also successful in our model of exports. So why are we all successful? Because we have the history and we have these famous geographical indications. I am the person in the Commission dealing with the geographical indications. We have in the European Union 3,600 geographical indications, more than 3,000. And out of those 3,000 here in Greece, you can be proud, and here in Kalamata, in Greece, you have 283 geographical indications. And when I'm here, I have to mention, of course, the very famous Kalamata olive oil, the Kalamata, also your wines, Messina, Pilia, Trifilia, also. You have plenty of geographical indications, and that's very important because we have to protect them because people outside the European Union, they want to, I guess I said before, eat and drink like we eat, but they want to eat authentic products coming from the European Union. And therefore, we have all interest to protect our legacy. So I'm happy to be here today because I do believe that and I very heard carefully what I said before between the link between science and politics, which I entirely agree with my predecessor. So I think it's a collective effort that we're having here. So we have policy officials that we need to have a modern regulatory framework. A lot of people of academia here with new insights. Farmers, we need to protect farmers, and also industry. And all of us, we have to boost this fantastic European agri-food that we have here. Now, let me tell you some news which may be interesting for you. We have a campaign. I run basically 200 million euros per year to promote European food. And by the way, Greece is one of the best clients we have. Greece is using this money of promotion. So what we do is we organize competitions, and the best projects are financed by us to promote exports, food exports, either in the European Union or outside. And the good news is that now this year I'm going to have more money, and so roughly 200 million to boost exports. But the novelty is the line below. So my president has made an announcement a couple of weeks ago, where she said that we're going to launch a campaign with 35 million euros called Buy European Food Campaign. So in the next 2 years, we're going to spend the money inviting Europeans to buy European products. Now, this campaign will be very much done with the 27 member states. Why? Because diet here in Greece is different from the diet in Finland or some other places. But I'm taking a lot of lessons today, but if you have some ideas on what should we do in terms of promoting European food, please write them to me, because all this is in the making. We will start next year, very likely, and again, we wanted to make it a big success. While I'm here talking about European food, let me mention something as well. So the figures are good, but we still have a huge margin to improvement. I remember I'm going to say that here, in the heart of the olive oil. I was 3 years ago in Indonesia, Jakarta, trying to promote also olive oil. And we gave one olive to an Indonesian lady. She was frightened. She was scared. It was the first time in her life that she could see an olive oil. First time in her life. So when she brought the olive oil trembling to the mouth, and I said, "You're going to like it, don't worry." She was like, so I make this because Indonesia is a huge country with a huge population, and they have very little knowledge about olive oil. And we heard this morning how wonderful olive oil is. So I know I still have a lot of things to do in order to boost European food. And that's basically what I wanted to do today. So from the European Commission, we are committed to boost European food and Greek food in particular. And we are aware of the value of the Mediterranean diet. It was said this morning. And as also it was said this morning, it's a world heritage, and together we can protect it. So again, thank you very much for your attention. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ναι. Ακούγεται τώρα?
We will move on to some questions. Out of journalistic curiosity, I would like to... So I will begin with you, Mr. Minister. We can see that science and technology open us to a lot of opportunities in the agri-food sector. At the same time, there are certain career orientation studies, and we see that the younger generation is reluctant to work in agriculture, and there are many open positions there. How can we make working with the land more attractive to the younger generations to ensure the future of agriculture? I think that you are addressing one of the key issues that we have in the primary sector, not just in Greece, but in Europe as a whole. It was mentioned earlier, but Mr. Fotia will repeat it. we are wondering a lot about the low appeal the primary sector has for young people. It is true that it is hard work, because in order to understand it, we need to explain the whole context. So the primary sector, through proper work, proper management, it can yield significant income for the people working in it. On the other hand, it is truly hard work, which to a great extent is not in line with the social model that is prevalent in recent years, not just in Greece, but in Europe as well. This is why we all probably know that the first priority of the European Union in view of the new program period, the new financing period of the CAP, is how to approach and how to attract younger generations to the primary sector. So it's not a Greek problem, it is a European problem. So what are we doing, in the present at least, to be able to attract young people in agriculture? First of all is to provide funding from the European Union. This is why we have the Young Farmers Program, which goes up to 45,000 euros funding for a young farmer who wants for the first time to become a farmer. Then we have improvement schemes, specific ones, proposals that are being announced from time to time in order to utilize funds from the European Commission and to enable more young people who want to work in the primary sector, so that we allow them to have significant financial support in order to be integrated, to operate, and to be resilient in this sector. It is very important, and we all need to understand that the primary sector, not only in Greece, but in the European Union, I might say, its survival and its strong position cannot but be a top priority, a top political priority. I agree with Mr. Fotiu that there is a disconnection between politics and the food sector, but we need to be very specific and very well focused towards the direction we want to move on. A strong primary sector, European primary sector, will create self-sufficiency in most democracies in Europe. It allows social cohesion on all lengths of the European countries. A strong primary sector, in addition to securing sufficiency of food, it creates added value, since quality products, especially when we're talking about Mediterranean diet, olive oil, olives, feta, all PDO products that have an identity, that are closely linked to our tradition, that come as complements of a very specific cultural, civilizational model of how a Mediterranean country can function. They also defend the European Union as a whole through the efforts undertaken in past 10 years against all these challenges that we are faced with in the past years. Mr. Fotiu, I will move on to you. So last week we had the Gastronomos Magazine Festival in an emblematic restaurant, Itinos, and she was describing that she could find it. A chef who described that in the past she could find everything in the local market. Now she wants, when she's looking for quality materials for her kitchen, products are scarce, and it's becoming more and more difficult to find raw material locally. How can we protect the variety, the wealth of the local varieties? That another example is the dry tomato of Santorini, which is becoming scarce because cultivations are abandoned or become scarce. But these are the cultivations that add color to our food basket. What can we do about this? First of all, I will complement So, Mr. Minister, you said it's not a Greek problem, it's a European problem, and I will add it's a global problem. Many countries that are considered developing people want to become farmers. We need incentives, but we should also look at youth entrepreneurship in farming through programs that change the image of young farmers in society. We need to make the role of farmers known and acknowledged around the social sphere. This is very important. As regards the products that you mentioned, the products that are disappearing, I as well will say that it's been 15 years that I haven't eaten peaches because they don't taste as they used to. A lot of products connected to our childhood memories were developed through a symbiosis of agricultural production with the environment and the biodiversity. And they are the result, the outcome of some not artificial changes, but mutations that took place in nature. So when a large part of the biodiversity and the purity of the environment is lost on one hand, and on the other hand, we see an industrialization of the agri-food sector that takes very particular products, wants them in very specific dimensions so that the end product is more profitable, then we lose all those small varieties. What was this special, this unique color of our diet? We need to have policies that, on one hand, protect, safeguard the agri-food sufficiency, because nowadays we see that sufficiency is a national security issue, is becoming a national security issue. A lot of countries connect food sufficiency with the national security. And so at the same time, we should preserve the natural environment and biodiversity. Why am I saying this? Because we have started to ignore that a lot of the profit that we have in many sectors of the economy, the agri-food sector, the tourist sector, are derived from the existence of a specific natural environment. I said, Mr. Constantakopoulos, that I spent one night in Costa Navarino, and on the next day, we booked our rooms for the year to come. Your hotel is one of the most beautiful I've seen in the world, but it's not just about the hotel, it's also about the environment. This is what makes it unique. So if we take the environment out of the tourist and the agri-food sector, then we will lose in all aspects, in agri-food and in tourism. So we shouldn't ignore the environment. And as a close, I would like to say that us as scientists make a mistake when we describe what viable, sustainable development is. We had a nice diagram with 3 circles that said economy, society, environment, and sustainable development was somewhere there in between this small triangle created by these 3 circles. I think this is a big mistake. Sustainable development cannot be a small thing that is isolated from the rest. The new opinion, the new view is that we have 3 homocentric circles. The big one is the environment and biodiversity, the aspects that allow us to develop socioeconomic systems, and then another circle, which is the economic systems. When we view development in this sense, then we will be successful. Mr. Kanga, a lot of discussions take place in Europe on simplification of processes in the CAP, the Common Agricultural Policy, about making them more accessible, more friendly to farmers, and about the tools they provide. In your opinion, is this feasible? Is this possible without threatening the essence of policies? And what would this mean for the people who work on land, on agriculture?
Thank you very much for the question. And before replying on simplification, let me comment on the previous questions on generation renewal. The Commission is going to make its strategy public in the next 15 days. So I'll reply to the issue of youth renewal. Yes, we are working on simplification. We have already approved legislation last year. We are about to approve a further package of legislation and simplification in the next few weeks and months. And we as Commission, we are committed to make things simpler. Now, having said so, two remarks from my side. Can we do that alone? No, we have to do it together with the Member States. And part of the problem we're seeing is that part of the complexities is not only the European Commission or the European Union in general, it's rather because of national and regional legislation. So I think doing simplification at European level without doing it at national level is just half of the work, so it should be a collective effort of the European Union and its member states. Second, the red line, I mean, we can do, of course, simplification without changing the policy line. It was your question. There is one very difficult issue, which is when there is fraud. When there is fraud, you have to pay attention because we want public money to be spent properly. And sometimes when you simplify too much, you're opening the door to practices which are not in accordance with what we want. So we have to be clever in making simpler life to people, yes, of course, reducing paperwork, making farmers work in the farm and not so much in the papers. But to find the line to make it at the same time while you protect public money, it's a bit tricky. And we are working on that. And again, but it's not only for the Commission and the European Union in general. We believe it has to be done together with the Member States and the regional authorities.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Κύριε Υπουργέ, να γυρίσω.
Mr. Minister, I will come back to you since we are in Messinia, and we'll talk about the pillars of Mediterranean diet, the liquid gold, the olive oil. Extra virgin olive oil bottling percentages are low in Greece, and this robs us of plus values of many millions of euros. How can we reverse that? Very good question once again, and I'm saying this because it is combined with a key question. Why can't we create the best added value plus value for our products in Greece? Because indeed bottling standardization has not reached the desired levels. And even though effort is continuous through calls announced every 1 or 2 years from the General Secretary out of EU funds about modernization, in which standardization and bottling are included, the progress of these efforts is not the expected one. Recently, we have been trying through a series of policies and steps of planning, we have been trying to turn this production towards standardization, as this would allow us to secure an identity for our products. For example, for Messinia, we know how high a quality Mediterranean olive oil is and what an appeal it can have to the European markets, creating immense plus values for producers and for the local society and economy. So we were planning to have an olive cultivation registry already today, but we will have it next year. Next year, the olive cultivation registry will be fully operational because we want to, and it will be announced together with the new olive harvesting season. So we need the cooperation of producers. We need to have complete recording, registration of the olive sector, of the total of production. You do understand that this is a step towards increasing standardization and bottling and ultimately having this added value, this plus value. This is the moment where we need to understand that even though Greece is a country that produces products of very high quality, they can only play a role in this branding on a European and global level that our country attempts only if they go through identity, specific identity, and standardization, packaging, bottling. The funds are there, the tools are there. It is possible to do so. It's up to us, up to the producers, up to everyone working in standardization to take the next step with the assistance of the Greek state.
Δεν γνωρίζω πόσο χρόνο έχουμε.
I do not know how much time we have. Let's see if there are questions from the audience. I heard with great interest the very interesting and insightful presentations. I'm not an economist, I'm not a politician, I'm a simple consumer. I go to the farmer's market every week. I'm a fan of the farmer's market. And I believe that this is a very simple solution if we want to assist biodiversity, the environment, the consumers. Prices there are affordable. I usually go around at around 1 in the afternoon when prices are lower. I can still find there the small fishes, 4 euros per kilo, because Mediterranean diet it never was the food, the diet of rich people, but it tends to become one. But at the farmers' market, we need to support local production. We should produce locally and consume locally. And the people who sell products in the farmers' market, they should abide by specifications. We should not see lemons, fruits, products from other countries. We should only see producers that come from 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers from the farmers' market in which they are selling. Some years ago, there was a program about cooperation with the society so that they use and promote local products. Thank you. I will not hide behind the fact that the operation of farmers' market is within the scope of the Trade Ministry, but I will say that you are correct in saying that efforts take place to support producers through our cooperation with the Development Minister, Mr. Theodorikakos, as well, so that we can install the possibility to have on different days farmer markets of producers alone, not of merchants. Of course, as you understand, a lot of issues are the result of global market trends. So importers of third country products are part of EU policies, but what we need to do is to also raise awareness in consumers. So it is consumers themselves that should understand, and we should help them understand how important it is that they support their own products, that they keep in their choices the range of products in the Mediterranean diet, and I think this is where the answer lies.
So I am a great fan of local products, but please don't consider local products as enemy of imported products. All the coffee we drink in Europe is imported, all. Can you imagine for a second life without coffee? Can you imagine life without tea? So we have to enhance local production, yes, but in Germany there are no oranges. In Germany, there is no olive oil because the weather in Germany does not allow to have olive oil. So thanks God, you export olive oil to Germany. So to me, when I see this idea of the local production, I entirely agree, totally. But we have to be careful because we also have interest in having some global markets because, again, we need things that we don't have in the European Union, and coffee is the best example. I know some countries that if they don't drink coffee, they get mad, literally. In Europe, talking about Italians, for example. Can you imagine Italians without coffee? It's a contradiction in terms. So we really need some inputs of some produce. That's what I want to say, in addition, of course, to local and seasonality.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Είμαι ο Περικλής Μαντάς, είμαι βουλευτής.
My name is Periklis Mandas. I am a member of the Greek Parliament. I would like to ask Mr. Kanga, because your presentation was very interesting, especially what you mentioned about your love for the olive tree and the olive oil and the efforts that you are making. So in Messinia, we have the PDO olive, which is protected for many years, has been protected. Unfortunately, the state in the past few years, the ministers before the minister who is here with us today, took some actions mainly for domestic reasons, and they registered in the international list of varieties the word Kalamata as a synonym of the Kalamata olive. As a result, anyone producing on the planet Kalamata olives, they can use the Kalamata name, which means that in essence they undermined the PDO of our area, the PDO product of our area, misleading consumers in Europe and in third countries, where this unique product that for many years was known and enjoyed protection is now threatened from markets of third countries, especially such as Turkey, Egypt, and other countries that have entered in the production in the past few years. So my question is, since we want to support European product as much, I saw the motto of Ms. von der Leyen saying that we should support European products. So what could Europe do so that we are able to make these products, our products, stand out, protect them from other products of other countries that try to copy them, and how can we help preserve the added value of these products and make them more appealing to farmers?
All interest in the protection of the Kalamata PDO, which is what you have, and you have a logo for that. If I were your government, I would try to boost the international protection of your geographical indications, including your PDO. And if I were you, I would use the money that we have for the promotion of European food. I mentioned before, we have some money specifically for those of you who have geographical indications. And that would allow you to boost your product, really the original, not the fake one, the original in some other third countries. But when we don't have an international agreement with a third country, there is very little we can do. If we don't have this protection, there's very little we can do. We can protect you inside the European Union. We can protect you when we have international agreements. But when we don't have international agreements, there's very little we can do. So I think your country has interest in promoting a network of international agreements to protect not only your name, feta, and some others.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Πρέπει να τηρήσουμε το πρόγραμμα. Είμαι σίγουρος ότι οι ομιλητές μας, τους οποίους...
Thank you very much. There's another question. My name is George Karabatos. I represent the Roots of the Olive Tree Cultural Organization. It is a question that has two directions. One is that one is about European policies and the other about national policies. My question is, the villages where by villages we mean the small Greek villages, rural areas in Greece, all our traditional products were mainly produced there. Villages right now face demographic issues, and they slowly die, not just in Greece, around Europe as well. The question is, when European policies are difficult, we blame national governments. When national governments have a hard time, they blame the European Union. And I am asking, we have camps of immigrants and refugees that just sit there, and we're looking for ways to send them away. Why can't we have a school that trains these people? The know-how is here, and we could cover such needs both in tourism, in the primary sector. So why don't we have European policies and funding for this issue, which goes beyond words and discussion with the minister? Why don't we have a European policy for all immigrants and refugees who can get funding, go live in the villages, and work in these sectors, because this will also help us save our villages that are now dying and disappearing. Thank you. the aspects of refugees, immigrants is different, but I understand that you are connecting your question to the lack of workers in the primary sector. This is the essence, because at this point we are seeing the rural areas being abandoned. We see the villages become smaller and disappearing. We could have a discussion personally, but also in public, about all the reasons. This is not a simple issue, but I will say, if you ask my opinion is not that the problem is not the demographic. It's not about the difficulty of the work. It's about a social model that has been promoted and adopted by the major part of the society, and this draws young people away from the villages. You are correct in saying that this is a problem for Greece and for Europe as well. We are attempting a series of policies that will allow us to open the door. We are cooperating with the Ministry of Labor to open the door to people from third countries that would come to Greece and work in Greece, but immigration as an issue, it's a more complex one, and in the past few years it's becoming different. Interventions are attempted that have nothing to do with what was the case in the previous decades. Things are better, things are more positive, and even views to which you, such as those you mentioned, are being discussed by this thing that it is within the context of a more global and cohesive European policy. So let us close here. Thank you all for your answers, and thank you all.
Να ευχαριστήσω και εγώ τη σειρά μου όλους τους.
I would like to thank all the speakers for the excellent presentations and discussion. It was a very enlightening discussion that allowed us to understand all the policies on a European and a national level, all the challenges. We will now move on to the final session before the break. We talked about health and diet, we talked about policies, so we will now move on to we will slowly move on to the next session, a different point of view, the point of view of culture. So we're moving on to the third session about looking back, looking forward, cultural exchange and evolution around the Mediterranean kitchen. I will invite the moderator, Mr. Michael Sperling, to take the floor, and the speakers, Noga Rika, special expert of the Florence School of Governance, Mr. Jack Davis, Professor of Greek Archaeology from the University of Cincinnati, Ms. Evi Margaritis, Associate Professor in Environmental Archaeology at the Science and Technology in Archaeology and Culture Research Center at the Cyprus Institute, and Ms. Vili Fotopoulou, the Director of Neuroarchaeology. Please take your seats at the podium.
Great. Well, it's great to be here, of course. At CIA, we have such a deep commitment in the creation and our partnership with the Torribera Mediterranean Center of this amazing conference that now has so many years of iteration and so many more to come. So this panel, as was mentioned, does move us in a little bit of a different direction. Looking back, looking forward, cultural exchange and evolution around the Mediterranean kitchen. What the Mediterranean eye does and should constitute in today's food and cultural landscape is an increasingly well-articulated domain, as we have been hearing, contributed to in many areas, but also through the applied scholarship that we've heard now in many editions of the Tomorrow Tastes Mediterranean Conference. This particular panel, however, attempts to bridge present developments with the past, illustrating the evolution around the Mediterranean kitchen and its seminal contributions. A few central questions that will be explored by the panelists today include: how do we understand both the realized and intangible heritage of the Mediterranean diet with its current global interest and reach in the historical context of its cultural, nutritional, archaeological, and agricultural legacies? In our present context, how much does the Mediterranean diet represent a distinct, practiced dietary pattern and/or an aspiration that informs a wide array of dietary choices and preferences? And does its greatest value lie in specific recipes and preparation techniques, food sourcing and nutritional guidance, or in a sensibility that more generally influences people's approach to food products, cultural customs, and eating? We have 4 distinguished panelists to share their insights on these questions and many more questions, to be followed by some general discussion amongst them and with all of you. So let's jump right in. The first comments will come from Noga Arica, who is senior expert at the Florence School of Transnational Governance, not translational, transnational governance, at the European University Institute in Florence, Italy. I'll also say I'm not going to give you long bios for each of the presenters. Rather than taking up time for that, you have that link in your programs, and they can share some highlights from their bios that may be relevant. But let's begin with Noga.
Hi, it's great to be here. Thank you to all the organizers for this and for including me. I am a bit of an outsider from this field, as I'm a philosopher, historian of ideas, a bit of the long interest in food and food history. Is there the way to get the slides? Oh, thank you. So I want to start with a bit of a provocation. It works. The local and the age of the global. I want to start with this because we have to think that the Mediterranean, of course, as we have to ask what it is exactly we're talking about. Where does it begin? When does it begin? Historically, geographically, culturally, economically. I think this is going to be discussed, of course, with the archaeologists here. There's a historical reality that does overlap also with a kind of branding that is much more modern and contemporary. In this regard, I want to ask, what is exactly tradition when we're talking about tradition? Isn't it invented at some level? What is invention of tradition? I'll go back to that in a minute. Just the quick map of ancient Mediterranean, at least one moment of it. When you see, of course, the exchanges of cultures, we're talking about exchanges of cultures and languages. As Claudia Roden, the wonderful, whom I suppose many of you know, the wonderful writer and historian of food and of great cookbooks, one of her recent ones, Med, which talks about the great variety of Mediterranean cuisine, which you can see reflected in the map just before here. Sorry, oops, I wanted to go before. There we go. The Mediterranean cuisine, of course, is not exactly one thing, and I will go back to this in a minute as well. We're talking about extreme variety of cultures, of religions, of course, geographies. There is a constant, we agree with this. Olive oil perhaps would be, as we said, as was seen before, the kind of binding element, but there are many, many there's a great variety to what we're talking about here, and I think this is something we need to bear in mind. I'm presenting you with a bit of text which you can look at for yourselves or take pictures of it. I'm not going to obviously read aloud what is written here, just a point of departure. I want to also provoke a little bit about the idea of origins, the idea of that goes together also the idea of tradition, which needs to be parsed a little bit, maybe even philosophically. There's a wonderful recent book by the great Italian food historian Massimo Montanari, whose recent book by the history, a little story of spaghetti al pomodoro, which we associate with Italy and this typical Italian food, also branded more recently. And he kind of, again, parses, historically analyzes the origin, both of pasta, the history of pasta in Italy, and of course, well, we know, obviously, tomatoes are much more recent accretion. But he talks about this, I think, very interesting idea that beware the idolatry of origins and of original traditions, because there is no such thing really as a recipe made of one thing or a tradition made of one thing. There's always been travels between, of course, as also was observed just before, there's always been exchanges of ingredients. They've always traveled, even in, of course, also in antiquity, to a great deal. Just as there always has been the valuation of local ingredients. You see, for example, Bartolomeo Sacchi, the Renaissance humanist who wrote one of the great cookbooks of the Renaissance, the Onesta Voluptate Valutudine, talking about the great carrots of Viterbo, the hens of Padova, and much more. But still, as Montanari says, a recipe is made of mixes, dynamic mixes. And there is no recipe, no dish, no proper eating of products aren't combined. A tradition can't be from one place. And the provenance of it, the territorial greatness, the DOP we were talking about before, only makes sense because products circulate. Otherwise, you wouldn't need it. That's something we need to bear in mind as well. Thank you. Have you been hearing me so far? Yes. Okay. Thank you for that. So just another map. We love maps. I mean, I love maps, a historical map of the Mediterranean, just to always remember where we are. I talked about inventing traditions. That's something that there's a essay, a famous book edited by the Marxist historian, late historian Eric Hobsbawm, Inventing Traditions. And what is exactly a tradition? He talks about the values and norms of behavior by repetition, which automatically implies a continuity with the past. Thus, continuity is also constructed. He talks about this contrast between the constant change and innovation of the modern world and the attempt to structure at least some parts of social life within it as unchanging and invariant. So this is something that we need to also think about. There's a fabrication, the cultural need as well, that changes according to time, to the centuries, and to the cultural, economic, social moment. It's something we need, again, I'm saying this as a provocation. Again, think of tomato as so crucial, so central to Mediterranean diet, which of course did not exist in Europe before the 16th century. Let's remember this. The history is important. It matters. We'll see that more in this panel. So local traditions are kind of product of material context, agricultural conditions, and so on. But they overlap now, certainly. The cultural continuity we're talking about overlaps with what was talking about before with Stefano Sotiu, the loss of knowledge of seasons, varietals, of species diversity, industrialization of food, which overtook local agricultural conditions in modernity, mass global distribution, and so on and so forth, the mass iteration of ingredients shaped for longevity. He was just addressing this before, and I think this is really important to remember this when we're talking about the Mediterranean diet, because what is it we're eating exactly? You know, the loss of a variety of seeds and so on and so forth, diverse from seasonal, even knowledge of what is in season when, that's something that we need to think about. Obviously, local doesn't mean everything, as also was picked up before. International trade has always existed. That's something, again, we need to think about. Culinary borders are artificial. So Mediterranean is a geographical entity, wide climactic cultural variations, an amalgam, a construct. I think this is, again, something we need to maybe remind ourselves of. At the same time, it is suggestive of something that is real, what we're talking about. I mean, this idea of the citrus, the olive, the fig, milk and honey, the fertile, lush lands. This is true. We want to preserve it. We want to cultivate it. So there is this virtuously local, non-globalized industrial fare is what we are after, what we want to preserve for the sake of today and for tomorrow. Just this is actually a market in Fethiye, in southern Turkey, a couple of summers ago when I was there. I just wanted to give this an example. This is Turkey, the Mediterranean diet, very present there, not European, and obviously very much part of what we're talking about. Something that was addressed before, and this is relevant to what we're talking about as well, the globalization of the Mediterranean diet, which became a brand in 1775. Mediterranean diet is an American term. We talked about this in the first panel. It was exported, really accelerating, by Elizabeth David in the 50s to the UK when you couldn't even find garlic properly. Alice Waters, famously, Chez Panis in San Francisco, the farm-to-table movement, the locavore movement. That's kind of more of an Anglo-American movement, so which tends to recuperate what was lost in global capitalism. Do I have an extra minute? I need an extra minute. And I think we talk about the local, it corresponds to this longing of the uprooted for roots, in the sense of the global for the local, very typical of really what, in a sense, is what the well-heeled urbanites and global big cities want the local farm-to-table food, which is indeed costly, as was pointed out before, and it really shouldn't be. It should be the local market, the local produce, with, of course, the traditionally circulating ones like olive oil and so on, should remain affordable. So, again, the history matters. Historically, the upper classes in France, Italy, and so on were often eating too much by our standards, not very well. Lower classes ate healthily, but tendently not enough. They had rough lives. It's not as if this was all nice and wonderful and lovely. Agricultural life was hard, and often it was rejected in modernity, as we also know. A lot of territory was destroyed because of that as well. So it's a kind of double fabrication, the idea of local tradition. It can ignore the variability, the cultural diversity, the exchanges, the military conquest, and so on, the circulation of foodstuffs, borrowing and changing of recipes, climate vagaries, as well as inventing an attachment to a kind of mythological, fantasized past, while the truly rooted might actually want to sell out to the tourism industry, the tourists who come from other places to consume the local, the typical local, the stereotypical local. We have to be careful of this. So I think as we sort of make these distinctions, I'm going to add this rather funny slide, because this is the myth of the local, what doesn't really mean necessarily healthy tradition historically. So, just as now the idea that, Anglo-American dominance of fast food, of bad food, is on the wane, we know that sustainable practices need to be absolutely cultivated. We accept that. We need to make more efforts for this to be the case. We need to use the new technologies of agriculture for the sake of sustainability. But I think this is the time precisely to unite the efforts within the Mediterranean region to help prosperity and peace across regions that, as we know, are not always in peace with each other, exchanging recipes and cultures for the sake of, to be united by the olive tree in all its senses. That's my contribution.
Thank you, Noga. Really interesting thoughts that we'll return to, and some questions. Next, we have Jack Davis, who's the Carl W. Blegen Professor of Greek Archaeology at the University of Cincinnati. Jack, please.
It's normal forward, backward. It's difficult to calculate the vast number of newlyweds households that were spared the large expense of hiring cooks, but foremost saved from divorce. In this way, one journalist described the importance of Nikos Tselemides's Cooking and Baking Guide from 1926, which is so foundational to Greek cuisine of the 20th century that its very name became synonymous with cookbook. Doubtless we'll hear more about Tselemides tomorrow in our first plenary session of the morning. Tselemides created a style of cooking that embraced Western European fashions while applying them in a Greek context, so successfully that his recipes captured the attention not only of Greek housewives, but also of restaurateurs in Greece and abroad. His dishes today are so emblematic of the Greek kitchen that many will be shocked to learn that they are hardly traditional in the form in which we've enjoyed them for our entire lives, rather only a century old. Such dishes include moussaka, pasticcio, and artichokes alla polita. Bechamel and bouillabaisse were novelties that he introduced. Tselemides's goal was to, quote, introduce European society, customs, manners, and taste to every Greek home. And I would add, to purify and unify Greek cuisine for the middle and upper classes, a culinary parallel to the linguistic purification of the language that resulted in a reversion to the form of Greek that we call katharevousa, that is, purified speech. He was unbothered by the fact that his own recipes were hardly those of Greek antiquity, since he was convinced that French cuisine had itself origins in classical Greek. The reality is, of course, that the Greek diet, like the foodways of other regions of the Mediterranean, have not been invariably stable through time. The 1950s concept of the Mediterranean diet not only described the Greek diet at a particular point in time, in the aftermath of the political turmoil that followed World War II, but also the diet of a particular contemporary social stratum. In the remainder of my brief presentation, I will turn to an earlier alteration in elite diet that occurred right here in Messenia, a revolution influenced not by France, but by the most influential center of the 15th century before Christ, Minoan Crete, and likely the palace of Knossos itself, the greatest power of that day. The target was the so-called Palace of Nestor, the best preserved of all the Bronze Age palaces on the Greek mainland. Only 20 minutes from the modern town of Pylos, or 40 minutes from Kalamata. In the Mycenaean age of Greece, around 1600 to 1200 years before Christ, the Palace of Nestor controlled all of Messenia, a territory of about 2,000 square kilometers and a population of about 50,000 that was distributed among 200 settlements of various sizes. Several thousand people lived around the palace itself. A lord or king presided over the affairs of state, his throne in the central hall of the palace. He himself was a major landowner, and he hosted elaborate feasts and sacrifices to gods. He supported the manufacture of various products by free artisans and by slaves. His records were stored in archives, composed in a script called Linear B, the earliest script employed to write Greek, as we today know. As a result of archaeological investigations sponsored by my own University of Cincinnati since 1939, we know a remarkable amount about life in this extraordinary kingdom, although it came to end more than 3,000 years ago. Our evidence for diet comes from three sources. The first of these are more than 1,000 clay tablets that were accidentally baked in the inferno that destroyed the palace and inscribed in that Linear B script. We have no cookbook, but we learn much about the crops and animals grown and raised, consumed, and taxed by this early state. Grain crops were foremost, as is to be expected, both wheats and barleys. Sheep were herded in large numbers for wool as well as for food. We also have the evidence of physical remains to draw on. These include storage facilities for both wine and oil. Some of the palace's surplus of supplies were allocated as rations to workers. But my focus is on the menu developed under the influence of Crete, an haute cuisine served up by the elite and to the elite. Its introduction was marked by the rather sudden adoption of new types of cooking and drinking vessels, and along with them, presumably new styles of preparing and consuming food. First came the tripod cooking pot, which you see here illustrated on a wall painting showing a festival of the period. These were almost certainly used for stews. Next came griddles and souvlaki strays, given modern names by us for lack of any knowledge as to what they were actually called at the time. But it's a challenge to think of a function alternative to grilling meat. A style of dining at tables, seemingly indoors here, is depicted on wall paintings of the palatial throne room, and imbibing wine in cups replaced more communal rituals involving sharing wine from vessels of massive size earlier. Our excavations in Messenia on property belonging to the magnificent Costa Navarino resort yielded masses of pips from grapes on their way to becoming fully domesticated, the earliest such deposit yet found in Greece. But it is not merely the presence of the grape that matters. It's how wine made from the grapes was incorporated into dining behavior that matters. This type of dining must have been largely characteristic of feasts at festivals that were organized and sponsored by the king. We found the remains of meat distributions from one such festival, seemingly held in the honor of the god Poseidon. You see the remains here. The jaw and leg bones of 12 head of large cattle that had been burnt on an altar in the manner prescribed in later Greek texts. Such a sacrifice would have yielded sufficient meat for distribution to a couple thousand people. In addition to these physical remains, we have records on clay tablets that tell us the totality of food that was contributed to that god's festival. A tablet that we call UN 138, for instance, records that a man named Dunio contributed almost 2,000 liters of wheat, over 400 liters of olives, almost 400 liters of wine, 16 sheep, 13 goats, 12 pigs, a cow, 2 bulls, no partridge in a pear tree. We also know that spices such as coriander, cumin, cardamom, saffron, fennel, mint, and sesame were reaching palatial kitchens, some of these spices from the Near East. Not everybody ate with the elite, however, as we have discovered through stable isotope analysis of human remains, both from grander, which you see here, and more modest burials. Cereals contributed the greatest amount of carbohydrates to the diet. Legumes were the primary source of plant protein, with domesticates the major source of animal protein. The wealthier enjoyed a higher protein diet, a pattern that also is implied from our study of tooth decay. Oddly, fish constituted a very minor element in everyone's diet, while all women, wealthy or not, consumed less protein than men. This latter discovery may reflect women's more limited participation in feasting. At least that's one hypothesis. The party at the palace did not last forever. Not long after 1200 years before Christ, the palace of Nestor was totally destroyed in circumstances as yet unclear, but that were part of a general wave of catastrophes that brought an end to the Mycenaean civilization and others in the Eastern Mediterranean. That collapse was strongly marked by dramatic fall-offs in olive pollen deposition in lagoon settlements in western Messenia. Here you see the major lagoon in our area. The Mycenaeans had invested considerably in olive cultivation, but not only for its caloric significance in the diet, but also for its value in an industry dedicated to the production of perfumed oil. Oil from Messenia was being shipped abroad in specialized ceramic containers, and must have been particularly sought after in places like Egypt, where less desirable oils such as castor oil were dominating markets. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Really, really fascinating. Next, we have Evie Margaritis. Evie is Associate Professor in Environmental Archaeology at the Science and Technology in Archaeology and Culture Research Center at the Cyprus Institute in Nicosia. Evie?
Thank you. I'm going to follow what Jack started about diet, but I'm going to talk about plants and what we can learn from plant remains from the past and how and if we can use them for a sustainable future. So, archaeobotany is the study of the past cultures by an examination of human populations' interactions with the plant world. So what humans do with plants, that's effectively what we're studying. And the plant remains retrieved from excavations around the world, and now we're focusing in Greece, provide first-hand information of the Mediterranean diet. So because it's site-specific, we know what we found at the Palace of Nestor, we know what we find in Crete, we know what we find in the Cyclades. So the roots of the Mediterranean diet, and we're looking back now, and we're going to what archaeology has told us, is bread making, plant-based food, olive oil, of course, wine, herbs, spices, nuts and fruits, and of course, the key of the Mediterranean diet that we see in prehistory, but we don't see it very much now, is the diversity of species. So how do these plant remains come to life? This is a very, very modest machine. We call it a flotation machine. It's effectively a barrel of oil, of petrol, really. And the plant remains are preserved charred. So they float. We have it full of water. They float. We collect them in sieves. And we bring the plant remains to life. Here, and then we look at them under the microscope. That's how what we look as archaeobotanists under the microscope are charcoal and plant remains that you can see. Very, very tiny black seeds that for most of us are very, very interesting. And now I'm going to just mention one of the sites of Messenia, not the Palace of Nestor, of course, which is the flagship of Messenia, but very close to it. The site of Iklena, dated at the 2nd millennium before Christ, has been excavated for many years by Professor Michael Kosmopoulos, and it's a peripheral Mycenaean center, it's not the heart of the palace. So there, and this was one of the pictures of the excavation. We do collect collect soil samples from everywhere at the excavation, and we try to reconstruct what the agricultural practices were. And here you can see my student, Simos Ginoudis, looking at plant remains, and there, from Iklena for his PhD thesis, and in this very, very nice box full of black seeds, are olive remains from Iklena, and then and this is with the suggestion that we have the presence of olive in Messenia since the 2nd millennium before Christ. So we don't focus as archaeobotanists only in the fertile the fertile land of Messenia. We go in the center of the Aegean at the site of Keros, 3rd millennium before then the Palace of Nestor. Jack, is one of the first urban centers in the Aegean, dated in the 3rd millennium, excavated by the British School of Athens and the Ministry of Culture. Very famous for the figurines that we have found there, but we hope that it's going to be very famous for the plant remains that we find there as well. A lot of grapes, olives, almonds, coriander that we don't know where it comes from. And what we want to see there in this very, very highly dense occupied settlement, how these people survived and which ones were the resilient mechanisms that they had in the middle of the Aegean in the 3rd millennium BC. As I said, it's not the fertile land of Messenia. So these are the plant remains that we know, and we have retrieved from excavations, 8 different cereals. We don't have that now in Greece. These are the legumes that we have found at the excavation, so they are scientifically confirmed. 8 different species of legumes. Again, we don't have that many in our Mediterranean diet today. And as I said in the beginning, that's the key of the Mediterranean diet, at least in the prehistory of Greece, the diversity of resources. They had to cultivate a lot of different species to survive. Now, we can find, of course, crushed olive remains that they're indicative of olive oil production. We have, as Jack mentioned, grape remains pressed that they actually show the action of a prehistoric man pressing grapes in Greece. And we do a lot of studies on a micro scale, and we can see what kind of varieties of olives and grapes we had in the past, and if we have affinities for these olive and grapes remains for these varieties that we have today. The other thing that we do as archaeobotanists, and we try to connect with the Mediterranean diet, is not that we don't actually only recover species. We recover the food waste of the Mediterranean in the sense that we can see dishes as well. So in the groundstone tools that people were grounding their cereals and pulses, we can see if they were grinding cereals or pulses, or if they were making type of bulgur or even flour. And then the culinary practices, these are fragmented lathyrus, grass pea remains from the site of Midea in Greece, in the Peloponnese, and this is effectively what we call fava today. So we can see not only, and I repeat myself, the species, but the dishes that the ancient people were making. And here are some of the dishes that, this is an actual dish, it's not like only cereals or pulses, or this is a very nice gentleman who is making bread. How can we see this in the archaeobotanical record? We can. We have an excellent machine that is called scanning electron microscope, which is, you can see actually the microstructure of these remains, and we can reconstruct not the dishes that they had in their plates thousands of years ago. The other thing that I think, at least, that it's very important is that we bring the past to the future, or how I like to call it, because we revisit the record of tangible rural heritage, wine installations, olive installations, groundstone tools, what they were actually using in the 60s and the 50s in Greece. And we try to record and safeguard the living intangible heritage of older people, that if they die, this, or not if, when they die, this knowledge is going to be completely lost. So we go there, we go to farmers, older farmers, and we ask the right questions. I hope we ask the right ones about, say, food security and how these people reacted to crisis. And by crisis, it's climate, it's war, it's mobility when they leave their houses. And this is a very, very nice picture, and I hope that we have like 5 minutes to talk about in the discussion. It's in the middle of the Paphos area in Cyprus, where I live, and 800 meters. This is one of the very good examples of sustainable agriculture for wines. He doesn't do any chemicals. He doesn't use any water. He doesn't use any manure. So it's as close as a prehistoric farmer will actually farm its vineyards. And the Mediterranean diet today, well, we see that especially if you go around schools, you see a lot of young kids that their weight is not what possibly should be, and this is a key problem today. So, looking forward, what I hope that I made clear is that archaeology, and archaeobotany, archaeozoology can provide information not to actually go to the past, but what we can learn from these people that survived for millennia, and they survived very, very successfully, and what can they inform us about. Thank you very much.
That was fascinating. And our final presenter is Vili Fotopoulou, the Director of Modern Culture Heritage at the Hellenic Ministry of Culture in Athens.
Γεια σας.
I will speak in Greek, even though my PowerPoint presentation is in English. I feel it is best, so I hope that translation will be adequate and fast enough for those of you who don't speak Greek. What I would like to share with you is another aspect, another point of view of public policies on agricultural production, but mainly about policies about culture and how they are related to issues of agri-food.
Συγγνώμη. Ωραία, το πιάσα. Οι πολιτικές του Υπουργείου Πολιτισμού.
The policies of the Ministry of Culture that I would like to discuss pertain to the Convention of Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritages of Heritage of UNESCO. It is one of the latest conventions of UNESCO, and it is the result. It stems from the need to look at how we view culture and heritage when we do not focus on monuments alone, on tangible remains of the past, but when we discuss about what gives meaning to the life of people, to their practices, to the way in which they organize their lives. In this case, what is of interest to us, what we are looking at when we discuss intangible heritage, is mainly the communities of people, how they are organized, what gives meaning to them, and of course, all of this focuses on, is centered around sustainability. So in order to be able to do the work that I will describe, we have developed certain tools, different and specific to this kind of approach to intangible heritage. So what we are talking about, you can see it here, it is about practices, representations, expressions, and of course tools produced by them and which give the communities of people their identity. What is important in this procedure is what meaning does what people are doing have for them, and whether it is part of their identity, of their heritage. You can see on this slide the sectors in which they are expressed. In Greece, we know them as what we call in Greece folk culture. We are using this sense, this difficult sense, notion of intangible heritage, because we want to talk about these notions on a global level, international level, not just a European level, where folk culture or pre-industrial community societies is better understood. What is important here is that we are looking at heritage from a different perspective, on a different basis. Monuments, remains of the past on which Ms. Margariti and Mr. Davis spoke about, in the past it was a finite heritage under threat. What we could save was what we could dig out. These expressions of civilization that we're talking about, of culture, dance, oral heritage, are renewable resources. They will be in peril only if we forget about them. So it is a completely different process. This is why we need to adopt different approaches. On one approach, we are dealing with defensive policies on cultural heritage, save what we can. On the other hand, we have policies that help people who identify themselves in certain procedures. We help them to continue to do this. So on one part, we're talking about policies that are very specific and about scientists. On the other side, we're talking about policies focusing on the cohesion of the communities and their will to continue to exercise these practices and to the assistance that will be given to them by the specialists. A good example of what we're talking about is the latest registration of our country in the intangible heritage of UNESCO. It is the Feast of Mesosporitissa in Elefsis. Elefsis is where ancient goddess of agriculture, Demetra, was worshipped. We have an impressive location, archaeological site there, and there on a small hill there's a small church celebrated on the 21st of November. It is dedicated to the Virgin Mary. It is a very emotional celebration because at the same space where a goddess of fertility was worshipped, we are now worshipping a holy figure for the worship of which the faithful people who arrive there leave the same offerings, the prosphora, so the bread, and the grains. It is a very interesting ceremony taking place in Elefsina, and we don't know how back it goes in time, but this is the strength of living traditions in an area such as Elefsina, which has had a very, very fierce industrial development, difficult industrial development, underwent difficulty, and where people from around Greece gathered of populations from all around Greece, and all of them still, despite these difficulties, all these people have adopted this ceremony. Even foreigners from other parts of the country come to this feast. It is in Elefsis, a very old place of worship, where all the actual today's populations of Elefsina come there to ask for a good year. I am a little behind in time, but I would like to say that this long process that has begun in the Ministry of Culture to highlight and protect the living tradition, it began with this first registration in the list of intangible heritage with Mediterranean diet. So far, we have had the expressions that you see registered. They are 12 or 11, if I'm not mistaken. So this is what you can see, what the public can see very clearly. We move on to the work done behind the scenes. Still, already on this slide, you can see the emphasis that we place on traditions related to agri-food and to heritage related to diet and food. I would like to spend some more time on this issue and discuss how we arrived to make these registrations on the international list. So we begin from the registrations in the National Inventory of Intangible Heritage. It's a never-ending work. You can find it on the website that you see on the slide. We have registered 160 elements already, a large part of which pertains to traditions related to agricultural tradition. New registrations are made on the inventory of traditions that are very important to us today because they are about communities of people and their exercise reinforces these communities, and because they are very important in preserving, in creating sustainability for our country through sustainable cultivation practices, because all the practices that are included in the inventory go back to traditions and to periods of cultivation where we do not have the tools that we have today, but they provide the answers to the difficulties people many years before us identified and solved. Thank you.
There we go. Yes, thank you very much, all of the panelists here. I think those were superb. We have a little time for questions. So I just want to begin posing one to them, and then if there's a couple from the audience, we'll take that. So what I'll ask anybody who wants to comment on it to do so. You know, we've heard fascinating observations from each of you about how the Mediterranean diet has evolved from its historical roots to what it is today. So my question was, how recognizable would what is commonly practiced today as the Mediterranean diet be to those practicing it a millennia ago? In particular, you know, notwithstanding advancements in food technologies, and even more particularly, how might culinary practices have evolved in that time? Would anybody like to comment?
I'll go first. I think that if somebody from the past would see the Mediterranean diet today and to recognize some of the ingredients would be olive oil, because from the moment that olive was domesticated, or even before, because they were gathering before, but from the moment that it was domesticated, and then you have a secondary product, so olive oil, it continues until today. We don't have a break. So that's one of the key elements that somebody would recognize from the past. And of course, cereals and pulses and fruits, they're the essence of that.
Okay, thank you. Here, it's on, yes. I want to compliment this, because again, just to take up what I was also trying to say before, the Mediterranean is just not one thing. Again, this is a term that was invented in 1975 in America. So we should remember this. I mean, you think about it, butter was also used in the Mediterranean. Northern Italy was butter. You look at Renaissance cookbooks, they're talking about the use of butter in the north. Until Artusi, Pellegrino Artusi, the cook and food writer in the 19th century, who basically, early 20th century, who united Italian cuisine. The upper classes in Italy were eating French food, aristocratic French kind of inspired food, a lot of butter, a lot of meats, very rich, what we consider, again, unhealthy. Uses, of course, with spices to also show off wealth, as we know, spices from the East. So it's more complex than that, I think. We have to remember that people were eating all sorts of things according to also class. And I think this idea of what happened in Italy, for example, I live in Italy now, but Italy, especially in Tuscany where I live, but not only, the food that is considered the Mediterranean food, the Italian food, is historically cibo povero, right? Somebody mentioned that earlier today. Poor food, right? The peasant, what was so-called peasant food, which again was not necessarily liked by those who were condemned to have to eat it all the time. So it's more, I think it is more complicated. I mean, in a sense. That said, of course, all these ingredients we're talking about, it's fascinating to see. The continuum is what we need to really, and to see all these old, these new wheats, these wheats that we were talking about before, these kinds of wheats are now being again, you know, I know that there's an attempt to really try to again plant them, again use them, because they are showing, I mean, for example, a lot of this pasta that people are eating, for example, not particularly healthy, from wheats that have been genetically engineered, that are causing gluten intolerance, probably. It'd be nice to hear from doctors about this here as well. This huge rise in gluten intolerance. Is it to do with the new kinds of wheats that are not particularly good for you anyway, et cetera, et cetera. So we need to actually cultivate these old varietals again. But that would be, I mean, there's so many aspects that are discontinuous, I think. I wanted to try to emphasize that.
Appreciate that. Anybody else? Or we
Yeah, I'm on. Yeah, I think it's both fun and interesting to, and I'm glad Noga showed the maps of the entire Mediterranean, just to remind ourselves of how entangled the entire Mediterranean was from a very early time, and where the first populations came from who came into Greece, how agriculture initially was introduced from farther east. But those connections with the Near East, with what we call the Levant, never really were severed. They continued to be the case from the Neolithic in Greece, the New Stone Age, until effectively through modern times, with populations moving back and forth and intermingling, and along with those, the imports and the exports of goods. And all of those imports and exports, like the spices that I mentioned, all become incorporated into the diets of the various countries around the Mediterranean, sometimes in the same way, sometimes in different ways, and also through migrations. The other thing that I wanted to allude to is just how, and Evie said this too, but just how much effort was put into olive oil production during the Greek Bronze Age. And we ourselves were surprised at what went on in the second half of the second millennium BC, the enormous spike in olive cultivation that took place in, well, at least in Western Messenia at that time when we first engaged with the study of pollen. And through studying pollen that's settled into lagoons, we can trace the development of agricultural trends back thousands of years. And even that venture, like everything else that we do here, is very international. A lot of us know each other. We've had the same professors, we've studied in the same places, and then we've gone to different places. The first botanists to become involved in our area in studying the history of agriculture were the first Russians to come into Greece to work in recent times, since communist times, already in the 1990s. So this sense of internationality, both in antiquity and modern times, is so incredibly important to the reconstruction of past economies.
One last thing I would like to add, continuing from where Professor Davis left, I think a person 1,000 years ago would recognize the same place, the same difficult place. Greece is not an easy place to cultivate or to grow plants and husband animals. And he or she would recognize the effort, the toil of the people, and all the ways that people have devised for millennia to make use of this difficult, very mountainous land, the bond that they create, the people among themselves, in order to survive in this land. That's what I would say.
Thank you. My mother was raised at a farm family in the American Midwest, never ceased to be amazed by how difficult farming was in Greece. I can recall when she first came here 50 years ago, she said, "Where's the soil?" She was totally flabbergasted.
We have time for a question or two. Please.
Thank you. Very fascinating presentation. Question directly, I think, to Evie and a couple of others. Are there tangible efforts to bring back those old wheats and legumes? And if so, how are you going to account for likely changes in the climate where you're going to try to compared to back then?
That's a very good question. I was, I mean, you mentioned it, Vika, about the different wheats and the species. Recently, I think 10 years ago or something, we had this spike about emmer wheat. That it's one of the founder domesticates around the world. And at some point, it ceased to be cultivated because we had the bread wheat, the ones that we make bread from, and it's much easier to cultivate. So these gloom wheats, as we call them, they cease to exist. And now we have this regeneration of emmer because it has much less gluten than the bread wheat. So that's a very key thing. Some farmers, especially in Italy, they have spelt wheat, another of the founder cereals that they were domesticated. So we do have this regeneration, let's say. I went to Crete in the summer, and this is a very fancy restaurant, which I'm not going to mention the name because I don't want to promote them. And they're not in Messinia, so I'm not going to say it. They have a Lathyrus species. And it was a minor crop, a minor legume, a minor pulse. And they have reinvented it, let's say, and everybody is going there to actually taste this fabulous legume, which was like, okay, right, but they do that. And it was in Crete, it was cultivated since the Minoan times, so it was part of their heritage. What we're trying to do, and that has started with colleagues in Israel, what they did, and it's not about the wheats, but it's from grape, they found it, and actually it's not prehistoric plant remains, it's Byzantine and or medieval, and they found grape remains. That's the one we showed. And because they found in a very, very dry area, they have extracted DNA, which is not the easiest thing to do, but they have done this. And now they're making varieties that they're drought resistant. That's something. And this is not something about the grape, the olive as well, because we're going towards the direction, that's a given. So that's how archaeology, I think, can contribute to this dialogue of how we're going to move forward.
In the interest of lunch, speaking of moving forward, I think we'll hold questions here. But I ask you to thank once again our panel for their great presentations.
Well, welcome back from lunch. We're going to now start with plenary session 5. Planetary Health, Our Meals, Our Cultures, Our Future, the release of the Eat Lancet 2.0 Commission report and its projected impact. You'll remember this morning I talked a little bit about the EAT Forum, the EAT Foundation, which is based in Oslo. They have released a very important report in conjunction with the British medical journal, The Lancet, that I think ties in very closely with all of our discussions about the Mediterranean diet, and you'll see how this weaves together. But it's a very important reference framework as we're talking about the Mediterranean diet. So we're very excited that we have a senior science officer from EAT joining us from Oslo, Ellen Wright, and she's going to lead us off, and then she'll introduce the other speakers. Ellen?
Thank you for the nice introduction. And it's a pleasure to be here and speak to all of you from the Mediterranean and further away as well. But I do feel it's a lot of representation from the Mediterranean here. And thank you for the invitation from the organizers to be here. Yes, so we're going to dig into this big report that we published 10 days ago. Walter Willett here, one of the co-chairs. So I'm going to ask the presenters also. You can come to the stage, please. So Professor Walter Willett, who's a professor of epidemiology and nutrition, who was already at the stage earlier today, and as a co-chair of the Eat Lancet Commission. And also Demetra Karavellas, who's the CEO and chair of the WWF Mediterranean Marine Initiative, based here in Greece. And lastly, Natasa Kanavu, who's a co-founder of Digital Democracy Foundation, based here in Greece as well. Welcome. The clicker is, oh, here it is. I need to. Yes, so as I said, just 10 days ago, we published this landmark report, which is bringing together researchers from health, nutrition, agriculture, environment, sustainability, social justice, human rights, so from a huge variety of different backgrounds into one group working together to identify healthy, sustainable, and just food systems. And in this commission, so the yellow dots here shows that we are represented from all regions of the world. The researchers are a large group. In total, there are 72 authors. We have 3 co-chairs, where Walter Willett is one of them. Also Johan Rockström and Shakuntala Tilsted, the 2 other co-chairs. We have 24 leading experts who are the commissioners, and 11 youth fellows, so young researchers that were also part of the team. And also just for the diversity, it's 50-50 women and men in the commission as well. And that was all due to their credited work, so not due to any genders in that way. But yeah, so the challenges, you know, we are confronted with climate change, planetary conditions that are on a downward trend, adverse food and food environments that are hindering health, well-being, and fair opportunities for the global population. So that's the background for why we are diving into this topic. And so this commission brings together the different domains of food systems, as mentioned. So it's about healthy food that is accessible to all, and how it is produced, processed, distributed, and consumed fairly within planetary boundaries. So it's about the health, it's about the environmental sustainability, and about the fairness and the equity between individuals and population groups around the world. So we have the 5 cross-cutting themes of the Commission. where we're looking at all these different elements individually, but also combined and quantified together to what forms the foundation for a healthy and sustainable and just food system. So we are basing this on the previous Eat Lancet Commission report that came out in 2019, where we combined health and environment in one framework, and this time adding on the justice piece. So this is a continuation from that one, where we are reassessing and updating the healthy diets and the food system boundaries, or the environmental limitations of food systems in order to preserve the status quo on the planet. And Walter will shortly come back to more in-depth description and the results on the healthy diet and also on the environmental impacts of food systems. But I can say that, you know, with the evidence for the planetary health diet that we presented in 2019, it's just growing every day. All nutrition research really goes in this direction. And also what we see is that the environmental impact is also going in the direction that we saw 6 years ago, and that food is, in fact, or food systems, food production, is the major contributing to breaching the planetary boundaries, or the major impact on why the planet is becoming more and more unstable. Adding the social justice this time around was a groundbreaking work. It was really new. I mean, there are research and science available on the social foundations of a food system, but putting it into a framework together with health and sustainability was really new and groundbreaking. And so these three elements together formed then the foundation for the modeling, where we analyzed the different parts independently, but also in combination, in the largest ever modeling exercise on food systems. We had 11 different modeling groups from around the world, the same as are doing the IPCC modeling and other large, so we call them agroeconomic models, also from all over the world, doing this global analysis of the food system. And what the main objective of the analysis was to assess if it is possible to transform the food system within the Earth's capacity to produce healthy, sustainable food for the growing population. Is this possible from where we are today to come to on a sustainable path? And then lastly, the section on transformation, we look at we've been mapping the solutions and actions for shifting diets, for sustainable food production, and for improved justice. And so what is working, what can we do more of, recommendations for the way forward, and also combine this with an assessment of currently available policies and frameworks to support this transition. So I'll say a bit more on the justice, and then, as I said, Walter will talk you through the health and environment. So with justice, we see this as a people-centered approach. I mean, food is all about people. It's we are eating the food. It's people that are becoming healthy or unhealthy from the food. If the planet is, the planetary boundaries are breached, if the environmental system is falling down, it's the people that are affected. And through this assessment, we were able then to see, which communities or which population groups are more affected by the damages or by the injustices, but also which groups of people have a larger responsibility to act or potentials to change. We see this very much as, providing fair opportunities for people in the world, so that what we do, or I do, or individuals from all over the world is not making harm to other people, so that I'm not over-consuming and thus making harms on other people from the environmental footprints from my diet, for example. And through this assessment, we see that we are all affected. All countries in the world are affected. There are pockets within all countries in the world that have unfair access to healthy food or don't live in dignity in their workplace. So we established the social foundations of a just food system based on these rights to these human rights. So the right to food, the right to a healthy environment, the right to decent work, and also the individual and collective agency. And we made thresholds for all these different, the affordable healthy diets, the healthy food environments, safe climate, non-toxic environments, meaningful representation, and living wage, and found that globally we are not in a good place. It's around half of the world population are below the social foundations, one or more of them. And you can see here, so it's specifically like living in healthy food environments, in environments with too much sugar, too much commercial of unhealthy foods, too much pre-packed junk food in the shops, etc., etc. And combining the planetary boundaries and the social foundations, we actually found that only 1% of the global population is in a place which is at the same time above the social foundations, so you're living in a just society, but at the same time not above your share of the impacts on the environment. So you're in a country where it's a safe environment to live in, but also in a just society. Only 1% of the global population. So that means that we're all affected. It concerns all of us, and it's important for all of us, all countries around the world, to act on this. And with that, I'll hand over to Walter.
Yes, thank you, Ellen, for that introduction to the Eat Lancet Commission's challenges, which you've heard can be quite major. I think I'm going to need help advancing the slides. Good, thank you. This is what I'm going to talk about, as you heard, the diet and health part of it. And I don't know, somehow this is not working. Okay, I don't have any financial disclosure. Next slide, please. Don't grow olives. But I do have a real conflict of interest, and that's that I really do care profoundly about being able to pass on to our grandchildren a world that is livable. This is our first grandchild, Satchel, and this is our family farm in Michigan, where for about 5 generations we've been dairy farmers there. And things have changed dramatically there, and of course the whole possibility of having a stable environment to grow a healthy diet to feed the world's population is in doubt at this point in time. Next slide, please. So this is the Eat Lancet Commission. This is the report of the 2019 version. And as you just heard from Ellen, we've just issued the 2025 report, and you can get it for free online. You just Google Eat Foundation, and you'll be guided to being able to get the full report there. Next slide, please. As, again, Dr. Wright mentioned, a very great driver of our concern is climate change. Of course, in the United States, almost half the population doesn't believe that climate change exists, which is a really serious problem. As I travel around the world, I think we are an exception, fortunately, in that way. But it's serious. We are an exception. And of course, this is what's really concerning. This is looking at global average temperatures over the last more than 100 years. And what's really concerning is not just that we've had the hottest years in the recent decade, but this is not linear. We are in a vicious circle where the world is heating up. That's melting polar ice caps. And so now the ice does not reflect the sun in the summertime. We're melting the permafrost in the Arctic, and then that generates more methane, which heats up which traps gas. That's a greenhouse gas. That creates greater temperatures. So we're going around and around in circles that are becoming irreversible, and that's a really serious problem. Even if we can fix some of these problems in near years, many of these changes are not going to be reversible going forward, or it would take thousands of years to reverse. So that's why there's a real urgency to it. It's not just that these are things we need to do sometime, but that we need to do them now, and we need to do them quickly. As Ellen mentioned, I'm going to talk primarily about the diet and health section. This is, again, the 2019 summary of what we concluded. We basically started to we looked at the whole literature in the world about what is a healthy diet, using several different kinds of evidence, including short-term randomized trials of, say, a few dozen people for a few weeks. You feed them different foods, and you see what happens to their risk factors like blood pressure, like blood cholesterol levels. And that's part of the evidence. Then we've looked at long-term prospective cohort studies, and I'll show our studies, where we follow many thousands of people tracking what they eat and looking at health outcomes. And we've had a few randomized trials, and you've heard about that from the Predimed study already, where we looked at our colleagues looked at the whole Mediterranean dietary pattern and how that relates to disease. But those studies are very difficult and expensive to conduct, and we have very few such studies. So, for example, when we put it all together, we look piece by piece, food group by food group, at each of the major components of diet. For example, whole grains were to be emphasized as a major source of energy, but with a lot of flexibility in terms of percentage of calories. The important point is that they be whole grains, not refined grains. Potatoes in modest amounts, since they don't have the same health advantages as whole grains do. Plenty of fruits and vegetables. I won't go through all of the food groups, but in summary, this comes to something that is what we arrived at is really a description of the traditional Mediterranean diet that's mostly plant forward, but if you would like it, modest amounts of meat, poultry, and eggs, with red meat limited to about 1 serving per week, with that being about 100-gram serving, or if it's in smaller amounts, then several days per week, and emphasizing healthy forms of fat in the diet, not animal fats or palm oil saturated fats, and of course small amounts of added sugar. I won't go through all of the numbers, but there's a lot of flexibility. There's a range for each of those. So if someone wanted to become a vegan, they could be a vegan or a vegetarian and still have a healthy diet. And we've called this a flexitarian diet at times, which does really emphasize the flexibility. And that's important because people are starting from different points, and we want to provide as many paths to a healthy, sustainable diet as possible. Next slide. That's a lot of numbers I showed you. I don't expect anybody to go into them in detail. That really represents 3 years of work looking at, again, many published papers. But I realized after publishing our first report, this can come down to something quite simple that I find very easy to implement, and that's 1 + 1. And that's hard to be more simple than that. So that would mean about 1 serving of dairy food per day. It could be milk, or it could be cheese, and yogurt seems to have some special advantages, plus 1 serving of another animal source of protein per day, which keeping red meat not more than about once per week, as I mentioned, but fish about 2 times a week, poultry about 2 times a week, eggs maybe once a week, and then, or the 7th day, you could have your choice of several of those. So that's really pretty easy to follow, I find. But that's, of course, on a base of plant sources of protein, such as nuts, soy, other kinds of beans, fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and healthy plant oils. And again, that should sound very familiar. That is the basis of the traditional Mediterranean diet. So it's really interesting, and I think important, that we came to the same conclusion, or a very similar conclusion, sort of from the ground up, looking piece by piece and putting the pieces together, and then, as Dr. Torribera mentioned already, starting with a whole dietary pattern, the traditional pattern, and we really end up in the same place. But having done it piece by piece, we could also see how this could be implemented, next slide please, in other dietary traditions in other countries. This is the graphic representation of that as a plate, about half the plate being fruits and vegetables, again, whole grains, with modest amounts of animal source proteins, mainly plant sources of proteins, healthy oils, and limited animal fats. Next slide, please. The new version that's coming out will have some different colors there, but one point and one basic conclusion is for the 2025 report, we didn't really change our conclusions about the definition of a healthy diet. We had many more studies, but they were really reinforcing and confirming the direction that we should go in. So 5 years later, many new studies, and they basically took us in the same direction and the same conclusions. But one thing we did add that was new this time, and quite important, we had again looked at diet piece by piece in 2019, but having done that, we could create a score, something like the Mediterranean dietary score that Professor Torribera used. It's a little more complicated the way we did it because we had more food groups and we looked at it in a little more detail, each food group in a little more detail quantitatively. And so we created a score. Here, our score was 0 to 140 points, 140 points being the best. And then we could go back to our cohort studies. And these are studies that have followed over 200,000 people for about 30 years. So we have a vast amount of information. And over that 40-year period, every 4 years, we've updated diet as we've gone along. And we could then look at how well each person adhered to how well they scored on this Planetary Health Dietary Index. And so you can see at top that that's women in our large cohort studies. During this period of about 30 years of follow-up, about 54,000 people died. So there was statistically a lot of information here. And this is looking at deciles, each 10 percentile better score. And we could see, and this is important, it wasn't all or nothing. Each step closer to the planetary health diet, there was a better outcome. In other words, lower mortality here. And the top 10% had about a 30% lower total mortality than the bottom 10%. That was in women, but in men you could see basically the same pattern, that every step toward a healthier score on the Planetary Health Dietary Index, there was a better outcome in terms of total mortality. Next slide, please. Next, please. We've also looked at the specific causes of death, and we found for each of the major causes of death, there was a benefit of better adherence to the planetary health diet. All-cause mortality, that's what I just showed you on the top. Non-traumatic causes of death, again, major reduction in risk. But cardiovascular disease, we expected that. Cancer, lower mortality. What we didn't expect was such a substantially lower risk of respiratory mortality, which globally is a very important cause of death. And we were concerned this might be somehow confounded by smoking, so we looked separately at people who never smoked and then people who had smoked. And we basically got the same conclusions in the smokers and the non-smokers. And then neurodegenerative disease, that's mostly dementia, an important benefit of following a healthier diet. And infectious disease as well. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And, well, this is looking at another outcome. And I just wanted to emphasize that other investigators have been looking at the Planetary Health Dietary Index and many other outcomes. So there's a large literature, dozens and dozens of studies very consistently showing better health outcomes with better adherence to the planetary health dietary pattern. This is looking at different dietary indices and healthy aging, which of course, first of all, means being alive. That's, if you're not alive, that's not healthy aging, but having good mental and physical health as well. And I won't, the numbers may not mean too much here, but one important point is almost all the major dietary indices that have been developed after we started doing this about 25 years ago, they've converged. And you see for the Alternative Healthy Eating Index, Mediterranean Diet, DASH, Mind Diet, Healthy Plant-Based Diet Score, and then circled there the plant-based dietary or healthy planetary health diet. All of them are quite similarly related to healthy aging, and that convergence is actually important in science. When you come at a question from different directions and you end up in the same place, that actually means you've got something there that's very robust and reproducible. And that's where we are today, I think, in terms of our understanding of a healthy diet. Next slide, please. That's it, good. We then looked at the components of the Planetary Health Dietary Index to see which explained the greatest part of the impact on lower mortality. And in our population, at least, more to the left means a bigger impact or a greater reduction in risk. Whole grains stood out, red meat stood out, but that means that that's low amount of red meat. And at the bottom, non-soy legumes and unsaturated fat, which would be olive oil in some places, but of course in the US it's more seed oils are the major source of unsaturated fats. So those are the there was nothing significant going really in the wrong direction, but those particular aspects of diet had the biggest impact on reduction of mortality. Next slide, please. This is a slide just to point out that many other people are looking at this now, and there are now 9 studies looking at total mortality, and they consistently show the benefit that I've described. Next slide, please. We then went on to look at globally, how much mortality might we prevent if the whole world were to shift to this planetary health dietary pattern? And of course, if someone was already following a traditional Mediterranean diet, they wouldn't have to really shift much at all. But we estimated by analyzing the diet of each of the countries around the world and putting all the data together, this was a big analytic project, that if the world shifted to a score of 120 out of 140, it didn't have to be perfect, but pretty good, that would have prevented about 27% of adult deaths, and that's about 15 million premature deaths per year. So a big impact. In the United States, our diet is a little bit below the world diet quality. So we would have prevented about 31% of deaths in the United States. We did it for Greece. We did it for every country. In Greece, I think it was something around 25% of deaths could be prevented because Greece has already had a better diet than most places in the world. But still, there's a lot of improvement. I think everybody realizes that, especially in today's Greece. Next slide, please. We then also looked at environmental impacts. And this is important. This is within the Nurses' Health Study, our own course. By adhering to this pattern, we would reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the food system, not total greenhouse gases, but food system greenhouse gases by about 29%. Fertilizer use way down, but very importantly, cropland use, reduction of about 51%, which is huge. It basically means that we'd be using our cropland to grow food for people, whereas a huge part of it is for growing food for animals, and then we eat the animals instead of and much more efficiently eating the food directly. Next slide, please. Our modeling group that Ellen referred to looked at this shift for the whole planet, and very importantly, also on the left there, this is looking at the business as usual. That's if we continue on our present path of adding population of about 1.5 billion people by 2050, and populations shifting more toward red meat consumption, that will require, for land use on the left, more land use, a big increase in greenhouse gas emissions, increase in water use, increase in nitrogen fertilizer, increase in phosphorus fertilizer use. So we're on the wrong track at present. Next slide, please. This is looking at what if the world implemented the Eat Lancet recommendations. There would actually be a reduction in need for land for reasons I described already. Major reductions in greenhouse gas, pretty even for water use, not getting worse, not getting much better, because we're adding a lot of people, but not having to increase water use very much. We still don't get to where we want to be we don't quite get to where we want to be for nitrogen fertilizer and phosphorus use. So the whole package, which included shifting to this diet, but also reducing food loss and food waste, as well as improving agriculture, has the yellow bars there represent that. Huge benefits, but still a little bit of tweaking to do on fertilizer use. Next slide, please. And this map, I think, emphasizes a point that Ellen made, that if you look, this is looking at the picture of the world in proportion to population by close to 2050. And it's a little bit sobering, but Europe and the United States and Canada are really just a little part of what will be the global population. But we've together have really caused the climate change problem. And so the world is suffering, but they didn't cause it. And that is really a serious implication in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. But the same applies to food and the food systems. We're eating much more than our share of animal source proteins, contributing much more the negative greenhouse gas emissions and other adverse outcomes that the rest of the world is experiencing at this point in time. Of course, things are changing fast. At the moment, China's really ramping up greenhouse gas emissions too, but they are trying to do a lot about it. Unfortunately, U.S. going in the wrong direction. Next slide, please. So going back to our farm, and we showed a lot of numbers, but this is a reality on the ground of what the Midwest in the United States looks like now. It's basically vast monocultures of corn and soy and soy and corn and corn and soy. And it's hard to imagine a more perverse, dysfunctional food system that's destroying our nature and also undermining our health at the same time. So that's the challenge we have to take on. Next slide. And I think I have just one more, that just to conclude, we are on a path leading to ecological disasters and a sick and unstable global population. But it is possible, we found, that we could feed what will be close to 10 billion people a healthy and sustainable and just diet. But this is going to be difficult and challenging. It's going to require the efforts of almost every individual and every institution, from families to small towns to, in fact, our global institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter, for summarizing this huge amount of work in just 15 minutes. I'm sure we could have stayed here for longer just listening to Walter and his brilliant insights. But we are moving on then to Demetrios Karavellas, who will provide some reflections on the Eat Lancet report, but also on sustainable food systems more in general. Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for the kind invitation, and congratulations for this initiative. Well, it's a fantastic report that Walter and Ellen have shared with us. Really, thank you for producing this, and to all those scientists who work together to make this a reality. After seeing a lot of that information, I don't think I have to say much about why an environmental NGO would be interested in the issue of food transformation. So I won't go into that. I think I'll just jump in and maybe offer some thoughts in relation to the report, but also some ideas that come out of the organization I represent. Well, the first point I wanted to start with is perhaps stating the obvious, but putting a bit more emphasis on it from what we've seen this morning, but also from the previous presentations. The very hard fact that the global food system we have today is broken. It's entirely unsustainable. It's responsible for about 1/3 of our global greenhouse gas emissions. It's the main driver of biodiversity loss, and tropical deforestation. On top of that, we realize that our dietary choices are also damaging our health. And these choices are characterized by either excess or insufficiency. People in some countries have an abundance of food and choice, while people in other countries still lack both. And this polarized reality has actually led to a situation where many countries face a growing obesity epidemic. In others, hunger and undernutrition persist. And in far too many countries, both realities actually exist at the same time. And the reality is that today, unhealthy diets pose a greater risk of disease and mortality than many would say unsafe sex, alcohol, drugs, and tobacco use combined. So it's clear that if we want to address the climate and biodiversity crisis, it's absolutely impossible without changing how the world eats. Now, the Eat Lancet report has, I would really encourage you all to read it. It has a lot of very rich information. I take out three main messages from this report, and maybe Walter and Ellen can correct me on that or comment on that. But the first point is that sustainable diets could actually save up to 15 million lives every year and cut food-related emissions. So it's possible, as Walter said. The second point is that feeding the world will have an environmental footprint. That's inevitable. And so as we try and make the deeper cuts in emissions, it's also important that other industries step up and try and decarbonize themselves. And the third point, which I find particularly important in this day and age, is about equity and justice. And it needs to be central to that transformation. And that's all about inclusiveness, about local adaptation, about shifting power in food systems. Those are the three messages I take away, but really the point I want to make is that it's possible. And so from our side, from a WWF perspective, just to complement what we've heard already, we've identified 4 or 5 strategic actions that we believe could help to bend the curve on the negative impacts of the food system. And moving really from a system that exploits nature to one which actually might be able to do something about restoring nature. So I'd like to share just a few words about these actions with you. The first and probably most obvious, we need to reverse biodiversity loss. Our food systems are dependent on biodiversity for just about everything: pollination, creating, maintaining healthy soils, pest control, water regulation, carbon sinks, providing habitat for wildlife. Reversing the loss of biodiversity is absolutely essential for safeguarding our food systems in the long run. Now, one way to reduce biodiversity is to increase our consumption, of course, of plant-based foods relative to animal source foods, which will reduce the pressure on agricultural lands to support livestock production. And we've heard so much about that already within the context of a Mediterranean diet and how that might actually be so much closer to that. The second action is about carbon budget. How do we live within the global carbon budget for food? I already said, we've already heard that food systems are one of the main drivers of global greenhouse gas emissions. We all know that if we want to stay below this critical threshold of 1.5 degrees increase in temperature, we need to rapidly decarbonize all industries by 2050. And food, of course, is no exception to that. It means a number of things. It means adopting regenerative agriculture, reducing the use of agrochemicals, eliminating food waste, a very, very big issue in this country as well, sustainable packaging, energy efficiency, optimizing supply chains, and of course, making consumers aware, empowering consumers about making low-emission choices. The third action is about feeding the planet on existing cropland. We use about 40% presently of all habitable land on our planet to feed our global population. Now, we should not be converting or degrading any more land, so we need to be growing crops only on the lands we're already using. And this means we have to use arable land to grow food for human consumption instead of growing feed for livestock. And that means, of course, that we need to shift our diets. We don't have to eliminate animal source foods from our diets, but we need to ensure that animals are being reared on natural grasslands instead of being fed with crops grown on deforested lands. And part of that, of course, also is, as we look to a growing population, how do we improve the way we produce our food, and also how do we reduce food loss and waste? The fourth action is about achieving what we call negative emissions, emissions that this actually involves processes that are actually removing carbon from the atmosphere. Now, if we increase our consumption of plant-based foods relative to animal source foods, our food system will require less agricultural land. I believe the number was 51% I saw there. So that will enable society to use land that was previously used for food production for other purposes, such as restoring nature and, of course, capturing carbon. And part of that is also important to look at the total net greenhouse gas emissions impact of our diets by looking at the strengths of the carbon sinks in countries where we import food. So if we import food from a country with strong carbon sink potential, such as Brazil, then our dietary shifts will result in a larger carbon sequestration potential. And the fifth and final strategic action I wanted to share was about optimizing crop yields. If we're going to grow to 10 billion people by 2050, we have to increase the production of certain foods without causing further harm to the environment. And that means sustainably improving crop yields where possible, optimizing production on all available land. So we need to adopt significantly different methods of food production alongside our dietary shifts. These would include agroecological methods such as conservation agriculture, agroforestry, and regenerative agriculture. So the science is clear. The findings that we've heard from the Eat Lancet report, I think, are very, very clear. The transformation is absolutely necessary. It will not be easy. It requires coordinated action. It requires leverage of resources. It requires all of us, I think, to challenge established perceptions and well-maintained myths. But it is possible. And what we eat and what we put on our planet can make a very big difference. 15 million lives per year can be saved. I just leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you for adding valuable contributions on the environmental impact on food and also the solutions that or the actions that we need to take on to move forward into a more sustainable world. And with that, I'll give the word to Natasha to also make your reflections on this.
Thank you, Ellen. Ellen, may I switch to Greek? Okay? Okay. Καλησπέρα.
Good evening. I'm giving you the time to put on your headphones. It is a great honor and pleasure to be here. I would like to extend my thanks to the organizers for inviting me. I would like to say that I will talk about, based on my course as policy advisor. I'm an agricultural engineer with a doctorate degree in environmental studies and with a long experience in public policies, public administration, and I will mainly speak based on the experience that I've had in the past 5 years when I work as a policy advisor in the European Parliament in Brussels, where I had the opportunity to experience from up close all this revolution that the Green Agreement would bring about. I will make an outline of what happened. I will discuss about the interface, the interconnection between science and policy, how reports such as the ones that we're presenting today land in the corridors of the European Parliament and in the member states. So the report, it is true that the Green Deal of the European Union One of the reports on which it was based was the 2019 Lancet report, and it sends a clear message that we should transform the way in which we eat for the benefit of our own health and the benefit of the planet. We have seen that the 15 million premature deaths that could be avoided was one of the elements that attest to that. When we were making all these calculations, I was impressed when we talked about alcohol consumption. I was impressed to see that alcohol was not included on the studies. For example, this is of concern to the European Union because the effects of alcohol consumption are very important to the European Union. As regards the environment, yes, in the EU we understand that the food systems are the ones that push the planet beyond its safety circle. So we need less processed foods, less meat, always respecting the dietary culture of each country and of Europe. You have seen there's a star there. We emphasize a lot on the report on justice and equity. This is very important, especially when it comes to the report of 2019. I would say that the European Union was in the forefront when it created the Green Deal. Justice and equity are at the heart of this Green Deal. Anything included there would always ultimately come down to we should not leave anyone out. We will move on to the next slide to see what happened in the European Union from 2019 to present and where we stand today. It was frightening. The transition was frightening. In the past 6 years, we had to respond to the climate change, the abrupt climate change. In the end, in late 2019, when I started to work and I set foot in Brussels, I was very happy to see the Green Deal, a holistic approach that would make Europe the first climate neutral continent that would introduce this horizontally to all its practices. The Green Deal specifically mentioned the agri-food sector and health. The Farm to Fork study was presented. It was an innovative policy of the EU for a fair, healthy, and environment-friendly food system that set goals for 2030. One of the best known one is the reduction of pesticides by 50% to reduce the risks of chemical pesticides. There were other goals, reducing the fertilizers by 20%, the antimicrobial products for animals, reduction in that as well, increase of ecological farming to up to 25% to reduce the waste of foodstuff. Other ambitious goals were the strategy for biodiversity for 2013 with similar objectives in order to restore nature, because we know at what stage the climate is. But we are not talking, remember, we are not talking about legislation. We are talking about suggestions, about policy suggestions. We are now coming to the policy, to the CAP, to the reform that we are now implementing. So the green architecture was there in the CAP. It was very present there. There are national strategic plans to be implemented. 25% of direct subsidies to farmers was allocated to eco schemes. The Commission says that 40% of the CAP contributes to actions towards the environment. This has been contested by environmental organizations and by the Court of Auditors, but anyway, in the next slide we can see that the pandemic crisis came. We all stayed at home. We had other challenges to face, but our agri-food system in Europe was resilient. Then came the war. We will see, we'll watch a video. So this was the view from our offices in the European Parliament. This is the Place Luxembourg in Brussels, right opposite the European Parliament, in front of the European Parliament. And this is a video from the 1st February of 2024. This whole situation had begun earlier. We would see farm tractors come from all directions. They were everywhere in our neighborhoods of Brussels, and we saw agri-farmers gather in all European countries. We then started in 2019-2020 with a more ambitious launch, more than 150 initiatives. From the mid-2023, we saw began the implementation of CAP. It was very complex, with a lot of opposition from the farmers, and then the narrative began to change. Resilience became the top priority, and the new narrative was about safety of food safety versus food sufficiency. Sustainability. This is and remains today the main subject of contradiction, of opposition. So where are we to 2025? To continuous reforms of the current CAP and to simplification that a lot characterizes the regulation. To not paint a whole completely gloomy picture, there are innovations with legally binding targets, and we were able, despite the strong opposition and despite this difficult environment, we approved the law for the restoration of nature. This is the legislative child of the strategy towards biodiversity. We were able to secure significant funding for the Horizon Europe program for nutrition, climate, circular economy, and rural communities. We have 28 strategic plans, and this is because Belgium never agrees and has two. They have begun to be implemented. The funds are allocated to where they should be, and recently we have objectives about the reduction of food waste. I will now talk about the two great failures, complete failures. One was the regulation of sustainable use of pesticides. This would have been the common child of the farm to fork and biodiversity. This is where would come in a legally binding target for reduction by 50% of pesticides. There were other measures forbidding them in sensitive areas, integrated plant protection from farmers around Europe. There was extraordinary opposition. We had dramatic moments in the parliament. Progress stopped, and after the opposition that I talked about, this was withdrawn. It was the first defeat of the European Green Deal. The second complete failure, which is very close to the report we are talking about today, is that we were all waiting for the child of the farm to fork, which was never born. It would have been a legislative framework about sustainable food systems. In 2023, we heard nothing about it. We asked the Commission, we inquired, there was no answer. This continued, and very slowly this was never presented. We would have seen legislation about the labels that would allow us to know what we eat. In Belgium, on various foodstuffs, you can see the Nutri-Score, so A, B, C, D, F, with different colors. So A for what is very good for our health, F for what is not good for our health. Olive oil is not adequately labeled, but this is a different discussion. What we see here is the main, the root causes of implementation gap: political factors, the farmers' protests, the lobbying of industry, as was the case in the pesticides, 9 billion. Do you think we just let go like that? Different priorities, shifting in priorities. Then we had structural changes. Member states have difficulty in implementing all these legislative initiatives, and we have insufficient funding. We ask a lot from farmers, but with less funding, and with even less funding for the next programming period. And then war and security, competitiveness from foodstuffs from other countries, different standards. What we ask of Greek producers, European producers, we ask them to provide abiding by specific standards, but the products that come from other countries, from third countries, do not need to abide to these regulations. I will quickly say that this is the new framework on the Common Agricultural Policy, which was presented on the 16th of July, so a few months ago. And while we were expecting that the food sector would be at the heart of policies, all of a sudden, we unite the two funds of the CAP, we merge them, we will have one fund for national and regional programs. There is more flexibility, which is good. Unfortunately, the objectives about biodiversity and climate are not very clear in this proposal, and many sustainability measures have begun to become voluntary and left to the discretion of the countries. We will have ambitious governments, not just ambitious ministers of agriculture. So now, when it comes to the EU agri-food policy versus the targets set by the Lancet report, I believe that on paper, the objective, the vision is common. Europe accepts what the report says. It acknowledges science. It agrees to what science presents. And it is true that we have done things about ecological farming, about proteins, public contracts for schools, for hospitals. But in any case, all analyses point to the fact that agricultural policies still fund sectors with a big imprint when it comes to meat, and to what extent the EU will have legislation towards that or directives towards that. We will not see them in the EU. We don't see any intention to say we should reduce meat by 50% or by whatever percent, but it is important to keep the citizens informed, because the more they know, the more policy will be funded in scientific results and what science says. So immediate actions, direct action, this is the moment where we should renew our commitment towards 2030 in the sector of food policy as well. The focus should be on the impact of current food systems on human health, not only its environmental impact. We saw that the narrative, the environment narrative, the I should save the planet narrative, is not does not have results. So if we shift our focus and say we should save ourselves by making different choices, maybe we will do better. Is it about branding? You might say, yes, it is about branding as well. It is about to what extent people understand what we're saying. What would be... So I am currently working in the science policy interface through the Horizon Europe program, and we are implementing a project in which we are testing the behavioral science tools. It exists somewhere in the report, and it does not just have to do with consumers. We are not using behavioral science to change, to transform the consumers' attitudes. We are talking about green nudges in order to push farmers towards viable, sustainable cultivation practices. So we should use the tools, the policy tools that we have, and not just use traditional tools, but also have recourse to more innovative tools. We need more funding. In the Common Agricultural Policy, there is a reduction. In fisheries, 67% reduction. So we should look at what is more and what is less important for Europe. We should have the stakeholders, the farmers, the businesses, all the stakeholders of the agri-food sector reintroduced and to the policy planning. We cannot just come all of a sudden and say, this is the strategic plan for the CAP. Europe is talking about it. Greece should talk about it as well. Simplification, yes, we should do that. We hear about it a lot. It can be done. We should coordinate ourselves. DG Agri has difficulty talking to DG NB. In the European Parliament, the Environment Committee has difficulty talking with agriculture committees. In Greece, similar. To what extent the Agriculture Ministry discusses with the Development Ministry, I don't know. So the agri-food sector should go and look for funding to other structural funds as well, because funds will not exist under its name alone. We should look also to changes that are that can be resilient to crisis. We are talking about planetary health diet. Planetary health diet. I think it would. I would like to hear about one health diet, one health approach. This is a concept embraced by a lot of European policies, and people believe that it is closer to them, perhaps.
Thank you, Anastasia, for bringing up this very important, the solutions, actions moving forward, how to work with the policymakers, and also then just for those of you who haven't read the Eat Lancet Commission, this is a big part of the Commission as well, which Walter and I didn't have time to go into, but it was a lot of alignment, I believe, between the EU policies and policy work within food systems and what we recommend. But it's really this about like making it stronger, making it actually happen, building the coalitions within policy between different strands of policy, so agriculture, health, how can we work together within policy. But it's also about the more uncommon coalitions, so policy and business and farmers, healthcare professionals and farmers. How can we build all these interlinkages between the different communities, the different stakeholders in the food system? Because if you look at the environmental situation we're in the dietary situation or the public health situation globally, we need a change now. So we need to react on all fronts. I think that is a message that we're bringing with us today. And I will sit down as well because we have a few moments also for a little conversation with the audience or with the panel. So I will give you. Or I can stand here. One question each. Walter, the Commission is very science-based with experts in health, agriculture, so it's researchers from universities. But how do you see the role of meals and dietary cultures in this science-based framework?
Yes. Hello, I guess I'm on. Thanks. Definitely integrating culture and other aspects of that are maybe differ and vary around the world are really important. Certainly, we found in terms of implementing this, or one of our recommendations was that we should, first of all, we provided a scientific outline for this and direction, and different countries or different regions will need to find out the best way for them to move forward, and there's no one answer to that. But just in general, a good starting place for other countries outside of the Mediterranean area to describe their diet or to help move in this direction is to start with their traditional diets that are usually going to be healthy and somewhat sustainable just by the fact that they've existed for a long time. And, but they were also limited by having to be local until very recently in human history. We were all local because we didn't have transportation and preservation facilities that we do now. So we have as examples, we took quite a bit of time to look at examples from around the world, from Asia, and Greg Drescher and his wife have done a really good job capturing, starting with traditional Vietnamese dietary pattern, which happens to fit quite closely, actually. The first thing is to preserve what exists and not lose it, because that's what's going on. Like the Mediterranean diet, healthy traditional diets around the world are under pressure and disappearing. So the first thing is to maintain and protect what's there and good to start with. Maybe sometimes reducing sodium, sometimes moving more toward whole grain rather than refined grains, things like that. But it's certainly a good starting point.
Thank you. Yes, as I'm sure the room agrees, it's the taste and the food experience is extremely important to be able to change diets or to preserve diets. And so I see you three here as representing science, civil society, and policy. So we have the three major stakeholders in food systems transformation. And Demeter, how do you see, as a representative of a civil society organization, what is the role of civil society in food systems transformation?
Yeah, I would probably say three things very briefly. The one is really about driving the awareness and the much needed cultural change. So trying to really communicate the links between planet and health and food, and try and make that as tangible as possible, so citizens and consumers out there understand what these links are, and this starts to be incorporated into their choices. The second obvious one is really to push for policy reform and for market reform. And we've heard a lot about what's happening right now on the policy front. How do you mobilize those citizens to become actually advocates for that change, to really stand up? There might be pressure coming from farmers that want one particular way of doing things. Maybe civil society needs to be active in that too. And I think the third point really is action on the ground, whether that's enabling local communities or looking for solutions, working together with retailers, for example, on how we can really reduce food waste, working together with fishers communities, and looking at sustainable fisheries, which is a very big thing for us here in Greece and the Mediterranean. So awareness, policy reform, work on the ground.
Thank you. Yeah, so the policy reform, Anastasia, so what do you see as your number one ask to research and to civil society as putting your policy hat on?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So what I would need, as a, let's say, policymaker, I've done it previously, from science. I would like maybe for the scientists to be able to speak in the policymaker language and understand how a policymaker may think about things, how difficult it is for a policymaker to have all the alternatives in front of him and be sure about the alternatives and choose and make a strategic choice. So, we need to build a bridge between science and policymakers. Even the language, so many diagrams, I don't know, policymakers cannot understand. most of them, let's say, in the European Parliament, they are not scientists. There are farmers, there are people that, I don't know, do other things. And maybe they find themselves in Agri Committee. It's very difficult for them to understand. And of course, we know there is pressure from the industry, from civil society, I don't know, from everywhere. So, you know, all those proofs need to be told to the policymakers in a way that they understand. And also scientists should understand, let's say, what policymakers want to do, what they expect from them. And about the civil society, when I was in the parliament, civil society organizations and especially environmental organizations, because we worked a lot with the European Green Deal regulation, the Common Agricultural Regulation. We had also an excellent regulation that we led the statistics for agriculture, and there we managed to put in legislation that we are going to have data on pesticide use, not sales, use every year, because we wanted to be able to measure our targets towards 2030. So let's say Client Earth and many other organizations really stand by us. And, you know, they did the needed advocacy. They should express the citizens, the consumers. Organizations should be stronger. They don't have a voice, especially in Greece. They don't have a voice. I don't know if they exist. Yes, that's all. And I think that from this panel we miss the business, which is important. Okay.
Thank you. And thank you to all three of you. I think the last commentary really tied it together, how important it is that we all communicate, work together, that we break down those walls between science, policy, the civil society. You spoke to retailers, other interest groups in the food system to enable this, the transformation, the real challenges that we are facing. So thank you, all three of you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. Now we have just one more plenary session before we go to break, and then we're going to have our breakout sessions after that. So I'd like to invite the panelists for the next session to come up. Diane Kochilas, Tassos Kyriakidis from Yale, Konstantinos Lazarakis, Jaime Leo, and Stelios Voutaris. So this next session, we're going to start to transition into a little more of a culinary focus and really look at what maybe people think of as sort of the holy trinity of the Mediterranean diet: olive oil, wine, and bread, and really do a deep dive both on tradition, but tradition reimagined and the pursuit of excellence, right, in each of these different areas. So with that, it's my great pleasure and privilege to introduce Diane Kochilas, a longtime friend and colleague who's a chef, cooking school owner, cookbook author, and for those of you that may have seen her public television series, PBS series, My Greek Table, which has been airing now, I think it's going into the 5th season, which is amazing, and divides her time between a wonderful island in the Aegean and Athens and the United States. So Diane Kochilas, welcome. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. This is very exciting. I see there are a lot of old friends here. It's nice to see everybody again. I'm going to speak very briefly a little bit about my experience, the 3 pillars of the Mediterranean diet: bread, wine, and olive oil, and what that means in terms of tradition and preservation, but also innovation, because the pursuit of excellence kind of covers all of that. I'm not sure that I can figure this one out. Let's see. Okay. I come from a background, I'm a cookbook author and a television cooking show host, so I'm always, my entire career, I've grappled with this idea of what's more important, preserving tradition or innovating? And I think there's no real answer to that. It's really about balance. And at the end of the day, it's about whether something tastes good or not, at least in my opinion. but covering some of the things that are important in this part of the world. Bread is definitely the absolute pillar of the Greek culinary experience. It's something that has changed tremendously in the last, I've been in Greece for 33 years. When I first moved here, I remember very vividly my in-laws would go to the bakery in their neighborhood and buy bread that was called politelias, which meant luxury bread. And it was totally bereft of anything nutritional. It was basically completely stripped, white flour, but they were the post-war generation, and to them that was the height of, you know, having arrived at some level of affluence. But oddly enough, in my time as a journalist here, that started to change, and on the bread stage, whole grains started to enter into the vernacular again. Today, it's a completely different situation. We have a very large spectrum of bakeries all over Athens, and the latest trend is this bakery here in the center of the city, not too far from Syntagma, called 72 Hours, which refers to the length of time that the bread is proofed. The bread is, I think, something like 14 or 15 euros a kilo. So it's quite a change from, this is country bread that is now taken on a very elitist, let's say, aura, something that my in-laws would probably never have thought of purchasing, but that my 24-year-old son loved, and actually asked me, Mom, where'd you get this bread? It was great. So there's this, I think, this interesting balance between this sort of cycle that happens in all of the traditional pillars of the Mediterranean and the Greek diet. And these are just some images of modern and more traditional bread bakeries. Wine is a whole other issue. I can't obviously touch on that in any great length because we have two very special wine experts here today, Stelios Boutaris and Konstantinos Lazarakis. But I come from a very small place called Ikaria, which you mentioned earlier. And this is an island, I think in some ways it's really representative of what's happened in Greece and what's happening almost everywhere throughout the country now. We're kind of on the last part of that frontier. These are images of very, very ancient winemaking techniques that are still in existence. So wine that's buried, that's aged in amphora in the ground, we still sometimes step on the grapes with our feet. It's really fun. But now there are 3 or 4 wineries on the island that bottle wine and that are, you know, have advanced quite a bit. But from my perspective, as somebody who tells the story of this sort of thing and brings people to the island to experience what I think is authentic, it is always a balance between, you know, do I take them to step on grapes with their feet, and will they be sort of will they feel that that's unsanitary in some way or somehow unsavory, or will they enjoy it? Most of the times they enjoy it, but they also enjoy the advances and they enjoy the, you know, sort of the evolution of that and a really nice wine with a beautiful, you know, beautiful scenery. The idea of balancing tradition and innovation is something that extends, I think, to every aspect of our experience here in Greece. For a visitor to this country, I think people come, in my experience, people come to Greece. I think I read recently that Greece was voted the most hospitable country on earth. And I can attest to that because it's something that I see in the people that I meet who come to Ikaria for cooking classes, and also in the response to people, even from the show and, you know, through the books. It's just this idea that we have this embrace of the table, and the table is the venue for communicating every aspect of the human experience. And people really do react to that. It's something that we've lost, I think, in more Western industrialized countries, but somehow in Greece we're still holding on to that, luckily. This is just my idea of humor. Just the 3 pillars of the Mediterranean diet. Wine, olive oil on the left in a very, very traditional setting. This is actually not too far from here. It's on the other side of the Peloponnese, outside of Sparti, in a resort that has this, brings people also for this olive oil experience in the very, very traditional way. Bread is one of the, not only is it a daily food in Greece, but it's also very symbolic and ritualistic food. And this is just something from my village on the 15th of August, which is a big holiday here. And on the left, the scientists in the room might recognize Theoklis Zaoutis. He'd kill me if he knew I had this picture up there. He was the former head of the Greek equivalent of the CDC, but he's a fellow Icarian. So you can see where wine plays a role both in symbolism and in everyday life. I'm sorry, that's my New York humor coming through there. And this, I think I'll end here because this is, I think, a really good example. It's not exactly bread, but it's a little bit on the bready side. It's something that everybody in this room probably recognizes, which is the starting point of one of the most iconic Greek dishes, one of the major food exports of this country to the rest of the world, which is spanakopita. And in talking about tradition, one of the things that I've always thought was a very interesting process, and I saw this as a food journalist here too. I lived through 33 years of incredible transformation in Athens in every aspect of the food world. And it was really interesting to document that. Spanakopita is a great example. It is something that is enclosed, let's say, in bread, but it's also something that has gone through enormous change at the hands of creative chefs and at the hands of entrepreneurs in Athens, at least from my experience. So here are just a couple of images of something very traditional on the bottom, and then a spanakopita focaccia, which is at a place in a neighborhood called Exarchia, which was the sort of, let's say, village or East Village of Athens, very interesting neighborhood politically that has now gone through tremendous gentrification. And this is from a place called Black Salami, which the locals in the neighborhood who've been there for 40 years disparage because it's too expensive for them. But the younger people in the neighborhood gravitate to because it's very hip. Then we have a spanakopita mac and cheese. These are just things that I've seen around town and have recreated in my own kitchen. A spanakopita grilled cheese, spanakopita arancini, and a spanakopita salad. So this is, I think I want to leave this discussion and segue into bread, wine, and olive oil, because this, I think, tells a story that is applicable to all three aspects, all three pillars of the Mediterranean and the Greek diet. How do you express tradition? How do you hold on to tradition? How do you keep tradition from being stagnant? How do you evolve without, let's say, betraying your own soul? I think that's a big question. So I'd like to introduce our panelists. I'll introduce Jaime Lillo first, who is the executive director of the International Olive Council. Sitting next to him is an old friend, Tassos Kyriakidis, assistant professor in the School of Public Health at Yale. Konstantinos Lazarakis, a master of wine, and Stelios Boutaris, a very old friend, even though we don't look it, who I've known for pretty much, his family got me into this business in a way. So we're going to have an interesting discussion. I think, Jaime, why don't you come up first? Thank you. I hope I didn't ramble too much. But, yeah.
Well, good afternoon. I hope you are finding this conference as exciting and inspiring as I've been doing. I've been listening all morning carefully to amazing speakers and taking notes and inspiring comments. And I will try to summarize where is the olive food system, olive oil, olive trees in this coming from tradition. We've been listening a lot this morning about Mediterranean diet, but also looking forward to the future and innovation. And I would like also to look at the recently released report on how to feed the world in a healthy and sustainable manner, and how the olive trees and olive culture can contribute to that. So this is not my my presentation. So that I don't know if you can check. This is our Tassos, but I can start presenting that coming from the International Olive Council. For those who are not aware, this is an intergovernmental organization created under United Nations auspices in 1959. So it's more than 65 years. Yes, this is good. This is the headquarters of the International Olive Council in Madrid, and our mission is to promote sustainable cultivation of olive trees through the international technical cooperation, enhance the quality of the products, mainly olive oil and table olives, and facilitate trade. And we are doing that mainly around international standards and international technical and scientific cooperation. Okay, where are we in olive oil world? From the early 90s today, we have doubled the olive oil production in the world from 1.5 million tons to 3 billion tons. This is around almost 2% only of the global vegetable oils consumption in the world. So still a lot of room to grow. And I would like to start saying that in the olive world, in the Mediterranean producer countries, thinking about producing 3 million tons one decade ago was like, wow, this is going to be very difficult to sell this oil. We're going to be with a lot of problems with such a big production, and we are in the opposite. If we don't have today 3 million tons to serve the world, we are facing troubles with prices, as we've seen a couple of years ago. So this increase of demand cannot be explained with the work done and presented this morning. So I would like to recognize the incredible contribution to the researchers and to explain to people that olive oil is healthy in the Mediterranean diet, has shifted the consumption of olive oil over the world. That needs to be recognized, and otherwise we cannot understand the general trends. My first point is that the olive tree comes from more than 60,000 years cultivation in the olive basin, but it's not anymore a Mediterranean crop. We see today that the circles are production of olive oil around the world. So you see that, of course, the center of gravity remains in the Mediterranean basin, but you see production in the 5 continents: Australia, South America, North America, California, China, Japan. In all the places we can produce olive oil, and this is getting more and more interest, which is, in my opinion, we discuss this a lot. This is good news. We are making more diversified the offer, more strength. We are diversifying the risk of climate change, and we are growing in diversity and production capacity. And this is, in my opinion, good news, because also where there is production, people start to understand the product better and better. If we look to the same graphic in consumption, we see that, okay, now we see that the circles are growing. 2 years ago, United States was consuming more olive oil than Spain. And this is incredible. This is also related to the work done, and people, particularly since pandemic, paying more attention on eating in a healthy way and looking for healthy options, as they are starting to discover olive oil. But we also see in Canada, in Brazil, in Australia, in China, growing interest. So we can say olive oil was at the center of the Mediterranean diet, but it's already advancing in the planetary diet or in the global diet. There is more and more interest of consuming olive oil, not only the Mediterranean countries. That was one of my main first points. And if we look to the future, and I think this is a macro trend of consumption, what are the consumers looking for in the future? And it's not far away from the main concerns. People want to eat healthier. People is growing they want to be conscious about the planet and the environmental impact. They want to have an experience. They want to enjoy the food, and they want to make it simpler. So we have very good, let's say, perspective to continue gaining consumers around the world. And I will also, when we were discussing about the politicians and how to put science and politicians together, I think politicians care about what people care. So if we conquer the consumers, if people wants to really eat healthy and sustainable, politicians will follow. That's I think the rest. But that was one of the thoughts from previous discussion. Anyhow, I'm not going to develop about olive oil and health. This has been extensively for people much better than I explained to the public today. I just wanted to briefly mention the celebration of the 30th anniversary of the famous pyramid. That was, we had the honor to put together many of the people here present today and explain the new findings of how this Mediterranean diet is still active and is still contributed to the health. We are trying to in collaboration with Professor Miguel Angel from Navarra and Harvard, to follow what in the olive health information system. I invite you to put together every evidence published on olive oil, table olives, and health in our website. And we are collaborating with the Culinary Institute of America. It's not only about being healthy, it's about eating, it's about enjoying food, it's about being delicious. And I think the work done with plant-forward kitchen or plant-rich diets and how to make it delicious and enjoy is part of the driver to conquer the future consumers and our contribution to feeding the world, not only in healthy and sustainable, but also delicious manner, and we are proud to do that. This is something we were discussing before, and how when we were talking about excellence and what is next. I think we need there is work to be done in the restaurants. There is a positive narrative to be constructive when we talk about different origins, varieties, pairing food with olive oil, and group of experts, international group of experts of tasting that we are hosting in the IOC last year released this guide to, they call it hedonic tasting. So it's not about tasting to see if it's extra virgin or not. It's about tasting to enjoy it, to find the flavors, to pair it with food, and to follow somehow the richness in restaurants and food service and hospitality. That is something, one of the challenges we see ahead. Now I would like to move to the environmental aspects, and this is also coming from the previous. When we talk about food systems, and they say, okay, food systems are wrong. Okay, not all of them. We need to look at them carefully, and when we look about olive trees, we have more than 11 million hectares of olive trees acting as managed as a cultivated forest. So it is a great opportunity for biodiversity. It's a great opportunity to conserve our soil, and it's a great opportunity to fight against climate change, because it's not only about reducing CO2, but the olive trees are sequestering CO2 from the atmosphere. We are in working with with Olivares Vivos, also with environmental NGO, Save BirdLife, amazing results of how can increase biodiversity with olive trees, how to promote better practices to increase the capacity of sequestration of CO2, or maintain the soils, or also, of course, to maintain and use the genetic resources in international collections preserved by the International Olive Council. It's part of the future, and we're working very closely with other scientists in that world as well. Basically, the main challenges there is to adapt the cultivation to climate change, and this is not a minor challenge. We know that climate change is a big reality, and particularly in the Mediterranean region, and we've seen the impact already in the olive oil production. But we have an incredible resilience tree, the olive tree. You can find it growing in the desert. You can see olive trees growing for thousands of years and still giving fruit. So it's about better understanding the interaction with environment, with soil, and genetics to give the tree the possibility to adapt into the climate. But there is also a role. Since 2 years ago, the International Panel on Climate Change recognized that agriculture is not only about reducing emissions. Agriculture can also contribute to capture CO2 from the atmosphere. And olive trees, permanent crops, and in particular olive tree, is in a privileged position. We made a first preliminary study, and producing of 1 liter of virgin olive oil is sequestering more than 10 kilos of CO2 from the atmosphere. This is average figures, but 1 hectare of olive trees is a question around 4.5 tons of CO2 over the year from the atmosphere. So when we talk about, food systems are part of the problem, yes, some of them, intensive production of meat and others, but we have a plan with very little water in very poor soils can provide, and I take those words from a dinner with Mr. Wallet, that maybe the healthiest calories we can produce to provide to people from this ancient tree. So that was my time, and just to conclude, olive trees, olive oil is coming from ancient diet and a lot of tradition, but it's also part of the future challenge of how to feed a global, a growing population in a healthy and sustainable manner, and doing it in a delicious way. So thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Jaime. Tassa, would you like to come up? So Tassas Kyriakidis, Assistant Professor at the Yale School of Public Health.
Thanks. Good afternoon. First, thank you to the organizers for inviting me. I've been following this conference for many years. This is the first time I'm attending, so thank you for inviting me. Now that the element of surprise is gone, my slide shows the title. Lux in Veritas is the motto of my university, but I'm trying to add the last 2 words, et oleum. It's a hard battle, but I'm trying. So I'm going to share some thoughts and activities we've done on our campus, sort of going from the global to the more local, in bringing this theme forward of the Mediterranean diet and traditions forward, and how we're thinking of moving it in the future. I want to echo Diane's comment about tradition and evolution, or innovation and innovation. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. And what we're trying to do here in the examples you're going to see is tying those 2 concepts together. So I'm going to start with what I call the bottom line up front. The main message here is we're all here to talk about Mediterranean diet yesterday, today, and tomorrow. I'm going to walk you through how it started, what we're doing at Yale, how it started. I'm going to give you a couple of examples of what we've done and what our thoughts are going forward. Obviously, this is not work just of mine. I was given a platform to play on with Yale Hospitality and people that some of you know here to do all this kind of thing with their students, and echoing on Natasha's sort of idea of how do we translate the science and in a way that students, in this case, understand and embrace it. So how it started, when I was talking to Diane, we go back since 2006. This was the first event we did at Yale through the Hellenic Studies program. Out of a whim, I talked to the director of the Hellenic Studies program. I said, we got to do something about Mediterranean diet. What do we want to do? It was a series of panels. We brought anywhere people from like the bench scientists to chefs on panels to talk about how you think about food, and its impact on health and policy. Fast forward many, many years later through a couple of things that we had to work on, and this is reality that a lot of you know. This is the reality of olive oil consumption in the US. Not a lot compared to other countries, barely 1 liter per person per year. But as Jaime said, the market is growing. And how is that happening? A lot of things like this, messages go out, and we try to capture that and see how we can implement it in our little microcosm of 10,000 students on campus. And the community, obviously, not just the students. So in a short 6 years, when we started looking at our data, we managed, this is data from 23-24, to go from 1 to about 6.5 liters per person per year on campus. That's almost a 650% increase over a short period of time. I still want to get higher than that. And no, we do not have them in the water fountains olive oil is not running in the water fountains. I thought about it, but that was turned down. So how did we do it? That's one afternoon I called, many of you know Rafi Taherian, who has retired last year with Yale Hospitality, and I said, Rafi, we got to do something with our students. What do you want to do? Well, there's this new space that you guys renovated. It's a nice little bar. We can make an oleoteca. Let's start with 20, 30 people and see who shows up. Well, people did show up, and we started tasting olive oil, talking about health, just in a very casual, at the end of the day, kind of Thursday afternoon, and see where it goes. And they asked me, how long do you want? I said, give me 3 hours, give me 5. I'm not counting time. As long as the students are there, I'll stay. So we had it. The first year we had 20, 25 people, a few in the wait list, and as you can see, because I'm a numbers person, I'm like, but is it working? So people showed up and they wanted to be there. So the wait list started growing up, and I said, well, why don't we open to bigger crowds? So now we have about 100 people every time with 200-300 on the wait list. So it's growing. People are liking it. The advantage is that we have students for 4 years. They're captive. They're not going anywhere. So we can do this over and over and over. So again, is it working? Do people like it? And you can see we asked them, we sent them surveys, and they responded very positively. Some of them had no idea that olive oil had this impact, not only on the health, but the gastronomy, how food tasted different. Building on that, we said, okay, let's bring together something that's happening here, science, growers, because without the industry, we don't have anything to talk about, operators, food people, and consumers. So we started having these events where we would bring people of all these different diverse backgrounds to think and talk and challenge themselves in thinking about food, not just from the health, but also from culture and history. So when this place was being renovated, I said, I have an idea for the first event we're going to do. We're going to do a 5-course sit-down dinner. I'm going to revive the ancient Greek cuisine and find writings from ancient Greek literature, and I'm going to turn to a chef and say, here, execute this 5-course dinner. They looked at me, I was crazy. I said, it's going to work. So we tried to do that and brought music from the School of Music. We had a 5-course dinner, and every plate that was coming out, the chef would talk about the gastronomy, and I would talk about the historical health and culture implications of that dish that you're eating. It's not something, the ingredients were not from 10 years ago, 20 years ago, thousands of years ago. So we kind of brought forward those old ideas and ingredients and concepts. We started with an olive oil tasting, and it's not like the Palace of Nestor, but it's okay, not too bad. These are known as commons, a big facility in the center of campus. So we had the art of gastronomy, because it is an art. Chefs are artists. So I would give like the ingredients, and then he would execute the dish. And then I would come back and talk about the health and the culture and the historical context of that dish that was in front of them. So 4 hours later, everybody was still there, because they wanted to hear more and engage in this conversation. They had to kick us out because it was almost 11 o'clock. But then what do we do from here? How do we think about the sustainable framework to bring this forward in a way that students like it? And obviously, Yale Hospitality is going to be okay with it, and because I can propose a lot of crazy things, but we have to sort of balance those thoughts and ideas. So in thinking about this, and this is something I presented at the Gastronomy and Culture Symposium that we co-organized this past June at the University of Napoli, how do we integrate the traditional Mediterranean with modern cuisine? Things are evolving. We have to admit that. People are looking for new things. So how do we bring that together, create this culinary continuum by embedding those traditional Mediterranean ingredients and different interpretations, different ways of thinking about it into contemporary practices, with the impact being we're going to preserve the tradition, but it might look a little bit different. It's okay. They don't they're not mutually exclusive. How about documenting and digitizing these recipes? I know a lot of people have been doing that with the objective of ensuring the preservation and transmission of those ideas and the heritage that we have, again, Mediterranean being defined in all sorts of ways, but now we have technologies that we can use. How do we capture that? Technology is not always bad, it's not always good, but how do we harness the power of that with the impact being enhancing the accessibility, now that we have a tool, a platform that everybody can access to get the message even out there. I'm working with students in a small community. How do we go beyond that? And last but not least, how we explore and promote the experience of the Mediterranean culinary sort of tradition, to highlight and promote the diverse culinary traditions. We've all heard different things about Mediterranean diet and what it means, depending on where you're coming from, how you interpret it, what region of the Mediterranean you're talking about, with the impact being how to boost that cultural appreciation. Because at the end of the day, food, and in particular Mediterranean food, is, I think, the biggest connector of people. You might not be talking the same language at the same table, but you're enjoying the same food. So let's use that culinary sort of experience to build on that. So with that, I'd like to thank Rafi Taherian, Yale Hospitality, recently retired, and my colleague Vassilis Vassiliou. We're trying to put together a program, a center at the School of Public Health, focusing on olive oil and the impact, or the olive tree, I should say, and its products, and the impact on health and planetary health. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasso. Konstantin, would you like to come up? Konstantin Lazarakis is Master of Wine, and you're going to talk to us about tradition and innovation in Greek wines, I hope. And a few other things.
A few other things. This is not going to be exactly what you think. I have to thank the masterminds, as well as the organizations behind this conference, this symposium, that have the guts to have not just one, but two people, Stelios and myself, that make a living out of wine, like voicing their stance towards Mediterranean diet. And also we have a breakout session at the Dagikse. All these glasses going up and down and on, touching them, whatever, sustainability. And having a breakout session that even you can drink some wine. I don't know if you notice it, but there is a big war on wine. You know, I'm serving a glass of wine to someone, and I feel like I'm getting a loaded gun on the table. And I'm saying, have you been doing your Chekhov homework? If you see a loaded gun on chapter 1, you know what to do with that on chapter 3. War on wine, zero tolerance, no level that is risk-free. Wine is alcohol and all that jazz. Well, we have war on beef, war on ultra-processed food. I'm all in for that. We are having now war on coffee. And all these wars, well, the initial war that has been fashioned all the other wars was the war on smoking. That was declared hands down a victory, and then e-cigarettes and vaping walk in the room. Go and check the young people's rise on these alternative smoking habits. It's frightening. And just to have an idea where the headlights are aiming at, the rise of psychedelics. If 20 years ago someone was saying that people talk about the legalization of psychedelics, I would think psychedelic music, and then I would say, no, stick to illegal. Psychedelic music has to be illegal. Now, weed, cannabis. I mean, it's very fitting to discuss that in Kalamata, I think. No. For non-Greeks, if weed was wine, you are in Burgundy. You are a spliff, a joint away from Romane Conti, okay? That's the case. 24 states in the US legalize marijuana. Washington, D.C. is working on that, so it will be completely legal in a bit to have a joint in the yard of the White House, have the president, the POTUS guy, having a sort of a spliff somewhere, totally legal, right? Right, okay. Then, again, talking about the White House, talking about, until recently, very frequent visitor, Elon Musk. You know, 4 years ago, my, at that time, 14-and-a-half-year-old son was saying that, you know, Elon Musk is using ketamine. Okay? We had, I think in the Congress, we had 5 bills passed in 2019 that relate to psychedelics. Now, last year we had, if not more than at least 30. And when we talk about psychedelics, I'm talking about ecstasy, things like that. Google it. Don't trust me, Google it. There is a growing number of scientists and legislators that think that we should legalize quite a few of these things, with a very deep understanding that paying 25 euros and have a dose of ecstasy will get us, all of us, going until the end of the symposium, and I'm talking about tomorrow afternoon. And tell me conservative, but I would be less worried when my son grabs a glass of wine rather than having LSD. In Greece, we say pharmako, which means the medicine. We say pharmaki, meaning poison, and we say the difference between pharmako and pharmaki is the dose. I would say also it's the mode of consumption. And we had some amazing people talking about the process of enjoying food and wine within what we call, what most of you call, Mediterranean aspect of dining together. I'm not an expert. Of course, I can talk about the obvious things like consumption in moderation, about the fact that you don't consume alcohol on an empty stomach. It's not like eating now and then going out on the pub to get completely washed by alcohol and all that. But I like to see the broader picture. Mediterranean diet. Dishes together. That goes deep into our mammalian souls. Eating together. Remember the lions together munching on a giraffe. Eating together from the same plates, touching, really connecting. Where a vegan, a vegetarian, a pescatarian, and obviously, like myself, omnivorous human being can be together without being conceptualized, stigmatized. At the same time, we could think more things, like inviting people to your place. Do you know how many places around Western world inviting people to your place is out of question? Having generations that have nothing to do, spending time together cooking. Okay, I'll tell you a very deep personal experience. It's going to be a bit tricky. After my mother passed away, my father, who used to be a chef, had his favorite pastime to cook for his only grandchild, our son. Our son's favorite food was gogles, cholia, it's like a gnocchi kind pasta. His favorite grandfather's food was gogles. My father had a stroke, quickly passed away. He was lucky in that regard. And after like about a month, we discovered a portion of his gogles prepared for his grandson in the freezer. And I saw my son sitting down, consuming, knowingly for the last time, his favorite dish. That really put a completely different notion of what food can be. We talk about a 6, anima sana and corpore sano. There are 2 misreadings on that. People say a healthy mind in a healthy body, and they think that we should really get our bodies sorted out to accommodate for a sort of healthy mind. The first misreading is that they don't think that symbiotic relationship, think of autoimmune diseases like a healthy mind is prerequisite for a healthy body. And then the second misreading is the translation, anima is not mind, is psyche, psyche. What's the relationship between mind and psyche? For me, I mean, look at Greeks. We say nous, psyche. It's something deeper. Psyche is mind plus. And in that plus is where wine exists. It is playing around with our emotions, with our highly elevated sensation of being together, eating together, drinking together is. When we enjoy a glass of wine, we're not really pathetic, surprisingly suicidal morons. We are not craving, we are desiring, we are worthy of that space between mind and psyche. Maybe we are defined by that plus between nous and psyche. Thank you.
Well, Constantine, thank you for that incredibly psychedelic experience. It was really interesting. Stelio Boutaris, one of, I think everyone in this room probably knows who Stelios is, scion of one of the oldest winemaking families in Greece, a good friend, and somebody who I think embodies...
Friends for over 35 years, since kindergarten.
Don't
right?
say that. Friends since kindergarten, 35 years. I just want to say that you do embody innovation and tradition, to me at least. So, anyway.
Okay. Well, it's always hard to go speak after Konstantinos. You know, maybe I should let him speak for another 10 minutes, and because I don't have so many interesting things to say. That's like Konstantinos. But anyway, you know, when Diane told me that we're going to do this panel, I think it's the first time we'll do a panel together and talk about evolution and preservation, I said, wow, that's very, very interesting. You know, our motto at Kyriani is that, you know, innovation builds tradition. And I strongly believe that innovation and tradition are the two sides of the same coin. One brings the other, kind of. Anyway, I have some notes here, and I want to make sure that I don't skip everything, so I might wear my glasses. You know, this is a concept that we try to live on, and you know, in our business, it's a marathon. You know, it's not like you know, my father always said that you plant a vineyard for your grandson, really. So it's always nice to look really, really ahead of time. So you always need to make, you have to make sure your tradition is there, but at the same time you have to innovate to be always modern. Anyway, I'll tell you a few examples. In the 80s, in Santorini, this is, mind you, a 3,000-year-old vineyard. They used to harvest always after September 15th, to Stavru. It was a big holiday at that time. And when my father went there, he was actually, at that time he was divorced with my mother, and he was trying to get her back. So my mother was in Santorini with some friends. So he went there to try to get her back. But he suddenly realized that this is a big vineyard, Santorini. So he spent some time there, and when he said, okay, I'm going to build a winery here. What they did at that time, they would harvest late. So what he decided to do is to harvest early, in early August. Everybody was like, what? Early August? We don't harvest in early August. We're still in the beach in early August. Well, you know, this is what we're going to do. So, and everybody was telling him, nobody will bring you grapes. Well, how do you say it in English? I said, okay, I'll double the price of the grapes. So everybody brought these grapes to him. And now, with this little innovation, we have the wines of Santorini of today, which are regarded a big tradition these days. The wines of Santorini are world known. The Assyrtiko of Santorini is spearheading the Greek wine revolution, and it's the variety that everybody knows from Santorini. Similarly, in the 90s then, he started planting Sauvignon Blanc in Amindion, in the north of Greece, and Syrah in Naousa. Everybody was like, why are you planting these varieties? It wasn't even legal at that time. It wasn't allowed. There was no PGI or PDO for these wines. So he planted them, and 30, 40 years later, Sauvignon Blanc from Amindion is actually, cold climate Sauvignon Blanc, as we say, is actually one of the best Sauvignon Blancs in the world. And everybody knows Amindion for its Sauvignon Blancs. So, it's always, you always have to look forward and try to innovate, Same thing in Santorini, it's really funny, and I'm going to go into a little bit of wine tourism, which is very fashionable, and actually, I believe one of the things that we have to invest in the next years. In Santorini, we opened a winery there back in the 90s, and we said, okay, we have all these tourists coming. Why not have a wine tasting for them? I think at that time, wine tourism was always in Rheines and in the German Weinstrasse, So we opened the winery. People can come and taste. Everybody's like, why? Who's going to come and taste wine? Everybody wants to go to the beach. So we opened the wine, and also we did one more thing. And this is where my culinary thing comes in. I'm just only wine people. We said, we're going to have also 8 dishes. What kind of dishes? Well, we're not going to do the dishes that the tavernas do. We're going to do the dishes that people in Santorini at home eat. Fava, salad with capers, leaves, even preserved fish. Well, this is a wine killer, really. However, we had it to make a point, because in Santorini at that time, there were a lot of people on the sea, so it was a poor island up to the 70s, 80s Santorini, not like today. So we brought up these dishes that were non-existent in the island, the tavernas, but only at home. Another innovation. Now, this innovation is a tradition. You go to Santorini, everybody has fava, everybody has caper leaves, everybody has all these dishes. What we're doing now today, now it's not a tourist destination at all. We open a restaurant, again, wine and food, a pair made in heaven, and okay, let's see what we're going to do to make something different. How we're going to innovate? Well, we went back. We planted about 1,000 olive trees around the vineyard in order to have our own olive oil. We planted, we have our own chicken, so we have eggs. And of course, we have a 2-acre garden, vegetable garden, so we have always fresh vegetables to cook. Now, is this really something new? Well, we know we did something traditional, and we tried to innovate it, trying to take the old recipes and make them into modern food. And all of a sudden, people come to eat at the winery. And of course, the last example, which I want to dwell into it, which is, I might be crucified, Constantine, if I say these things. Low intervention wines. I do not dare to say the word natural, right? What's happening there? All these young winemakers, they wanna take the old way, the traditional way of making wine, and bring it to the market. And they do, very, very popular. There are places today that sell only natural wines. I don't go to these places, sorry. Now, do these guys innovate? They do in a way. However, if they want to be here for the next day, I think they have to find ways to not just look back, but take the tradition, take something that we have, take the heritage, and bring it to the next level. Yes, I totally think that I would try a vineyard to be organic. We try to use the least pesticides we can. On the other hand, we may have to make a good product. Anyway, just to sum up, tradition, heritage, vintage, preservation, these are all really cool terms, but if they are used only for their own sake, then we go nowhere. This is the base. These notions are the basis for innovation and hence tradition. Thank you.
Thank you, Stelio. I think I have a few questions for you. We have time for that, I think. I guess my first question is for you, Jaime. As the leader of the International Olive Council, what are you doing to help producers around the Mediterranean? Pretty straightforward question. Particularly in terms of promotion, international exposure.
Yeah, I mean, we are, of course, I mean, in several aspects. This is hard to summarize. But basically, we work at the cooperation of spreading best practices, we conserve and we share research from the genetic of the plants. We have international collections providing right plants to respond to the challenges of climate change, among other things. We work on spreading best practices. We do a lot of training, international conference. We give grants for farmers and associations to participate, and we work a lot in scientific cooperation between researchers, extension service, policymakers around the olive sector. We've been doing a lot of promotion and education on consumers. That was more extensively done in the past with huge campaigns in the US and around the world, explaining what is the olive oil, inviting people to taste the olive oil. And we are more now very much focused also on facilitating trade. We think that is very much globally trade, and we need a common language to be sure that what is an extra virgin is the same for everybody. We define parameters, method of analysis, laboratories recognized all around the world, trying to ensure that every person who opens a bottle of extra virgin is a real bottle of extra virgin and they have a good experience. And we are also collaborating with the chefs and the Culinary Institute like the CIA to not only to bring the experience to the tables, to the consumer all around, in the way of collaborating with a rich plant. Like I think I remember from a previous conference when Antonio was saying why people eating more vegetables in the Mediterranean area is because they cook it with olive oil and they mix it with olive oil, and we think this is something to elaborate and go globally and contribute to feeding the planet, of course, taking into account farmers here in the Mediterranean region and other regions in the world.
Okay, thank you. Tasso, I have a question for you. What can somebody like me, a cook and a storyteller and a journalist and a writer, learn from your research, your sensory, your exploration of olive oils, your scientific exploration of olive oils? What can you impart to somebody who's not a scientist, to somebody who uses olive oil, who's on the front line actually of using olive oil and sharing it with other people?
So I'll tell you a little story. 2022 September, during our 4th International Yale Symposium on Olive Oil and Health, we had a panel with 3 chefs, and the Greek chef gets up and puts one slide up. His name is Manolis Papoutskakis. He goes, chefs have the power. If you think about it, that's true. You go to a restaurant, they can do whatever they want. You're going to eat whatever they cook. So I want to use that, and going back to the, how do we translate the message from the health perspective as scientists to chefs so they can step forward and talk to everybody who's consuming their food. They have a story to tell, not only through their food and the color on the plate, but we can help pass that message so it's not coming from a scientist, but it's coming from an artist whose food they're consuming. So I do agree, chefs have the power, so let's give them that power.
I like that. You, I'm saving for last. Stelio. You've been doing this a long time. You grew up doing this. What advice would you give to somebody starting out today? I mean, the Greek wine world has changed dramatically since we've known each other. So what, somebody starting today, that you mentioned to me when we were talking earlier that your dad opened Kyriani when he was 56. Right. So if I were 26 and wanted to start a winery.
Well, if you think about it, today there are more than 1,600 wineries in Greece. If you go back 10 years, maybe 15, there were 600, something like that. If you go back in the 80s, there were less than 100, right? So there's definitely been a big wine in Greece is a great story. You know, I mean, I really think that even after the crisis, sometimes I say that you know, the crisis did good for us Greeks, but the Greek wine industry really rebounded after the 15 crisis. So all of a sudden you have all these young guys, and you have this new model that did not exist in Greece before. And actually, this is something that we actually find a way to also make it official. It's the grape grower becoming a winemaker as well. Now, this is not something new for Spain, Italy, Portugal, you know, Austria, whatever. But in Greece, it didn't exist. You had the co-ops and the big wineries, and you had on the other side the grape growers. Now, what happened is that now you have this new model where the new generation, you know, there was a guy who had 10 hectares in Nemea, producing 100 tons of grapes and giving, you know, 10 here, 10 there, 80 to the local co-op. Now, his son, a little bit more educated, a little bit more forward-looking, he said, okay, well, maybe I'll try and make 1,000 bottles, and maybe 5,000 bottles then, and then 10,000 bottles. So you have a little bit more healthier model now, where there are some grapes that go to the co-op, some grapes will go to another winery, but he will also make his own wine and try to sell it under his own name. So he's becoming a little bit like most winemakers are, you know, from the grape to the table, as I say. Now, can everybody do it? No, because you have to be educated, you have to be patient, you have to have a personality that can go out and talk to people. But if there's one word I would say patience. You know, as I said before, grape growing is a marathon, you know, and you know, you do 10,000 bottles and you want to sell them the first year and then the next year again. It's not easy, guys. You know, you really have to go slowly. Focus on your local market. Invest in wine tourism. You know, these are all little things that can bring you a good next day.
Thank you. So, Constantine, as a soldier, what weapons are you taking to the war on wine? Defensive or offensive?
I think it's a war on more things than wine. I think it relates, I have a lot of doctors and public health people that really sort of try to tuck me away when I start talking about the law of small possibilities and small probabilities. But I think it's a matter of balance, pan-metron arison. It's about incorporating things that potentially, I mean, don't get me wrong, alcohol is bad. Alcohol can kill you. Alcohol is addictive. Alcohol is something that could cause your family a lot of bad things. Don't get me wrong. It's not like a thing that could not go wrong. But stating that, you have to look around all the other things in life that can be addictive, that can be potentially go bad. There are very few things that can't really. So it's all about a matter of balance. And Greeks, and especially what we have been discussing all along, it is things that relate to balance. I think storytelling is a big thing on wine, and how people rip us off is, for me, one of the biggest advantages of wine. You go to malt whiskey producers or cognac producers, all the structure of portfolios, all the details, even on back labels, all the tasting techniques relate to wine. They're ripped off from the wine world. Even coffee. Oh, no. We've been with the family to Chicago, and in Illinois, you can smoke weed. So I've seen a tasting note of weed discussing terroir and minerality coming from a fantastic terroir of Kalamata, and then having distinct notes of minerality. I mean, with the climate change, we have the vines go pop in their buds quite early because the winter is finishing early, and the bud burst happens earlier and earlier. And in specific places like Burgundy, you can have frost killing these young buds. So when you have problems like that, producers are lining up heaters within the vineyards to protect or maybe minimize the damage caused potentially by the frost. I've seen on the Financial Times How to Spend It magazine a full ad of Brunello Cucinelli trying to sell their $2,000 cashmere sweaters, discussing some weirdo language about nature, and having a photo of a vineyard in Burgundy with heaters lined up between the vines. Are we joking? Bugger off. That's ours. That's wine. What wine had to do with this? Also, what I think it's very important to understand and speaks volumes about the nature of the wine is that, and that gives wine and several other things around wine hope, is this. Wine is possibly the only form of agriculture that has a conversation with the elites, with the wealthy, with the powerful. You can be a cotton producer and have a chat with politicians, but you never have a meeting with people because they really enjoy your olive oil. You can have power out of the production. You can be the president of the union. So, of course, you will discuss with politicians. It's very rare, I don't know of any incident, that a wealthy businessman enjoying a tomato will invite that tomato grower to its place to sit around and enjoy the tomatoes. Stelios has been dining with the plutocracy and aristocracy of Greece and beyond, not because he has the power or he's, well, he has been the president in several unions, but these people are tuned to the grandeur of wine. chefs do that, but there is a different distance between creation and product. You have the chef cooking in the sort of kitchen of a billionaire, because you must have the cook there to have the food of that chef, okay? In wine, you can enjoy any wine at your dining table without having stelios around. Still, people want to have stelios around. That, again, speaks volumes about the grandeur of wine, and also adds a lot of food for thought of how we can add value to the things that we do, how we cultivate the air, how we move on, adding more gravitas to what land can give us.
Thank you. So I think we strayed quite a bit from the three pillars of the Mediterranean diet: bread, olives, and wine. But it was a lively conversation. I enjoyed it. I hope you did too. I think we have a little time for questions. Oh, I'm sorry?
We're out of time.
Oh, we're out of time. Oh, because it says 8:35 there. Oh, okay, that's in a carrion clock. Okay.
We're running behind, so.
Then I thank you very much, and thank you all for a lively conversation.
Thank you, Diane, and thank you, panelists. I know I'm certainly going to I have more things to think about when I have my glass of wine tonight, so I look forward to that. I want to introduce, before you all leave, we have just an announcement about the workshop. So I'm going to introduce Santi Mastashashis, who's our co-executive director of the Torribera Mediterranean Center, and he's going to tell us where to go after our coffee break.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, because we have 5 workshops simultaneously taking place here, so it's in different locations in the hotel. But 3 of them are already fully booked, so you have already registered to your workshop, but there are 2 that are still open. Okay, so I'm going to go one by one very quickly. Beyond extra virgin olive oil workshop that will take place here. So we need you to get all your stuff when you leave.
So we obviously got a late start because we had to completely reset the room and then pour the oils and so forth. So my apologies, and thank you for sticking around. And those who did not stick around are going to really be sorry when they hear how fun it was from you all, right? So, Maria Loy, where's Maria? Please have a seat. Manolis, where are you? There is Manolis. And Rosa, you can stop working. And everyone was jumping in here. And have a seat, please. So the topic here is beyond extra virgin olive oil, phytochemicals, and am I too loud? Or is that about right? Okay. Olive oil, phytochemicals, and the taste of excellence. So we have an illustrious panel here. We have Maria Loy, who is a chef and television personality and cookbook author. We have Rosa Lamuela Raventas, which you have met her before. She is a legend and is here to help us with the health side. And Manolis Papoutsakis, who is a chef, and he is the philosopher chef. He is a great thinker and a great chef, and he's the man who's helped with the food tonight. So this is Manolis. I'm Alexandra Kasenik-Davaren. I'm a consultant, California-based, olive oil from dirt to dinner. I do all aspects of olive oil, so that's me, and also the director of Extra Virgin Alliance. So you have the bios, you can read up on us. So I'm just going to start. First off, I'd like to thank the sponsors for this incredible opportunity, and this has been such an interesting event, and it's just great. It's just great to be here. So I guess, why are we here? So we've been looking at the Mediterranean diet from a multi-dimensional perspective. And one of the things, I'm not going to talk much about all the benefits of the Mediterranean diet. I think that's been the topic of so much of our discussion. What we're going to look at here is that intersection of health and flavor. So I was thinking a lot about dietary choices, because what makes people choose the food they choose? If people were driven by health concerns, I don't think we would be here. Obviously, dietary choices, what people eat, are driven by a lot of things, and health may be one of them, but it is not the strongest driver. So now I think people are starting to look at the benefits or the costs to the planet, and this is particularly true of young people. So this is an important dietary driver, and I think it's only going to become more so. Availability, that's one we're not going to be able to address, but I was glad that it came up in one of the previous sessions, that food insecurity in the United States, one of the richest countries in the world, a lot of people have no access to fresh food. So a Mediterranean diet for them is just a dream. So that's a big social issue. That's a whole other conference. And convenience. I think that's a really, really big driver. People are time poor. So they're eating out more often, and they are looking for fast ways to nourish themselves. And I use nourish, I think, in quotes. But probably the number one thing is that, oh, I like the way it tastes. So I think the product, the food that answers all of these things, except that availability issue, which we agree we're leaving for another day, is olive oil. It's healthy for the person, it's healthy for the planet. It makes cooking easier. I think Chef Loy is going to talk quite a bit about that. Fast, simple food. And the other thing is that olive oil makes healthy food delicious. And there's been a few allusions to that. And we're gonna explore that. We're gonna be playing around with the flavor dynamics of olive oil and different foods. So Obviously, the value of olive oil as a healthy monounsaturated fat has been accepted nutrition fact for decades. And there's also this growing body of research that's pointing to phytochemicals as an important reason why extra virgin olive oil is so good. And so we're going to look at minor components a little bit as part of this flavor discussion. Specifically, we're going to look at phenolic compounds, and also known as polyphenols, but that is probably phenolic compounds is a more accurate way to describe them. It's a very diverse group of chemicals with a diverse set of health benefits. We are only beginning to understand what individual phenolics are doing in our health and so forth, and we're just at the beginning of just a whole world of discovery there. The phenolic compounds also have impacts on flavor. They are bitter, some of them are peppery or pungent, some of them are astringent. So those also are part of the picture. And the perception of phenolics and those bitter, pungent compounds has a big effect on how a diner, an eater, a consumer is going to experience an olive oil. So that's a lot of what we're doing today. We'll be tasting 4 premium extra virgin olive oils and different intensities. And then you get to play with your food. We'll be bringing food out, and then we'll start experimenting with different pairings and talking about the effects. So first, I'm going to bring up Rosa Lamuela, who's a full professor of nutrition and bromatology, researcher at the National Institute of Nutrition and Food Safety, University of Barcelona, and Ciberó Bien in Barcelona. And Rosa?
I had prepared some slides, but if I don't know, it doesn't matter otherwise. I had some slides, but if they are not, yes, perfect. Well, what our group has focused, we have also participated in the Predimed that has been mentioned this morning, or we have focused what happens if we cook with extra virgin olive oil versus olive oil. And the main difference that now was pointed out is the phenolics. Extra virgin olive oil is much richer in phenolics than regular oil, because regular oil, most of it passes through a refination, through a processing, that they lose these phenolic compounds. So what we are doing now, we have several papers about that, but we are doing a project in collaboration with the Culinary Institute of America, UC Davis, also IRTA, that is an agronomic institute in Spain, and ourselves. And what is our main aim of this project? Our main aim is that because there is the philosophy, and many scientists believe that extra virgin olive oil is good for dressing, but not for cooking. So what we want to give is the message that extra virgin olive oil is really the best for cooking. And for that, what we did is we are in the first step of this project that has several steps. It has an intervention trial. It has a computational also science, but I will only present some of it. What we did is we used both oils. That the main difference was these phenolics, and what happens when you cook with them. When we cook with them, usually phenolics, well, we analyze these compounds through a complicated, it's an instrument that is called HPLC with an omics. We use omics to analyze these oils, and what we observe is that we can clearly differentiate when we cook these oils, if you have used extra virgin olive oil, I don't know if the pointer is here. Yes, extra virgin olive oil versus regular oil. There is a big difference. Why? Because extra virgin olive oil has more phenolics and is protected against oxidation. And moreover, depending on the cooking process that you use, here, for example, we have different ways of cooking. And whenever you use more heat and more air, you are destroying these antioxidants. So the best way is to cook slow and at low temperatures. This is the best way to maintain the oil and to maintain their properties. And when we look at the regular oil, the one that is not extra virgin, what happens? What happens is that you get much more deterioration. You get much more compounds coming from this cooking process. So it's very important to know what is happening during this process, and to try to give message to all the society, the scientific society, but also to all the population, that really extra virgin olive oil is much more protected against any aggressive thing that you can do while you are cooking. No? So it's the best way to use extra virgin olive oil. This is my research group. That I have a big research group with many PhD students from all the world, from Italy, Russia, Egypt, from all the world. And we are trying to be very active also in media, because nowadays I think that science has to arrive to all the public, and we have to give message to all the public. So what we try is, for example, today, the things that we are going to do, we will publish in our page media that the people knows about science, but graded, or the things that science say, that it's not somebody that is talking about science but doesn't know too much about science. Well, with that I would finish. And I would like to thank all the
Thank you, Rosa. Next up is Manolis Papoutsakis. He grew up in Crete, and he's going to get his computer. He received a BA and an MA in philosophy, but after basic training as a chef in the Army, he realized that perhaps that was going to be his career path. So his approach to food is informed by a very close connection to the land and to tradition, but by using tradition and these local products, he also brings in an innovative and a fresh approach. In fact, funny thing that he said, I hope you don't mind if I share this, that sometimes he presents a dish to someone at the restaurant, and they look at it and they say, oh, my mother makes that. And he thinks, not like this, she doesn't. And that's kind of my experience as well with his cooking. So he's chef and co-owner of Haroupi and 10 Tables in Thessaloniki and Feroa in Athens, and also does a program on Greek TV about PGO and PGI products. So, with no further ado, Chef Manolis.
So, it's time for this. Yeah. Old enough now. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Alexandra. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Professor. And today I'd like to talk about the role of extra virgin olive oil in professional cooking, with a particular focus on the Greek culinary tradition, how we use it, why we use it, and what makes it technically and culturally significant in our kitchens. In Greek gastronomy, olive oil is not considered a secondary ingredient or a finishing touch on a dish. It is the foundation of cooking, both in domestic and professional contexts. Greece is one of the world's leading producers of extra virgin olive oil, so we can easily understand why people had that opportunity to use all that quantity of olive oil in order to cook. It's amazing if someone measures the quantity that we use when we cook. Sometimes people find it scary, actually. One of the most characteristic examples of Greek approach is the category of dishes known as ladera, literally meaning oily foods. These are vegetable or legumes-based preparations cooked slowly in a large quantity of extra virgin olive oil, often with tomato, onions, herbs, and very little or some protein. Technically, the process is closer to slow confit or gentle braising, but with olive oil as the main oil, rather than butter or any other vegetable or animal fat. The ratio of olive oil to raw vegetables can be as high as 1 part oil to 2 parts solids, a level rarely found in other cuisines. This method serves several professional purposes. It allows uniform heat distribution without aggressive frying. It promotes natural caramelization and the development of umami compounds through slow cooking. It ensures preservation. These dishes can often be served at room temperature and remain stable for hours. In fine dining, this technique has been successfully adapted in modern tasting menus where olive oil replaces butter in vegetable reductions or sauces to deliver depth of flavor with cleaner texture and higher digestibility. Another important yet often misunderstood aspect of Greek cooking is frying, as you already said, in extra virgin olive oil. Some people say it's impossible to take a very expensive, a good quality extra virgin olive oil and put it in a pan and start frying things. But from my perspective, the flavor that you can take, it's unique. That's the one thing. And the other thing is that when I say fry, I don't mean burn. We fry potatoes, for example, which is the most common and the food that we all love to taste. We fry them for a long time. So it's not an aggressive frying. It's a slow frying in a lower temperature than the one that we use when we have the frying machine. So that gives a wonderful result. And another thing is that the olive oil that we use in order to fry can be used again. I mean, it's not just for one. If we use that temperature, from my perspective, because I have more care about the flavor, you can fry one more time in the same olive oil, maybe two, adding a small quantity of fresh olive oil, but that's all. Then you cannot continue that way. I don't know if I'm saying things correct. Thank you. Because it's more an experience to me. It's not a scientific thesis, okay? So, in contemporary gastronomy, olive oil performs multiple roles beyond cooking. As a flavor enhancer, it provides aromatic complexity ranging from fruity to peppery notes. As a structural element, it stabilizes emulsions and adds body to sauces, and as a nutritional component, it contributes to the balance of unsaturated fats in a dish, which is also important. The professional chef must therefore treat olive oil not as a generic ingredient, but as a controlled variable. Different cultivars, for example, Koroneiki, Manaki, Athinolia, Mavrolya, are some. Mavrolya is going to be here with us today to the tasting, have distinct sensory profiles that can be matched with specific foods and cooking methods. And that's something that we can see today, because that's what we intend to do with Alexandra, to show what happens if you have something prepared with extra virgin olive oil. I mean, we cook things with olive oil. How it is to cook without any oil. I just don't put in the discussion any other oil. And then we can see what happens if we add some extra virgin olive oil on the cooked olive oil food and the food that we didn't add anything during the cooking. So we are not talking about the tasting of raw salads adding olive oil seasoning. We are talking about cooking with olive oil and adding fresh olive oil on the top of the cooking preparations. That's what we'll do. And that's why I don't intend to stall more time, and we want to proceed to our tasting. Huh? Is that right? Thank you very much.
So thank you. So I have a quote here from Manuel Parras Rosa, who is a professor of marketing and market research at the University of Jaén. Education, communication, and differentiation are the three essential levers for extra virgin olive oil to continue to be a benchmark for health, sustainability, and culture. So a product with such rich history and an exciting future, telling that story is really critical to adding value to extra virgin olive oil. So the importance of emotion and storytelling, there's few in the US who have spread the word about the benefits of the Mediterranean diet and olive oil as far and as wide as Maria Loy. She is chef owner of Loy Estiarios, I should have said this before I started, Estiatorio in Manhattan, founder of the Loy brand and Loy Approved program, author of over 36 cookbooks. She is also, and probably the thing she is best known for in the US is that she is the host of Life of Loy, Secrets of the Mediterranean, which is on PBS and is on virtually every PBS station in the nation. So I don't have time to go through all of the projects, but I can say that she never stops in her mission, and with the Loy method, she is continuing a program to change the world one healthy bite at a time. And now, Maria Loy.
Kalispera. I have to say something in Greek, right? I'm very Greek. You know, they say that my Greek blood, no. It's my Greek olive oil. When you cut my veins, you'll come olive oil. So I have to tell you 2-3 things. Thank you very much, Alexander. You said so many things about me. I don't know how I can take it from there. I was not a chef. I started as a farm girl because I grew up in a small village in Greece called Thermo. And as I said, you know, with the Culinary Institute, I said, when did you had your first contact with olive oil? I said, when I was a baby, because we didn't have a nanny, you know, and my parents, they left me over there, you know, by the roots of the olive tree. So that's my first thing. After that, fast forward, I had my grandfather who taught me everything and a lot of remedies. And that's what I'm doing actually in the new Loy method that we're doing for the cooking. Then I became a lobbyist, completely different person that you see here. Many of you here, you know, you know companies that I brought in Greece, Nokia, Filmnet, all this. I changed my life. I was like a Christmas tree lady, diamonds, all this. One poem of Kavafis made me say, like, don't make your life miserable, you know, take it here and there. So I got all the invitations done, already gone. Okay, so everything became Homes for Children, and that's what I'm doing. Olive oil, Greek cooking, and children are my passion. So why I cook different? I don't cook with olive oil. In the beginning. I don't burn the olive oil. Okay. I put everything in the beginning, if I want to make something, you know, with onions, whatever it is, very hot pan, super hot. Put anything you want in there. You're not going to burn it. You will caramelize it. Just add a bit of salt. And then you can add the rest, because you need the olive oil and all the ingredients that you want to cook all together, because when you add that olive oil, your food, it's better, right? And nutritious. We have to ask Rosa. Rosa, you know something? You were the one who changed my mind. Yes, 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 remember? We talked actually in the restaurant in New York, and you told me about, don't burn the olive oil, huh? I said, no, I don't burn the olive oil. I don't. So, and then I changed, no frying. And two things, no frying, no butter. It's in my heart, in my brain, everything. So, anyway, and I became a chef. The Chef's Club of Greece made me a chef. I had a show, here in Greece, and then fast forward, okay, I went to the States, and I have one of the best shows. Every year we get the best awards, and my favorite award is the Telly Award, that is out of 6 continents, 50 countries, 13,000 entries. So that's what it says over there. Olive oil, cooking with olive oil is the best. And if you want a recipe, for potatoes, French fries, do you want any recipe that you can make it without frying? Anyone wants this recipe? No? You like, okay. So, cut the potatoes the way that we cut it, okay, for frying. Put it in a bowl with very cold water, leave them for 1 hour. And then take them out, pat and dry, parchment paper, into the oven or the pan, drizzle with olive oil, salt and pepper, nothing else. And it's the best French fries that you ever had in your life. Try it. So you don't get the calories, even that I don't believe in calories. I believe only in nutrition, okay? I don't care about that. Even that I wrote the Greek diet, that I said that now I have to change that. And that's why we made the Loy method, which I cannot explain now because we don't have time, right, Alexandra? But whoever wants, you can have my email address, my phone number, and you can call me, and you can communicate with me, and we can discuss. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
And now for the tasting portion. So the idea here is we're going to taste these 4 oils by themselves with the, standard olive oil tasting method, which who here has never been through the olive oil tasting method just straight up in a cup? Okay. So I will briefly talk you through it. The first oil we're going to try is it's the third one from the left, the Mavrolia. So these are very generous pours of oil. It's a bit more than we would normally put in the cup. So be careful not to get too enthusiastic during the swirling process, because you run the risk of ending up covered in oil. For those of you who haven't done this before, put the cup in your palm, and the idea is to bring the temperature of the oil up. Unlike wine tasting, where one quick swirl and the headspace is full of volatiles, olive oil hangs on to its aromas a bit more, so we warm it and we swirl to increase surface area to coax out those volatiles, and that's also why it has a lid. So leave the lid on until it's time to have a sniff. So you're warming it, you're swirling it, twirling it, basically bringing the aromas into the headspace of the glass, and then you're going to have a sniff. The aromas in this oil are primarily ripe. We chose this as an example of a riper fruit character. So you have mostly ripe notes, and you'll notice the difference as we go through these other oils. Now, take a sip, and when you have it in your mouth, suck a little bit of air through it, and then close your mouth and breathe out through your nose. That's really important. You want to get the maximum of the retronasal perception. A lot of what we taste and smell, like what we smell really, but we perceive it as flavor because it's taste and smell, is coming through the back of your nose. It has a surprising amount of bitterness and pungency for something that has such a ripe fruit character to it. Dionysus is not in here, is he? No. He was gonna, I don't know this variety. Is anyone here a grower of Mavrolia who can tell us a bit more about the cultivar? It is very local. This is why, another reason why we selected it. Do you know? Okay. There.
There are some trees that have survived after Ibrahim. Ibrahim was a Turk that burned most of the trees. So most of the trees are more than 500 years old. It is called Mavrolia, which means black olive, because it turns very quickly from yellow color to black. And it matures very quickly. Usually matures at the end of September and at the beginning of October. It is very close to Nestor Palace, and this area, it's very, very local. Even in Messinia, it's not spread in all Messinia, but near Pylos, Horas, and there are many trees that have survived during all those days. I'm not going to talk about the tasting character.
But thank you. And actually, this is something that wasn't specifically mentioned during our earlier discussions of biodiversity and so on. But one of the things that is concerning in the world of olive oil is that many of these local varieties are being lost. They are not necessarily, first off, the trees are older. They are not necessarily as productive as some other varieties, so you're not getting as much oil and so on. But in terms of biodiversity and adaptation to climate change, they are absolutely crucial. When you have a cultivar that has been living here with, these trees were not being taken care of, most of them, that have survived for centuries, these varieties that are local and now considered, you know, they're heritage cultivars. We need to guard them. We need to add value. Making olive oil and naming the cultivar and naming the region and telling the story is a really, really important activity right now. And I would encourage anyone who has older trees in their area to look at a way of adding value to those trees. Okay, so Manolis reminded me, don't drink all of your oil. Don't do oil shots. We want to hang on to some of it because you're going to use it with your food. Okay. So the next one up is the koroneki. So, ripe or green dominant in the nose? Green. I heard somebody say green. Yeah, it's got a lot of green character. For me, the first thing that I got was green banana. It is very characteristic of this cultivar when it's green, and that's all these fresh green notes in the nose. One thing I wanted to mention is that all of these oils, this is a little bit early for the new harvest, so all of these oils are from last year. So more bitter, more pungent than the previous oil. What, less bitter? What do you think? More or less? Less? Yeah, it is actually, which is surprising because in the nose you get these green notes which make you expect a more bitter profile. But in fact, we got more bitterness and pungency out of the previous oil. For me, I get considerable pungency, but the bitterness is very, very gentle. So, and in the mouth, I'm getting more of those ripe notes, some floral hints, things that I associate with riper flavors. As an oil ages, the green notes generally decline, and so even though the ripe notes haven't actually increased, they become more obvious. And so I get a little bit more of the sort of floral, ripe, tropical kind of notes in the mouth, as well as herbs, leaves, kind of nice, fresh, green things. Any comments from any of you anybody on the oils? So, okay, the main idea here is to notice how much you perceive different characteristics when you taste it by itself and then when we get to the food. So next is the very first one on the left, which is an arbequina. So the brand, Manolis, what was the name of the brand on the Mavroya? The brand name? No, the one before. No. The Mavroya.
They call it, it has the name of the cooperative, Nileas.
Nileas, okay. And then our Koroneki is the Grand Cru from Terra Creta. So we have one from here, one from Crete. And then our next oil is from Spain. So, green, ripe, or both? So no one wants to commit. So in the nose, I get mostly green, but then in the mouth, I'm getting this lovely sort of sweet almond, which is a kind of a riper characteristic. One of the things I would point out that's different about this one is the previous green notes were more leafy, more herbaceous. This one has a kind of more of a grassy quality to it, I think. You get more of a grassy green. Bitter, not much, but pronounced pungency, yes? Okay, so oleocanthal is the phenolic that we're getting that is burning in the throat, which is called pungency officially. And that is an anti-inflammatory, very beneficial. So that would indicate that this has probably pretty substantial oleocanthal content to it. Anytime you're perceiving bitterness and pungency, that's the presence of phenolics. So the idea that you have to have an oil that is almost unbearably bitter in order to get, benefit of the phenolics, that's not true. You have oils, all extra virgin olive oil has these compounds, and we don't actually know that more is always better. So we should look for oils that we enjoy with our food and eat them every day at every meal. And that's the beneficial way to approach this. Okay, and the final one, and so that was Arbequina from the Jaén region, that's Castilla y Canena. And this final one is an hojiblanca, also from Spain. Tomato leaf, anybody? Tomato leaf, tomato, right? It's like, I grow tomatoes, and when you're tying the vines in the summer and it's warm and you bruise the leaves, that's what this aroma reminds me of. Again, it's a leafy green more than a grassy green. Again, pretty substantial pepper, right? And one of the things that, and also this one's a little hot in the mouth. So there are some, and I don't actually know which of the phenolics or which combination of phenolics is responsible for that. But this is something that we didn't used to find that, not until about maybe 10, 12 years ago, that once in a while we started to get this kind of hot tingle tongue phenolic thing going on. And I suspect that is because of processing technology. I think that previously, the temperatures, the exposure to oxygen, and so forth, whatever that was probably getting broken down during the process. And now, as our processing technology is better, we're much more controlled in the atmosphere, in the processing, in the malaxers, and so on. I think that's, and also lower temperatures, I think that's why now these tongue-tingly, hot perceptions are something that I'm finding more often in really high-quality oils. So that's Hoja Blanca, that is from Almazara del Sbetica, which is Cordoba area of southern Spain. So there we go. So Manolis, I'm going to turn it over to you to talk about the food, because you're going to be do you want to come up here and do that, or do you want to do it sitting there? And he's going to talk you through what we've got, and we have some pairings sort of figured out, so, yeah. Okay.
You can stay with me. Oh. So, yeah, and after the tasting now, you can see that you have in front of you double of pairs of the same preparations. So in 2 cups you have lentils soup. The one is cooked with extra virgin olive oil. The one is like the monks of Agion Oros, eat it without any oil. The other thing is eggs with tomato. We call it here in Peloponnese kayana. It's very simple, just eggs, tomato, salt, pepper, a very small quantity of oregano. The one is cooked with oil, and the other one without. The third preparation is potato puree, which is very common in this kind of tastings because you can easily understand a lot about the olive oil. So the one is cooked with olive oil, and the other one is just with water and milk. Milk is in both preparations. So the only thing that changes is the olive oil. And the last one is some greens. It's fresh greens with some aromatics inside. The one is cooked with olive oil, the other just with water. A little bit water, just to cook them a little bit. So the first challenge is to find which olive oil from those that you tasted I put in each different preparation. Because what I did, and I didn't that alone, I did it with Alexandra, but I first did it alone, and hopefully Alexandra agreed with me. I made my tasting of those 4 olive oils, the same that you have, and then I started thinking which olive oil would be better with the preparations that you have there. So olive oil drive me to choose the preparation that, in my perspective, was better. So it's a different one in its preparation. We can play for hours. For example, I could have used those 4 olive oils and give you 4 cooked versions with a different olive oil to see the difference, because there is a difference. It's not big, especially when we're talking about cooking with olive oil, but there is a difference. Yes? It was cooked, because everywhere. Because for me, the important thing here is to show that cooking with olive oil is very important. It's not just taking the olive oil and putting on the top of the dish. It's not about that. It is about a tradition that we have in this country, and not only in this country, in Mediterranean, to cook with olive oil. So it is important to understand that perspective. It's not only seasoning with olive oil. For me, it's important also. It's very nice. But it's not the same. Because you'll see that you can season, and we'll do that, your cookings without the oil. And then you can see how it is seasoning something which is cooked with olive oil and without having any oil during the process of cooking. Yes, please.
So if we start them on, if you go to the potato puree, can you tell by looking at it which one has the olive oil and which one does not?
Yeah, you can see it,
You
I
can
think.
see, okay. So taste the potato puree without olive oil first. Just taste the plain one.
Yeah,
right?
Let's start with that. So you can taste the potato puree without the olive oil. So the thing is that you don't eat something which is bad. Eh? It's like the army puree. It's that bad. And then you can try the puree that is cooked with olive oil. Because when I say cooked, I put the olive oil in the puree after I mixed it with the milk, and I left some time on the fire because I wanted the olive oil to be cooked, not to be fresh. So can you see the difference between those 2 preparations? Because you have exactly the same quantity of salt, pepper, milk. It's nothing different, just the adding of extra virgin olive oil. Texture is one thing which is really interesting. And when I was serving the 2 purees in the plate, it was very easy for me to serve the puree with the olive oil, and the other one was like a stone. I should take again and put inside some water to break it and put it back to the plate. So the olive oil gave a completely different texture of that puree.
So which olive oil is it in the potatoes? Anybody want to try and guess that one?
Koroneiki is one. Mavrolιά is another. Manoli? Mavrolιά λες εσύ? Όχι μαυρολιά. Μαρία? Λες ότι είναι μαυρολιά εκεί. Okay. Πάμε.
Κορονέικη είναι,
Είναι κορονέικη. Είναι κορονέικη, ναι. Επίσης, προσπαθήστε να μην φάτε όλη την ποσότητα από αυτό που that you have in front of you.
Yeah.
It's important in order to have the time to do the tasting. Because if you disappear in thing, then yeah. Just small quantities is enough. It's not, we are having a dinner after. So
don't forget to get them to try it with the raw oil.
yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Okay.
And now we are going to that preparation, and I want you to put some raw koroneiki on the top of the potato without the oil.
So, Maria, you had a comment.
Of course I have a comment. Koroneiki is one of the best. And it started actually, all right? That's why Manolis, he understood the Koroneiki because it runs in his veins. So, okay, olive oil. I don't want to say more. Makes life taste better and healthier. And you know what my motto is? Metron ariston. Nothing in excess, except love, olive oil, and good deeds. That's all.
So after that tasting, the potato that was just potato and milk, and the adding of the olive oil, Vassilis, what is your comment? Do you find it more interesting with the olive oil on the top? Now it's not the army thing. It's much better. Okay. And now, it's very interesting. Angelos is eating that.
By mistake.
Angelo, you are eating the fakes.
By mistake, I told him try the lentils with olive oil, and I gave him the ones without olive oil.
These are your lentils.
Yeah, actually, we
don't
shared
have
the
a plate. But wait, don't mess me up.
Now he has the ones with the olive oil.
I think apart from the potatoes, everything tastes better with olive oil. I mean, really, the potatoes are awesome without olive oil.
Okay, so what is the difference if you put the olive oil on the cooked potato? Do you find the flavor? Because it was already tasty, wasn't it? Yeah. So after putting some fresh olive oil on the potatoes that were cooked with the olive oil, what happens? It's more fruity, more alive. So in one case, you have something which is not very interesting. Putting some fresh extra virgin olive oil on the top makes it interesting. In the other case, you have something which is already very tasty because we had the olive oil inside, and then adding some fresh olive oil at the end of it, we double, in a way, the enjoyment and the power of the flavor. So what we can see here is that it's not only just putting raw olive oil on the top of dishes, but it's essential for taste to put olive oil during the cooking. And again, I'm not talking about burning the olive oil, because this is not the way. Yes? Okay.
And so one thing I would just, a logistical thing, is that if you take whatever it is and sort of divide it into little piles, the one with no oil on it, so that you can try it with the other oils after we go through everything. Stop yourself if you are tempted to just eat everything, because it's very interesting. We have it with the koroneiki, then try it with one of the other oils and see what you think.
Okay, the quantity, unfortunately, it's not too big, but because we were thinking about 50 people max, so or more, and we put smaller portions. But yeah, if you can do it, keeping some quantity in order to put other oils on the top, it's also difficult in one plate, I know. Okay, it's enough if we can make it with the 4 oils and get that pairing to begin with, and then we'll see if we can also have that process. So the second one, we can go now to the second Greek variety that we used, and huh? Yeah, but I didn't say the preparation. Okay, I won't go to that. I change it. So yeah. Yeah, it's not a quiz, actually. But please try the greens. Uncooked and cooked.
You mean oiled and unoiled?
Oil and non-oil. Right. Let's call it that way. Oily and
naked. Naked and oiled.
Naked and oiled. I like.
Yeah.
I like it naked.
And so the observation that when we were going through this on Friday, one of the first things that became obvious is that, like with the potatoes, that it was just a very short kind of sensation of potato, and that in the one that had been cooked with olive oil, it wasn't that we tasted the olive oil, it was that we tasted more potato-ness and for longer. And it was a really nice illustration of sort of that dynamic of having having oil with the food, it just really brings alive a whole different set of flavors.
That's a very interesting observation, because one of the things that we try to do while we are cooking is to give some length to the flavor in the mouth. If something, it's like the wine, you know. If you have a wine and you taste it and you lose the flavor very fast, then the wine is not something special. But if that is keeping in the mouth and give us some time and length of time in the mouth, that makes it very interesting. And that is what happened with the two kinds of potato puree. Yeah. So, do you have any idea of what oil is on the greens? Or which one is cooked and not cooked first? Is it easy to understand? Yes.
It's like a flavor booster, a flavor catalyst. Yeah. We may say.
So do you find a difference between the two greens? Can you say which one has oil? Do you have the same feeling about the strong of flavor? It's obvious, isn't it? So, now we are going to do the same thing. We are going to put, and do you have any idea of which variety we have there? Which is that? Mavrolya, yeah. So why did I don't know if Mavrolya that you are tasting is exactly the same that we had, Alexandra. I'm not sure, I don't know. But anyway, for me it was a more fatty with a bigger body oil, and I found it more interesting with the greens. It was because greens always have that strong flavor. You know, you have a lot of aromatics, you have a lot of things happening there. So when you have something more fatty but less strong and round, I like it very much with the greens. I don't go with a very strong, bitter, expressive oil with the greens usually.
So, Rosa, cooking the greens with olive oil versus dressing the greens, please.
No, I was just going to do a mention of that it's very interesting to cook any green or any vegetable, tomato, with olive oil, because then there are antioxidants in tomato, tomorrow I will show the results, that are more, you absorb much more better and you get more time in the body and you get more anti-inflammatory properties. So it's not that olive oil is good, that is good, it's moreover that it increases the good things of vegetables, no? So you act synergistically, improving the health benefits of vegetables. So that is very good.
That's why Manoli de Cayana, I always make it not with fresh tomato only. I put the tomato paste, you know, the kiknos, you know, tomato paste, because we got the lycopene and the olive oil, the polyphenols, and then you're super healthy.
Yeah. Well, I like your option of cayena, but what I also like is the freshness of the tomato in cayena, because you have a completely different flavor when you use a tomato paste and a completely different flavor where you... you also add some paste, so you make it... and also, tomato paste is a very strong taste maker. It's like an umami boost. So, yeah, you can have that too. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I would like to do a comment about tomato. We have just published a paper that lycopene, that is it's very good for prevention prostate cancer, no? And one of the reviewers was from the States, and he told us that lycopene is associated with bad food, with junk food. Why? Because there they
have a lot of
ketchup with potatoes and with hamburgers. And here, well, usually Mediterranean countries use tomato for good things, no?
I can't believe that I did something before you. I can't say, no, that was because my grandfather told me about the lycopene, you know. So, and that's how I start in the morning, a shot of olive oil. Lunchtime, I get a piece of bread with kiknos, the tomato paste, okay? Olive oil on the top. Maybe you add some cheese or anything, and it's a perfect snack and super healthy, right? Thank you, Rosa.
So did you prefer the greens dressed with raw oil Or did you actually like it with the cooked in there, or cooked with and dressed with? Any strong preference? You like it with extra olive oil.
Maria θέλει να πει.
Okay.
Cooked. Yeah. But what happens when you put, because we always have this salad in Crete, Maria, with Manolis, with the wild greens that are just boiled, and then on the top we just put the fresh olive oil. Here, both of the preparations are sauté, cooked in a way. So you have one with olive oil and the other one it's raw. You prefer it when it's cooked and you add some fresh on the top, or you find it completely different?
You feel on the palate, you feel exactly the aroma of the vegetable and the and the fruitiness of the olive oil. And the specialists give much more aftertaste. The aftertaste, you think that something springs in your palate. This is, for this reason, I prefer the cook with the olive oil.
With the olive oil. But I think in general, after we finish this tasting, this is a common thing that happens. It's always nice to be cooked with olive oil and adding some fresh at the top of it. It's like you give a double boost of taste to the preparation, which is the thing that we are actually talking about today from a perspective of taste, from my perspective, because we already heard what is happening concerning the health. We go to the Kayana? Yeah. So now we do the same with that. Or maybe we leave the egg at the end. It's better for the mouth. And let's go to the lentils. So one preparation is without any oil, the other the same thing. The other is cooked with oil. Actually, the one without any oil is something that the monks are eating during the time of fasting.
So, Manolis, can I add something?
Yes.
I'm here.
Yeah, sorry.
So sometimes we have seen in restaurants that they cook with defective olive oil. It can be virgin, not extra virgin. So it has a certain flavor because it's defective. And then they drizzle some drops of extra virgin. So as experts, we always understand that. And it's not nice because it gives a bad flavor to food. And then you cannot save it with some drops of extra virgin olive oil on top. So this is important to cook with extra virgin also.
Well, yeah, you know, I had a lot of thinking on that because, you know, one of the things that we are suffering of is the price sometimes of the olive oil. So when someone buys just a virgin olive oil, not an extra virgin, but a virgin olive oil, because it's very common in professional kitchens. During this summer, I visited a lot of hotels as a guest to cook with the chefs there. And it was the most common oil that they use not only to cook with, but they use that in the salads also.
Well, the thing is, what is the...
It was a problem for someone that can understand the difference because it's easy to understand. It's like day to night. If you have a defective olive oil, or even if it's small and you put it on the salad, it's coming all out. But cooking, let's talk about that.
Yes, and you know, it has to do with the intensity of the defect. If the defect is, let's say, 0.8 or 1, it's okay. But if it's close to 3, it's 3.5.
If the defect is very strong, it's a problem.
The type of the defect, of course, yes.
Let me add, and thank you for addressing that, Anita. The type of the defect has a different effect on the final taste of the food. It's much different if you have a rancid defect, which is rather common, than a strong, let's say, winery or fasty that destroys totally the plate. The same happens with the salads.
Yes, I totally agree, yeah.
Let me answer something about cooking with virgin olive oil or extra virgin olive oil. You can cook with virgin olive oil, and it's very good. Of course, not pomace, right? And whenever they ask me if I can cook with that, I said yes.
replace butter, replace seed oils, and that's what I like, okay? And actually, it's very good. And then you finish with extra virgin olive oil. No question. Tell them, please, no butter.
No, I think that we talk about butter like it is the biggest enemy of our health. And I'm not sure that that's the case because, first of all, yes, I'm a chef and I'm very interested in the flavor. So butter is something that we love in kitchens. A culinary tradition of centuries, like the French one, people were not crazy. It was not just a lack of olive oil. They use till today butter because it's something with a very strong and beautiful flavor. So for me, if we go to that path and say no butter, it's a mistake.
Of course not. When you talk about the Mediterranean diet, you talk only about olive oil, no butter.
No, I don't agree. I am from a village
I
and we
disagree,
had...
but I have like millions of people.
No, that's not the case, because we had animals in our countryside. We have animals, and we take the butter out of the milk and we make butter in order to use it. This is a part of Mediterranean diet too, but we use a small quantity of it. That's the difference. That are? I cannot hear, sorry.
We need to get to our lentils, by the way.
Sorry.
The butter that we buy in the supermarkets today, okay?
Please, can you... Closer to your mouth, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. The butter that we buy in the supermarkets today, okay, they all come from either cows that, you know, they have so many diseases, or the sheep and everything. The one you talk about is the ones that you have in the village. That butter in the village is very good. Of course, I agree with that. But the one that you buy in the supermarket, I don't know.
Well, I'm
skeptic.
Yeah, I'm not here to judge the quality of the butters that are in the supermarket because I can easily do the same about the olive oils, the extra virgin olive oils that are in the supermarket, in plastic bottles, suffering from heat, and yeah. So,
of course,
we are always talking about the good quality of things. So I don't want to make it
if you tell me a place that I
can
buy them, you know, out there and except villages.
Yeah, okay. You can find organic butter in a supermarket, believe me.
All right.
But let's talk about olive oil.
Yeah, we got to stop talking about butter.
Let's continue.
Let's move on. Let's move on to the lentils. We're running out of time.
Which variety do you think that it's used in the lentils cooking? See? Butter, yeah. It's really buttery, yeah?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Hopi Blanca.
Alexandra, do you remember?
You're the cook.
You said it's not going to be a test, but it is.
It is a test, yeah. For all of us, from what it seems to be. Yes. Yeah. But do you?
No, we were on our second bottle of wine by then.
So, from the last two Spanish oils that you tasted, one was generally stronger or not? So, what would you think that a chef should do? Put the strong olive oil in the lentils or over the eggs? Eggs. Eggs. So, now you know the variety that I used. Good. Because I want to say that it's interesting to understand the olive oil in order to use it on a food. Huh? So, I think that the same thing is happening with the lentils too. You have a better flavor that lasts more in the mouth and much more tasty. We can proceed to the eggs now.
So that was the arbequina on the lentils. Okay. Yes. I was going to say that.
Yeah?
I was going to say arbequina.
I was sure.
Okay, okay.
That's why I asked. But especially in this soup, it's unbelievable the difference with the olive oil or without. Even if it's not bad without any oil, because the legumes have something that it's tasty. But with the olive oil, it's unbelievable. The difference is huge. And I'm talking not about huge quantities in there. I put, let's say, for all the portions that we have here, maybe 250 ml for the total quantity that we have here. So it's not a huge quantity of olive oil. I could put more, yeah, definitely.
So I was going to become a monk, but I changed my mind.
What?
I was going to become a monk, but I think I changed my mind.
And now we finish with, we also need to see what happens putting some of the olive oil on the two preparations, eh? Because there, sometimes, you know, people add acidity, some vinegar on the lentils after they are cooked. And if you put the fresh olive oil on it, you don't need anything else. It's like you have an explosion of flavor after putting the fresh on the cooked with the olive oil. But also the same thing happens even if you put it on the other soup that is cooked with nothing more than onion and some garlic and bay leaf.
And one of the things that we have to point out is that the food, we could not keep food hot, really hot. So you had kind of warmish food. The impact of any finishing oil on a hot food is enormous because it releases all those volatiles that we're working so hard to get out, and you just get this amazing aroma that rises off of the food, and it really enhances it.
And I think most of you have a better quantity, a bigger quantity of something, so that would be easy to taste some of the olives to other things like Alexandra suggested. And now we can go to the egg. So it's easy also, I think, to understand which egg is with the oil and which one is without. Actually, egg has some fat from itself. So you still have a good flavor without adding the olive oil, but it's transforming to something different, even cooked or adding on the top. So why? Because now we have to talk a little bit theoretically about that. Why are we doing all this? Because the thing is that we want to make people to understand how important it is, not only from the perspective of health, but from the perspective of flavor and enjoyment, to cook with the olive oil. It's not just adding it as a medicine stuff on the plates. It is something that it is a part of our culture, Mediterranean cooking. It is in our plates all the time because it is very, very tasty. It makes a huge difference from the perspective of the taste. So that's why we do that. And we don't want people to feel that they need to be experts in order to walk on that path. Because we are talking about perfection. And perfection sometimes is something that only people that are professional tasters can see in olive oil. And right now, I don't want to scare people or my customers, my clients in my restaurant, make them feel that they don't know about it. They don't understand about it because it's something like some people only have the privilege to see it and understand it. No, we can all understand, we can all do it very easily. From a fried egg to some greens to some soup with lentils or with some potato puree. That's why we are doing all this today. And I think that a lot of you here are olive oil experts. And this is a good way to get people into that path, in order to start using cooking with this green treasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
I finished.
So that was an absolutely perfect wrap-up there, because this exercise really is about approachability. It's about, there's no right answer, there's no wrong answer, just start trying it. And anyone who's involved in the world of food service, restaurant owners who might consider offering a flight of really nice oils and then food to go with them. And people can start to experience what an incredible difference there is between these different oils. That's an eye-opener. And I do this a lot in the United States. And of course, we are novice consumers. We are olive oil babies. And people, the light bulbs just, you can see them going on over the heads. So, but even a sophisticated olive oil country, you always learn more and always taste more and enjoy it. So with that, we're out of time, and thank you for sticking around. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Rosa. Thank you, Maria. And especially thank you for all your time in the kitchen, as well as talking us through Manolis.